So we begin the day with presentations from not necessarily who are full-time teachers in schools, but a lot of other researchers, teachers, and organizations who are working with implementation of computational thinking. So we had 6 such excellent abstracts accepted. And so we said we'll begin second day with presentations from all those people who work with CT, work with recommendations and best practices for CT for schools to implement. So we have 5 talks today as a part of this. First one is by Priscilla and Sandra, who are from Germany. Priscilla is online. Welcome, Priscilla, and request a talk be played.
Participant list.
Hello, everyone. My name is Priscilla. I'm a music educator in Brazil, and Sandra Schultz is my supervisor at Hamburg University in Germany. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about our recent research involving music and computer science. The benefits of linking music and computational thinking might be an efficient integration when we consider that music is present in our daily lives, making it possible to bring the content of computer science closer to our realities and also to our students' realities. So this presentation is about an early-stage doctoral research that seeks to discuss the possibilities of implementing a project that involves the teaching of music, choir singing in particular, because I am a choir conductor, and in computer science, in an interdisciplinary method involving theoretical and practical aspects of both areas. When we compare music and computing, we often think that music's more free and creative, while computing is more mathematical and rigid. But in both areas, we need to develop common skills such as teamwork, pattern recognition, and problem solving, including others. It can be noted that both areas also suffer from a belief about talent. Only those who were born with brilliance in mathematics can code, and only those who were born with talent can play the piano or sing. In order to comprehend what kind of activities are, in fact, working simultaneously with computational thinking and music, this research will investigate the 2 curricula and its parameters to analyze how it's possible to accomplish both areas. Beside the pillars of computational thinking, we find in music some parameters such as duration, pitch, timbre, or dynamics, whose computing relations we will deal with in the following. So let's talk about the abstraction pillar. Abstraction is the ability we develop to focus on what is necessary, bringing simplicity to more complex things. While in programming, a student will have to understand the main idea of its code, its functioning, and its structure. In music composition, emerges as a possibility to work with the same concept of abstraction, for example. So the students need to compose a song, but to do so, they must first decide how many verses will be written, the tempo, which instruments will be played, how many times the chorus is repeated, and how the song will end. When using music appreciation, it's another opportunity to implement abstraction. Whenever we hear a song, we need to identify its instruments, the period, the structure, the lyrics, the rhythm, but not all the notes, not every single note. We need to do this abstraction. About decomposition now. So we know in computer science, decomposition is used to understand complex problems by trying to identify the smaller parts and then find a solution. In a brief comparison, playing a symphony written for an orchestra is somewhat complicated. but understanding the dynamic changes of a specific section can be much easier to accomplish. This is the main idea when it comes to discussing decomposition. Another example of working with decomposition in music would be with chords. In a sequence of 5 chords being C major, D minor, F major, G major, and again C major, what are the notes present in each? What would happen if we change just one note of the final chord, changing the G to the A? As we can see in the second image, it's possible with only one modification to change the chord C major into an A minor. So by changing one line of the code, one line of the music, it's also possible to change its compilation and have different results. Now about pattern recognition. Recognizing rhythmic and melodic patterns, is part of everyone who studies music. In this example, using the virtual tool SongMaker, it's a web-based music laboratory. It's possible to observe that there is a rhythm, and this rhythm has a certain pattern and sequence, which make us recognize the introduction to the song "We Will Rock You" by the English band Queen, right? This is the song. Everybody knows that. So for an integrated activity, it would be possible to work with SongMaker so that students could hear the rhythm, and in the sequence working in Scratch and also a web-based music editor, for example, Noteflight or Flat, doesn't matter, in order to write the same pattern in both options, computer and musical languages. So here we see 3 examples of the same idea. We recognize the pattern, we play, and we code the pattern. And when it comes about algorithm, what is a musical score but a sequence of instructions containing, among several possibilities, pitch, tempo, rhythm, melodies, harmony? So perhaps traditional music notation was one of the first algorithms developed by mankind in order to eternalize our songs. Using a music notebook or the virtual tool SongMaker, students would be encouraged to compose a song following these instructions. For example, the song must contain 5 notes. Those notes must be C, D, E, F, and D. Do, re, mi, fa, sol. The song must start with D and end with C. The F must be played only once, and each note must be repeated up to 2 times, except the F, Fa. So can you think about a possible solution? I'm going to give you 10 seconds so you can think about a possible solution. Okay, so let's take a look. So following the instructions, this is one of many possible solutions. As we can observe in this example, students need to solve a musical problem, creating their own composition. It's possible to ask students to transcribe their algorithms to the traditional musical notation, as demonstrated here. So the expected impact, and I think that's very tough to talk about because we are still trying to understand how it's going to work. But here today, the expected impact of the research is to foster some discussion and attract other researchers and teachers interested in implementing interdisciplinary STEAM projects involving music and computer science as well. We also intend to develop a repository of learning material that will be available for teachers to use in their classes. and about the future. So music is present in everyone's culture and allow us to get closer to the reality of life in the school communities through their songs and hymns, for example. So computational thinking presents characteristics that can be found in various musical elements. And in this approach, some possibilities for bringing the learning areas closer together were raised. The pillars of computational thinking are usually related to engineering or mathematical content, but music could bring a new perspective on how to work with computation, while singing, listening to a song, or playing an instrument. And in this view, it's possible to stimulate environments where learning happens everywhere. So, in the next slide, you can see the bibliography for this paper. And we want to thank you all for watching this presentation. See you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Priscilla. I'm sure it's very early morning for you. Thanks a lot for joining in, for logging in. Any questions? Those who are online could please type in your questions, if any. Anyone? We have time for one quick question, if there is any, to the audience. Okay, if there's no questions, let's thank Priscilla once again for joining in early morning. Thanks a lot. So the next talk is by Ankur Kumar Dubey, joint work with Justin from Mumbai schools on using unplugged brain teasers in the classroom to help students think computation.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us here. Me and my friend Justin, who could not be here, unfortunately, right, and who's going to be very envious when I tell him about the view that I have right now. We come from 4 municipal schools from Mumbai, where we have 140 students that we work with, and we have 2 90-minute sessions per week with these students, right? So that's a little bit about where we come from. During the next 10 minutes, what we're trying to do is understand this paper that we wrote and also play a few games if you have the time, right? So I'm hoping that, everyone will participate in those games and we'll have fun. So let's look at the objectives of this paper first. Ma'am, if you could show us the objectives. Thank you. So we had 3 objectives, 3 really simple objectives. First was obviously to try and recognize the fact that CD is older than us, it's older than modern day computers. The reason we did that, we'll talk about it later. The second objective that we had for this abstract was consider how we use unplugged brain teasers, right, to teach CS concepts to students. How could we do that? The third, obviously, was how could we use unplugged brain teasers to encourage students or develop their problem-solving abilities by using design thinking approaches. So yeah, those were our objectives. Let's start with the first one first, right? And with all of the boring stuff out of the way, let's go to a story that I have, ma'am. Yeah. Let's go back in time and look at a hairy mammoth, a really big hairy mammoth. What has happened here basically is that all of these people there were having a birthday party for one of their friends, right? They were having fun, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, came in a mammoth, a family of mammoth to be precise, and they walked in. The people obviously got scared and they ran to the first one they could find, near them. One of them, Rocky, picked up a rock, right? Fiery picked up, lit a stick on a fire, and all of the people did what they could, with different tools to basically scare the mammoths away or, save themselves, right? The question is, with the story out of the way, the question is, what were they thinking when they did all of that, right? And obviously they can't go, we have gone back in time, we can't talk to them, right? The other question is, were they thinking computationally? That also remains to be explored, but me and my friend Justin, we definitely hope that they were, right? And that is the hypothesis when we say that CT can, be taught to kids without actually using computers, without actually talking about computers at all, right? So that is one of the reasons that we had. We had other reasons as well, ma'am. If you could show those reasons. Yeah. The other reasons were obviously the fact that the schools that we were, intervening in did not have any computer lab, right? So that made our work difficult. Teaching computer science without computer lab is always difficult. The other reason was that the students at the schools did not have access to personal computers at home either, right? Nor did they have enough time on the smartphones, right? Typically what happened was that there was a family of 6 to 7 people with one smartphone between them, and how could they divide the work, the time on that, right? The third reason, obviously, was the time away from school during the COVID-19 break had created a, disparity between their understanding. I mean, we had a kid in a class who could understand the concepts, the other kid who could not pay attention at all, right? Who could not see, who could not sit, right, in a single place for a long time. So all of these reasons made us think about approaches that would get their attention to the classroom, get them back to the classroom, right? Keep them involved, have them participate, right? So what we did was we worked on a curriculum, right? A curriculum that we'll talk about a little bit now. Yeah. So the curriculum had two strands, basically. The first strand was 7 weeks of Unplugged using brain teasers. The focus here was CS concepts, like how could we teach CS concepts through brain teasers, right? And if you could see the next slide, we have two columns there. In the first column, obviously, we had the CS concepts that we wanted to teach them. We wanted the students to learn. The second column, we have the brain teasers, right? The different brain teasers that we write. And all of them were really cool. Let's try one of them though, right? My favorite one is brown cuckoo and green cuckoo, right? The one that you can see in the second last row. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah. So the game is really simple, and I'd like you to participate. It goes like this. I'm thinking of a number, a secret number in my brain right now, and I wanted to guess what it is. Right? I wanted to do that by asking me questions. The answer to these questions will only be yes or no. I mean, I'll only answer in yes or no, right? So I'm thinking of a number between 1 to 100, right? Who can guess the number? Anyone wants to try? 55. Sorry, no, unfortunately. Anyone else?
But we can ask questions.
Yeah, definitely.
Is it a prime number?
Is it a prime number? That's a smart question. Thank you. It's not a prime number.
It's a multiple of 5.
It's a multiple of 5. Yes, it's a multiple of 5. Anyone else?
It is between 1 and
That helps. It is between 1 and 50, yes. Anyone else?
greater than 50.
It is?
Greater than 50.
No, it is between 1 and 50. So I already said yes to that. I can't go back on.
Less or
25.
less or greater than 25.
It is less than 25.
It is
Less than 112.
Is it
Less than 112.
12? Yes. No, it is not.
It must be 5.
It is 5. Yes, correct. Right. Great job. Thanks. So basically, what we were doing in that game was, we were trying to eliminate all the possibilities by using conditional statements, right? And that is what we're trying to teach the kids here: conditional statements and how to make them better. And we did that. This is one of the games. The other strand in the curriculum, ma'am, was the problem solving bit, right? Where the focus was on problem solving and how could they use tools to solve the problems, right? One of the problems, and unfortunately I can't play this with you because we're running short of time, ma'am, was where does Babu live, right? So I'll do a quick description of the problem here. There are 3 people that live next to each other: Bablu, Chintu, and Birju, right? They live in 3 houses. All of the houses are three different colors, right? And there are 3 statements that are given to us, the information that is given to us, with which we have to basically find the answer to the question, where does Babu live, right? So in the classroom, what we could do is, we'd start with the first statement, right? Chintu lives to the immediate left of Birju. Can we do something with that information? Unfortunately, we can't. But Birju lives on the immediate left of the yellow house. Can't do anything with that either. Birju lives in the white house. That is something that you can work with, right? Because Birju lives on the immediate left of the yellow house, right? The first house is the green house. The second house can be the Birju's house, right? So that would be white house, ma'am. There we go, right? Birju lives in the white house. Now we have 2 possibilities. We have 2 houses remaining. Let's go back to the statements again. Chintu lives to the immediate left of Birju. That means that he must live in the first house, right, ma'am? Thank you, right? So one house remains. With one house, we'll have blue living in the third house, and his house is yellow, ma'am. Great. Next. Great, right? So we have found the answer to the question and the problem solved. Right. This is a simpler problem. The kids also, work with more difficult problems than that, ma'am. If you could, yeah, right. We have so much information now. We have multiple columns, and I'd like to tell you that kids have a lot of fun with this problem. I mean, I'll do it again and again and again. Anyways, so we don't have time to do that. Do a dry run again. So, ma'am, yeah. Next. Right. So curriculum, we talked about it. We talked about the two strands, the CS and the problem solving bit, right? But what impact, what outcomes did we have, in the classroom? That's the important bit as well. First, obviously, was the fact that around 140 students that we had, right, who had no computers at school or at home, learned CS concepts through what? Through unplugged exercises, through unplugged brain teasers to be specific. That was an expected outcome. The second expected outcome was that they also learned problem solving by using zero jargon. We did not use any of the CD terms that we, use amongst ourselves, and they did that. Right? The third, which is the white one, which is my favorite outcome because it was the unexpected outcome, was that once we had done brain teasers in the classroom, the kids themselves, without my interruption or intervention, turn those brain teasers into activities they did on their own, right? So they became games that they could play in their, at their home with their parents and all of that stuff, which was the, most fun part for me at least, right? So those are the impacts that we had. We'll talk a little bit more about, we'll look at some graphs, but before we do that, let's talk about the challenges, right? Because in order to achieve those outcomes, there was also challenges, ma'am. Yeah, we have noted down two challenges. Your first was that if you teach these concepts, right, if you teach unplugged CT or unplugged CS, to be honest, in standalone, environments, so as standalone skills, what happens is that they do not really transfer to real life problem solving or computer programming. And as Paul talked about it yesterday, right? So that was one of the challenges. What we tried to do was to, in order to prevent that from happening, was that we made it a practice in a classroom to solve and to do anything that we were doing by making the students computers, right? So they were thinking as computers, right? For example, if we had an exercise where we had to sort people, right? One of the group will become computers and one of the group would become people, right? So they were doing that constantly, which reminded them that they were computers and they were thinking of that, right? The other challenge is very real, and I'm sure that everyone here who has worked with Unplugged has faced it, that as computer teachers, right, we are expected to teach about computers, we talk about computers, right? When we go to the lab and we work with HMs and we work with other subject teachers, right? They're constantly asking us, how are you teaching computer science using computers? You do everything, you do spend so much time, but no computers, right? Are you faking it? Do you actually know computer science, right? So we ask all of these questions, and basically all we could do is show them the outcomes that we had, right? Show them that this is what we had in mind, because without knowing this, without knowing our approach, they would obviously look at it from an outsider's perspective, right? So those are the challenges and those are the ways we try to prevent them from happening. Now, let's look at some graphs that show the change in how the kids develop their learn different things, right? So we had 3 parameters that we tried to test in the baseline assessment that we did before our intervention and endline that we did after the intervention, right? And you can see an increase in all of these parameters, right? Not want to brag, but yeah, there's the increase. Second graph, man. Yeah, so we can also see an increase in attendance, across 12 weeks in the student, so that was definitely the key here. The second thing, apart from the attendance, that increase was the participation, right? So the homeworks that the students were submitting from home and in the classroom, right, that also increased, ma'am. If we show that graph, that also increased, right? And that is great as well. Other thing so apart from the baseline and assessment, we also had some other assessments like Google Forms, right? We asked them questions that were trying to gauge their CT understanding and problem solving understanding. And we did ask them, we have 2 questions listed here, ma'am. Right, first, आपको अगर कोई problem मिली तो आप सबसे पहले क्या करेंगे? What will you do whenever you get a problem, right? What do you do then? The first question that you have to ask, obviously, is what is the problem, right? And so, 47% of students, right, answered that correctly. The second question that you asked them was with regard to CT, man. Yeah, ask them if anyone of your friends comes to you with a problem, what will you do then, right? What are the questions that you'll ask them? They said that we'll ask them, how can you simplify this problem for me? What is the information that you can keep out and help me solve your problem? So they did select that as well. 44% of the kids answered that, which made us really happy. Anyways, so those are the graphs. I think that's the end of the graphs, ma'am. Yeah, let's look at some homeworks because those are the fun part, right? Kids also tried during the brain teaser sessions. Kids also tried to use a big pen cipher to basically decrypt a secret message, that was being sent between the kids themselves, right? As you can see, they did that. Another problem that we tried, another brain teaser that we tried was the river crossing problem that we've all seen at some point in time. The farmer and the fox and the chicken, ma'am. Yeah, in the next slide. As you can see, basically what they did was they tried to write an algorithm to solve that problem, right? And that was great as well. Those are the homeworks. I mean, I would like to have added more, but we have short on time now, man. Yeah. Lastly, there are a couple of questions that we'd like to examine, before we actually end the talk. First is, obviously, I mean, in order to have this approach be used by multiple, teachers, right? Because we only work with 140 students. What if we want to translate that into, we want to scale it up? What will you do, right? We obviously need teachers that are willing to do that. We are willing to, teach computation in the classroom. And apart from that, we also need the teachers, right, to have had computer science training, right? Computational thinking training that would allow them to do that, right? Which is something that, unfortunately is lacking in, our current systems. So those are the questions that we want to discuss. That's it. Thank you. And thank you so much for listening. I have liked the presentation. Yeah. And
I'm afraid we'll have to take questions offline. Ankur is going to be around, I'm sure. So we will move on in the interest of time. It's now Jay's turn for his talk. He's from Center of Creative Learning, IIT Gandhinagar. Very interesting center, I must say, I've been there. And his talk is on an artful introduction to computational programming using rich mathematical activity.
Because there are also. So yeah, very good morning. Not only me who is going to present. I have two colleagues, very dear colleagues. One is Aditi Iyer and one is Shilpa Bansal, who is also going to share some of the things we have done. So, sabhi ko namaste. मेरा नाम जय है and I'm coming from the place named IIT Gandhinagar. There we run a small lab named Center for Creative Learning. और ज़्यादातर हमारी रुचि रहती है कि कुछ ऐसी चीजें बनाएं जिससे you really fall in love with the subject. So and that is the center is going to, I mean, that is headed by Professor Manish, who is the main person who is guiding and doing the vision of the things we are doing from almost last 5 years. So before I start, I just wanted to ask कि कितने लोगों को हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती? हिंदी समझ में नहीं आती? Very good. So then my question is कि आपको ये सवाल समझ में कैसे आ गया? So just jokes apart, I'll try to speak in both Hindi and English as and when we proceed. But कई बार क्या होता है कि कुछ दिल के जो भाव होते हैं, whenever you speak from bottom of your heart, that comes to your mother language. Let's say for example अभी 9 बजे नहीं आए थे तो and then Sonia wants to share his anger on me कि यार अब तक आए क्यों नहीं हो? तो अगर वो इंग्लिश में गाली दे तो मजा नहीं आएगा. That has to come from Marathi itself only, right? So what I today wanted to share with you. So let's say start with ऐसे ring दे दो.
हाँ भैया.
So what I wanted to share with you today is कि मान लीजिए मैंने एक रिंग ले लिया है, उसके ऊपर 100 points है. You're able to see that. All right. So there are 100 points on the ring, and all you wanted to do is, और उसको मैंने label कर दिया between 1 to 100. There are 100 points. We have labeled from 1 to 100. Then what you wanted to do? Take a point, do the addition. Let's say you added 20, and you connect a string between them. Take a 2. Add the number 20 to that, you get a 22, 3, 23, and so on. And very interestingly, you get a circle inside a circle. You see an orange circle. You increase whatever addition you are getting, the radius of that circle would be gonna change. Or एक table पे रख सकते हैं ताकि मेरे लिए थोड़ा आसान हो जाए. आगे ऊपर. Keep on increasing this addition, and your circle, the radius of that would be gonna change and gonna become less and less. If your addition becomes 50, very interestingly, you get a diameter and your circle is squeezed to a 1 point. और फिर से addition को बढ़ाते जाएंगे तो circle छोटा बड़ा होता जाता है. What is so interesting? Yeah, जोड़ की जगह instead of an addition, if you do the multiplication, you get this beautiful shape. Which is a hard shape. तो यहाँ पे हमने 2 का गुणा किया. How come? So you have taken a number, multiplied by 2, you get a 2. You connect a string between them. You take a next number 2, you connect with 4, 3 with 6, 4 with 8, 5 with 10, and so on. And because as you are proceeding, your difference is getting larger and larger because you are doing the multiplication. You get this hard shape, and this is called as a cardioid shape. But it's so interesting. The story doesn't end there. And of course, if you do by multiplication 3, 2 तक ही क्यों सीमित रहे? If you do the table of multiplication 3, you get this shape which is called as nephroid shape. यहाँ पे 2 petals मिलकर मिल गए, and then you can go on and proceed for other multiplication, and you can see what patterns you are getting. What is so interesting about this hard shape is this shape. Aditya, so this same shape you will get कि आप जब अपने सुबह चाय पी रहे थे या कॉफी पी रहे थे and the light source is not exactly on top of it, तो यही वाला दिल आकार दिख जाता है. Now the very simple activity of doing the multiplication, making it engaging with the strings, that same thing is also related to your life. जब सुबह नहा के आए थे तब आपकी बाल्टी में भी यही वाला शेप बना होगा. It's all then we have to start paying attention to what smaller things we are trying to do. And what is so interesting about him? Yeah, this is the shape I was talking about. So अब जब coffee chai break हो 11 साढ़े 11 बजे, please try to observe, and if the light source is not exactly on, it is making this pattern. It's not necessary to understand why this shape is getting emerged. वो बात की बात है, उसके पीछे का गणित विज्ञान तो बाद में समझ लेंगे. But do we also try to relate our curriculum which is related to life? Do we also get a sense of wonder when we do a sort of an activity, things like that? And story still doesn't end there. So what you do, you take a circle, you rotate a circle around this particular circle and trace a point on that. That also give this particular shape. Yeah, this is what we are talking about. And all this particular shape you change, reduce the radius with various ratios, and you getting a different patterns. This is what we have tried to do in the GeoGebra. दूसरा चीज which even fascinates me more is that कि मैंने क्या कर लिया, तो बहुत सारे points के साथ बात कर ली. You have taken 100 points, but all I wanted to take is I wanted to start with हम जो है वो थोड़ा धीरे धीरे समझते हैं, at least for me. So I'll take with points which has only 12 points. तो यहाँ पे मैंने क्या लिया है, सर्कल के ऊपर 12 points ले लिए और हर एक point को next points को जोड़ लिया. You get a regular, and because it's an equidistance, you get a 12-sided regular polygon, which is a dodecahedron, right? थोड़ा सा पीछे करके और बहुत बढ़िया. What I wanted to do next is कि मान लीजिए एक point skip करके गए, which means you take a number 1, you add 2 to it, you land it on the 3, then you on 3, you again add 2, you land it on 5, उसको जोड़िए, you'll get an hexagon. And once again you will come back to the 1. अगर उसी को if you add +2, what you will get? उसी नंबर में आप अगर दो को जोड़ते गए, so start with 1, you will then reach to or let's say for an example you add +3 to it, you will end it up to the 4. 4 से आप जाएंगे 7 पे, 7 से जाएंगे 10 पे, and 10 again. So then you will get a square inside this, because now you are skipping the 2 points, you have 12 points, and you get a square inside it. What about if you are skipping the 3 point or adding the +4 to that? You get a triangle. What about +5 or skipping the 4 points? Very interestingly, you get a star pattern. एक छोड़ा आपको hexagon मिला. You have skipped the 2, you have get the square. You have skipped the 3, you have get a triangle. You have skipped the 4. Very interestingly, you get a star pattern. And you don't want it to stop unless and until you came back to the same point where you have started. And that is something coming very special to this this particular 5 number related to the total number of points 12 you are having. Similarly, for example, if you keep on increasing 6 से करेंगे तो एक सीधा लाइन बन जाएगा. 12 पॉइंट है, 6 एडिशन करेंगे, you will get a diameter and you will get a straight line into that. 7 से करेंगे फिर से ये वाली पैटर्न बन जाएगी ना reverse manner. And then with 8, the same pattern got a repeat, that you will get a square and then the triangle, then the square, then the hexagon and the product. What is so interestingly, and this is what Aditi wanted to share, कि उन्होंने एक activity की थी with teachers and that she wanted to talk about.
So ये same activity, so the idea came from हम लोग एक बड़ा circle बनाते थे जिसमें आपने देखा था 100 points, right? So now in that 100 points वाला circle, a lot of this MDF thing used to be wasted. So sir had us in a conference and he said, yeah, you cannot waste so much things, right? So छोटे छोटे बनाओ and you have different points in them. And that is when the idea came कि अच्छा we'll do it with the 12 points. And 12 points से join करते करते we got this amazing thing. And that is when we realized, oh my God, there's so much maths in it. You can just, like, I don't want to reveal the maths, maybe Bhaiya will reveal it later. But this is like, oh, I don't want to do that now. So what we did was, instead of these MDF sheets and something, we had teachers coming for a workshop. We arranged some dupattas ko band diye. We had 12 teachers stand in a circle and then we started giving them the dupatta. So we started and we told them, acha, sab log hold 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. So you got a dodecad one. Then you had, acha, skip 1 and then hold. So then we started with, acha, first 2 will hold, then 4 will hold, then 6 will hold. So immediately even numbers were getting connected and you got a hexagon. And then you did it the same thing. So the teachers were holding the dupatta in a square and then a triangle. And this was super amazing. So one more part of arranging that dupatta was, we knew how much the diameter was and we had to figure out how much dupatta would we need. So we had to figure out what would be the length of these lines. If we know a diameter or we know something of a circle, we had to think about what would be the diameter of these, what would be the length of the whole dupatta used. So that was, again, you had to think because you cannot get dupattas, we did not have much dupattas. So we had to arrange, right? We had to go back for it. So we should know how much we needed. So it was very fun because then they could also relate. For some time, when they were connecting, it was like they were adding in their brain. Acha, we are at 2, then we add 5, we'll go at this number. But after that, they started seeing a pattern. Ki acha, idhar se ek kam ho raha hai, idhar se ek बढ़ रहा है, and that is how they started joining. So it's important ki we know what the additions are, yes, sure. But then it is also important ki at a certain point, you stop adding and then you start seeing the pattern. And that I think happens in this also. When we make this now, it is fun adding like 2-3 points. Okay, then it is like, oh, this is what is happening now. So I'll just keep moving around and you see the pattern. So we tried it with many teachers. After that, after dupattas, we had ribbons, and ribbons we started figuring out. One more important question could be, you see the star here. What is the angle? This vertex angle here, right? For some grade students, like higher grade students, where they learn circles and polygons and stuff like that, you could ask them, what is the angle here? and it requires the basic knowledge which you learn in class, I think 9th, I remember teaching them. So yeah, this is like very interesting. You try it with 12 points and you can start with 5 points. Like this was the smallest piece which came from that 100 circle. So this is 5 points. You connect all the points, you get a pentagon. You skip 1 point, you get a star. And that is how, could someone guess why this happened? Like why did we get a star? Okay. 13 ka lagalo? Okay, so we observed this pattern in 12 and what we thought was, there is some relatively prime wala concept here. And then what we did was, let's try it with 13. So 13 mein when you start, all the points get connected, cool. 13 mein when you skip one, all the points still get connected. So this is still a star with a bigger diameter. Then you have again 1. So this is when you skipped 3, you still get a star. This we have skipped 4, still get a star. And this you skipped 5, you still get a star. 6, you still get a star. So basic thing, this is a prime number. So it is relatively prime with all the other numbers and you get stars in each case. So yeah, something.
All right. So the thing is that what she's referring to is कि 12 में 5 और 7 में वो 2 prime number है उसके साथ. So no matter how do you try it out, you don't get a regular pattern. आप जो है जिस नंबर से शुरुआत की है वहाँ पे तभी आओगे जब आप 5 राउंड खत्म कर दोगे. And then with the 5 and 7 there is something special about with respect to 12 कि वो co-prime number है तो तभी star मिल रहा था. And so for the 13, no matter with this pattern how well you try, आपको regular polygon नहीं मिलेगा unless and until you try with the 1 and 13. So what as a part of this one activity we wanted to demonstration. कई बार जो है, and maybe I should ask you a question कि कितने लोगों ने यहाँ पे खिचड़ी खाई है? How many of you have ate खिचड़ी? अच्छा, वो वाली खिचड़ी नहीं, यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में जो बढ़िया वाली मिलती है, vegetables, beans है वो वाली नहीं. So basically the khichdi, the one which I was referring to is ubli hui dal, boiled lentils and boiled rice. That's it. No haldi, no namak. वो वाली patient वाली somebody was referring to the patient को मिलती. And somewhere we don't realize, but हम जो है वो 19,200 घंटे की खिचड़ी खिलाते हैं. Of course, I'm not referring to you. You are among the elite teachers who have gathered here. You are absolutely motivated and the work you are is amazing. But most curriculum, most state board, including CPS and others, खिचड़ी खिला देते 19,200 घंटे की. आप पूछेंगे कैसे? You multiply 200 days per year, 8 hours in a school and for 12 hours. गुणा कीजिए 19,200 जो है वो उत्तर मिलेगा. 20,000 घंटे की खिचड़ी खिलाते हैं हम. And why we personally feel कि ये जो है वो that doesn't mean कि curriculum जरूरी नहीं है, खिचड़ी जरूरी नहीं. Absolutely carbohydrate is needed. But कहीं ना कहीं उसके साथ अगर मिसल पाव मिल जाए, थोड़ा बड़ा पाव मिल जाए, that would make the same khichdi absolutely amazing. And why we feel कि this things has become a khichdi just because of हम क्या करते हैं यार ये curriculum पढ़ानी है तो इसके लिए कौन सी activity होगा. So somewhere we break this activity in the form of an curriculums and chapters. So the beauty of subject is lost. The beauty of that particular activity is lost. So somewhere in this particular activity, we need to say here geometry भी छुपी हुई है इसमें. There is also a number system. It has been there. There is also an addition, multiplication. There is a computational thinking also which has been written. इसको बिल्कुल आराम से Python turtle में program करके assignments we can do that. Given a piece of code and that is the slide we have. हमने ज़्यादा use नहीं किया उसका slide. I mean apologies for that. आपको काफी मेहनत करवा दी हमने. Slides के पीछे, but the idea that Python code which I was referring to, यार बिल्कुल यहाँ पे एक मैंने angle बस missing कर दिया and we wanted to ask that कि यार ये वाली जो pattern है वो बनानी है तो कैसे कर सकते हैं. And there is something which we have tried with the teachers. So from last 45 days in this summer we have 300 plus teachers who have visited and we have among which the PGD Computer Science of Kendriya Vidyalaya teachers also spent 12 days in the campus और उनके साथ हमने किया and they find it engaging and interesting with irrespective of whether they are interested into math or science or underlying चीजें आई कि नहीं आई, that is upon us, but उनको जो है वो engaging लगी. And so same thing I wanted to convey कि जब कल जैसे for example we were displaying one of the activity as a part of tech challenge Aditi was sharing. तो many of the approach यार इससे फटाफट बता दो सीखेंगे क्या हम क्या क्या बढ़िया बढ़िया करिकुलम का I would say यार इसका मजा ले लो पहले that's the main objective we are doing it. It is not because of it would teach you a number system, it would teach you these and that and sorting and falana thing. No. अरे यार it is for your joy. This is because you find engaging. अगर आपको उसमें रुचि लगे तो यार अपने आप सीख लोगे how this particular work. My job or any teacher's job is not to teach a subject or a concept. The only and only purpose I personally feel is to inspire students, and this is what a beauty of this activity can do with such a rich mathematical activity. You can cover the geometry, you can cover the computational thing, you can write the algorithm, programming skill and all that. And with the students, how our experience was, this is what Shilpa wants to refer with the things she has done.
Yeah, online actually हम लोग का easy, offline easy हो जाता है. Teachers लोगों को हम sheets, MDF sheets दे देते हैं, ribbon के साथ काम कर लेते हैं. लेकिन when it comes to online, it becomes a challenge for us. So we work with KGBB schools. Where we had KGBB means Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya schools, and they didn't had access to any of these MDF sheets or the slips on the circle. So we worked on the pen and paper. We gave them this printout of 100 points, and then we told them to join the points. This is a 40 circle, addition of 40, and they made it. And after that, after completing that exercise, we told them that it can be made using the cardboard also. Means you don't need any wooden MDF sheets for this. You can put slits, paste the printout on the cardboard, and you can. We were not expecting that they will do, but to our surprise, they in about 2 hours they sent our Telegram messages were flooded with their responses. Means all were doing with cardboard and all that, and so मिस हमारा वही मकसद है कि मतलब बच्चों को पहले इंटरेस्ट जगा दो, फिर वो उतना मतलब ऐसे ही पहले वो एंथुसियास्टिक होते हैं तो उनका इंटरेस्ट अपने आप जगाने से कॉन्सेप्ट डेफिनेशंस वो अपने आप उनको अपने आप ही वो अपने लैंग्वेज में लिख पाएंगे, तो वो हमारा ये मकसद है.
So this is अब आप तालियां बजा सकते हो गया हमारा. So all I wanted to say is कि this is one of the module we have shared as a part of paper. उसकी गणित विज्ञान वो सारा computational thinking paper में लिखा हुआ, that you can go into detail. And other things we have brought along with us. तो वो हम लोग बाहर यहाँ पे रख दे रहे हैं, and then we would be of course there. तो आप बिल्कुल चाय भोजन के टाइम interactions वगैरह करना, that we can display. So at the time of break, we'll have all of these things which we have done. So apparently from last 5 years, we have 1,000+ stories, models, things which we have developed. So वो बिल्कुल बाहर यहाँ पे लगा दे रहे हैं. You can of course have a look into it. And thank you very much to Sonia and entire CSpathshala. It was absolutely amazing job they have done in starting from hospitality, food, the support they are getting. So from bottom of our heart, thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Excuse me, just एक बार camera पर दिखा दोगे some of your designs
Sure.
for the online.
Yeah, Jay, Aditi, and they will be here for the rest of the day if you would like to, see some demos. The next talk is by Alija.
Just a little bit closer.
So I'm going to talk about building computational thinking capacity through literacy and numeracy for the Sonisa learning centers.
Thanks so much, Manisha. That's a really hard act to follow. Norera, Tenakojo Kachua. I am from New Zealand, but I have grown up in Borigarwal, and I'm based in Dehradun at the moment, working in Uttarakhand, looking at literacy and numeracy in the Sonrisa learning centers. Margaya means refreshing, which is a Hebrew word that looks at rejuvenating, and I think that is very appropriate at the moment. And sonrisa is a Spanish word for smile, and so we want to make sure that we are bringing the smiles to the children in Uttarakhand and obviously in other areas as well. So we weave, if you can keep moving to the next slide, that'd be wonderful. Thank you so much. We look at weaving computational thinking. I'm going to put this down. Fall off.
That's good. I'm all sorted. So we look at weaving, and that's really good to sort of hinge off what we talked about. But literacy and numeracy is a concept that starts off with a child right from when they are 5 or 6 months old. There's a theory of 5, if you go and research it, it says that if a child is there and you put 5 toys in front of them and you take away one of the toys, they will look at the toy that's been removed. And so that concept is already built into our brains. And so when we see patterns or we see numbers or we learn language, the first thing that we start doing is picking it up from people around us. So language is not an isolation. And so that's why we realize that how the brain thinks and how it uses computational thinking, the word that's been coined, but basically how the brain works is in neurons. We know that as teachers. We know there are triggers. We know that there is an on and an off. And so what we want to do is start off right from those foundational sort of ages, and we work with what the new educational policy has come up with and said, we have the 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, right? So you guys are sort of familiar with that. Just a show of hands if you sort of looked at that, the new educational policy. Okay, so basically it says that of course talking about India, the 5 foundational years are very, very important. And they start with nursery, lower KG, upper KG, grade 1 and grade 2. And so we're focusing on grade 1 right now because of COVID, because of the gap that has taken place, because of learning that has been disrupted. And that's really important to focus on because we don't want to just jump in and say they have to learn literacy, they have to learn numeracy, they have to learn CAT, cat, money, Billy kind of thing. So, obviously the realization is that learning happens in social situations. And so we use interaction from a very different perspective. I am going to address the elephant in the room and realize that we work with underprivileged children, we work with children from the village, we work with children from the hills, and there's an aspect of protection right there. So I partner with Margia, with Viva India, which looks at child protection, looking after, is a champion for children basically, and also with CSpathshala, because obviously we have links of how we can lift up the thinking and how we can address social issues. Okay, so if we move into the next slide, please. Thank you. The next slide, please. Thank you. We're going to look at literacy. You have in front of you a little post-it notes. If you can pick that up. And as I am telling you a little story, I want you to record some of the things that I am going to say. We use a strategy called reciprocity, which basically means I'm working with the teachers or working with the students, and there's a reciprocity that comes from you. And we've seen that happen in different sessions. Okay, so the post-it notes you have in front of you, I'm going to give you a little bit of a story, and I want you to record 5 things on it, okay? This story is about Bagh. Bagh is the Hindi word for leopard. And Bagh lives in Uttarakhand. He lives high up in the mountains. And this particular story is about Bagh, who thought he was a cat because he didn't have spots, exactly. So, Bagh can't be a Bagh if he doesn't have spots. And we know, in literacy, we can go deeper into that. So Bagh lived in the forest and he loved being in the jungle and he enjoyed it so much that he didn't want to leave it. And his games that happened were based around trying to catch the sun's rays. He leaped out from behind deodar trees. He drank fresh water. He played with the fish. Now, because Bagh was spotless, he did not have any connotation of who he was or why he was different or why he didn't fit in or what was going on. So right in the front in the story, we have produced that problem and we said, there is an issue. There is something wrong. And I can see heads nodding. And so Bagh came up with games and things that he had no idea that society had structured. For example, he would play with fish and fish are something that need to be eaten by, cats and leopards. And he had no idea about that. Or he would eat berries for breakfast, raspberry pie, and so very cleverly we in the story weave in some of these things. I would like you to draw your bug. And I'll, as we move into a little bit more, we'll tell you. So I want you to draw a circle. And if you guys want to use those Post-its as well. So everybody should have a Post-it note. If the people right at the back don't have it, could you grab one from the seats in front? I'm sorry if I didn't go all the way to the back of it. So the Post-it note, now you'll notice that some of you have pens and pencils lying close to you. Some of you don't. If you have a pen or pencil on your own, please bring that out. I'm also trying to demonstrate that in a classroom, especially when you're working in remote areas, provide the resources, give them pens and pencils, give them paper. It's okay to do that. You don't have to say "Ghar se nahi laaye, aap kyun nahi leke aaye" kind of thing. Please make sure that you remove all barriers, because learning happens when you are taking care of the whole child. Please make sure that the circle covers as far as possible. You can go around the edges. So on that Post-it note, can you draw a circle? And the circle represents the face. And if you have realized that, computers do that as well, but we are not going down that track. I want you to draw two circles for the eyes as well. I want you to draw two triangles for the ears. I want you to draw an upside down T for the mouth. Upside down T for the mouth. So we've used just basic shapes. I've gauged very, very quickly whether I'm talking about grade 1, whether your triangles and your circles. I have gauged very quickly that you are following the instructions, and I'm going to ask you to hold up your Post-it notes for me. As a teacher, it's really important for me to see that 100% of the students are engaged. I don't want just one, I don't want just two, I want everybody to be a participant. So, and I'm sorry if you didn't have Post-it notes over there. So I noticed that some people have improvised. Some people have even gone ahead and made bar. So thank you very much. Hold on to those Post-it notes. It's very important. We need it for the next session. So just put them down on your desk and we'll move on to the next session. So could you go to the next slide, please? Using this strategy, we have in 7 weeks seen 120 students move from not knowing the ABCs to actually reading. If you give them the backstory, if you go into one of those classrooms, you ask them to put their finger and read and it's got about 6 or 7 sentences or 8 sentences, they will read it out. They haven't learned it, they haven't rattled it up. They are actually processing and they can tell you the story and they can verbalize some of those spellings. I called a grade 4 student into grade 1 and said, could you please tell me how you spell chocolate, or could you tell me how you spell bath, or could you tell me how you spell leopard? And they struggle, whereas these little ones were all sitting and going, I can spell it, hame aata hai. And that is when you get engagement, because you are trying to get them, it is reciprocal, they are doing the learning, not you, because you already know the stuff, right? Okay, and the basic thing, of course, we want them to learn sentences. So 33% of them can string those words together using basic sight words, and the computational thinking idea behind it is that if we start using those contractions, then we can get to the sentence. But we won't go into that too much just now. So 36% are writing sentences on their own from those 120 students. Could we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So you will find sheets of paper. Could you pass them down to everybody, please? And we're just going to do a quick activity. I'm sorry, this projector is getting in the way. Okay. So I will be drawing mine out. we are working with concepts with children, right? We're working with mathematics. We have to go down right to the basics. So can you take that sheet of paper, hold it up in a portrait form, and fold it in half? Mine is already folded, don't worry about that. And once you folded it, and some of you, I have already folded it for you. So I'm showing that sometimes in a classroom, you want to go ahead and get your resources already done, already prepared, and sometimes you can work along with students knowing that you can sort of approach it from different perspectives. Once you folded it in half, can you fold it again? And you will get 1/8, right? So this is when you ask the question. If I went ahead and folded this in fourths and then I folded it once more, I would get 1/8, right? So you're getting them to talk about fractions from a perspective of understanding what's happening. It's very visual. And you've noticed 3 things that have happened. I have modeled it for you. I have given you the resource. So you're not sitting there just listening to me. You are participating. It's a reciprocal activity. And the next thing that we're going to do that is make sure that we fold it and we have 1/2 of it. So because we don't have scissors, I would have had that for everybody, just tear it gently. So you're getting 1/8 of that sheet and you're tearing it gently. So this is what you have. Now, I'm going to pause here because we know that you're going to go away and do this later. And I'm going to show you how you can take this into the next step. So as a teacher or as a presenter or somebody that's working, you already have some of those resources done. I've got this sheet of paper. I have folded it in half. And I don't want to do just fractions sitting down and I'm just folding paper. I actually want to make something out of it. And I'm going to take you into concepts that are right into aeronautical science in a moment. But what I want you to do is just realize that you are not going to go through the whole thing. I'm just showing you. Piece of paper, 1/8, right? You agree with me? Can you hold up that piece of paper so I know that you've got it? Please try this later on. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half, okay? And please continue to talk about the fractions. I am going to fold this into 1/3, so I've made 1/3 of it, and I've just cut it before. And I have just made a quick helicopter, okay? So the moment you do that, you have got the kids. You've taken them from a piece of paper to flight. Okay, Alita, my name means wings. And I always come back and say it's really important that you engage the kids from a perspective. I am looking at lift. Please nod your heads if you understand that. People that especially, are teaching science as well. I have talked about torque. Yes, please nod your head. And I have talked about gravity. Yes, I've taken all of this and I've said this to grade 1 kids, and they know those words because I'm not dumbing down the curriculum or I'm not dumbing down stuff, because kids have the capacity to learn and we are the ones that engage and encourage them. Okay, so if we move forward to the next slide. It's time already? Okay, sorry about that it's taken. Just go to the next slide. 100% engagement. And then there's a video over there as well. You can use that. Those post-it notes, just before you go to tea, you will notice that I have put those up. Please bring your little bags and put them up over there. Okay, so we can see, and that's a quick data, and we won't go with stories and that. Thank you very much. No, not at all.
Yeah. Yeah, we're really running out of time, so request the speakers coming up to please speed up. So the next talk is by Ilavarasi. She's from Hygiene. I don't see the title here, but I'm sure Ilavarasi will tell us.
Thank you. Thank you, Aleta, for the wonderful talk and the helicopter. Some of us are already up in the air. Myself, Ila from Hygiene Foundation. It was really, feeling super happy to be here at CTiS. So there were so many sessions, yesterday as well, on integrating computational thinking into other subjects like math, science, or music. We saw some interesting experiments with maths and patterns, right? So I mean, next slide, please. Don't worry about the long title, we're going to get there. So this is more about how computer science as a subject is novel on its own, right? Because computational thinking got its roots from computer science, right? We had great computational thinkers who introduced this term, who were computer scientists, right? The first one was Seymour Papert, and then it was reintroduced again by Jonathan. So these are all computer scientists, right? The question is that, are we really giving that credit to the subject? Are we really looking at the beauty and wonder of computer science, like somebody else mentioned from IIT Gandhinagar as well, right? So the first question was, could computational thinking evolve intrinsically from a foundational computer science class, right? We also wanted to know, without using these complicated terms like automation or generalization or algorithms or decomposition, can our teachers and also students for that matter, basically, get these skills, experience these skills in the classrooms and, get used to these terms, right, as they are experiencing it. Next one. Now about the implementation, it was a 60-minute session via Zoom. It was for teachers from majorly Mumbai schools, right? And 95% of these teachers didn't have a background in computer science at all. So that's how the session agenda is implemented. First, we wanted to set a stage for CS or computer science, right? We asked this question from these people that you see, right? Who needs to learn CS? Who is in utter need of learning computer science, right? Some of them came up with answers like, maybe the engineer needs it the most, right? Or maybe the astronaut needs it the most. But then after a while, many of the teachers agreed that, hey, no, I mean, it's everyone, literally everyone who needs a bit of computer science, right? It's everywhere. Next one. We also showed them some role models in computer science, not majoring in computer science, but some of them were polymaths as well, right? You see Kalpana Chawla, we see Da Vinci. So Da Vinci had played so many roles out there, right? So he was not just a scientist, he was an engineer, he was a painter and all that. So we wanted our teachers to know that it is not necessary that, you have to major in computer science to, get out there and work in any field that you want to, right? So you can still learn any other subject, but give the credits to computer science and, be a part of it. Next one, please. Yeah. So the first phase was a creative experience phase. Just like Aleta was doing, it was a drawing challenge for our teachers, right? We asked them to draw something amazing using triangles in just 30 seconds. Yeah. And they came up with absolutely amazing, artifacts. Next one, please. Like this one, you could see a sitting triangulated dog, right? It was all made of triangles. And there were other interesting artifacts as well, which I'm not showing here. And interestingly, as I entered IACR, there were some amazing abstract art, which was seen, like just with triangles, there were men and women, and you just tilt the triangle and it looks like they're actually plowing the field, right? So just with specific angles, change in angles, you can get a completely different artifact out of it, right? Next one. So learning the science out of it. So this is something super important in our session, right? So we just didn't stop with the unplugged activities, but we also wanted them to think about the beauty and wonder of the subject, right? What is computer science all about? Now, how does a computer coding work? How does a computer work? And, if you were to give these same instructions to a computer, what would it draw in 30 seconds, right? There were answers like, it would draw any amazing pattern. And sometimes, some of the teachers said, oh no, maybe it wouldn't draw anything at all because it wasn't given any precise instructions, right? Next one. Next. And yeah, something which we wanted to, make our teachers understand is that it is as simple as making a watermelon juice, right? Think about coding. You take chunks of watermelon, you process it in a food processor with some ice cubes, and then you get yummy watermelon juice, right? So it's as simple as that. You code for it, your input is your code, and you process it using your computer, and then what comes out of it, in this case, a pattern using triangles is your output, right? Next one. And then we ask questions like, if you were to ask the computer to draw this triangle, what would be the instructions that you would give, right? Next one. And just like, we saw some amazing patterns from IIT just now, we asked them for generalizing these patterns, right? So there was a lot of generalization going on here, and what would be the instructions that a computer needs to make these patterns, right? Again, they were thinking through it, there were so many instructions, and it's going to get complicated to draw these patterns. The next one. Now the next phase, after the unplugged and after they thought about the science behind computer science and how computer works, they went on to coding, right? So we were using the CodeMitra app, and there was a heart of code activity in that for the Rangoli app. And they were kind of experimenting with, making a square, making a triangle, generalizing it with different shapes other than the one they actually played around with in the unplugged session, right? Next one. And they understood that you can see that these blocks over here are also not very complicated. They're very specific to that pattern. So there was a lot of abstraction going on there as well, right? So you can see pattern recognition playing out both in the unplugged session as well as in the coding session on its own. And there was a lot of automation going on as they tried to automate, whatever they drew in paper and pencil using their code. Next one, please. Next. Next. Thank you. So you can see how each of these phases were actually mapped with the David Code's experiential learning cycle, right? So first is the concrete experience, which is the unplugged one. And then we go to the reflective observation of what happened when they drew. They were thinking, they were giving instructions in their brain to do each and every, triangle. And what would be the angle, what is the rotation, twist, and so on. And then the abstract conceptualization is about, how a computer works, right? That tiny moment that they took to appreciate what was happening behind the scenes, right? That was really amazing. And the final phase is the active experimentation, where they got to, translate everything that was unplugged into the code. Next one, please. Now, the next session is that we wanted them to play around with the real life, applications of repeat loops as well. As they found out, what were the patterns that were repeated in their code, they automatically came up with these observations that, hey, even though these teachers were from, mathematics, science classrooms, English classrooms, they were able to readily, translate these skills directly to their own subjects, right? Yesterday as well, when Sriram was talking about, the skills transfer, it's definitely worth it to take a moment and see that we started off with a computer science foundation. It was a computer science class, but these teachers who had background in science and math and literacy were able to come up with applications like, hey, I could readily connect with repeat loops in my science class. I think about, nature cycles like, water cycle or nitrogen cycle for that matter. And English teachers were saying that, hey, I could see this in my poetry. There are rhymes, right? These are repeat loops. And one of the math teachers said that, hey, I got reminded of, word mass. These are like procedures that you write to solve simple as well as complex linear equations, right? So it was amazing to see that they started off with the foundations of CS and then they were able to do the skill transfer on their own, right? Next one, please. We'll skip these videos for the time's sake. Next one, please. This is Pranjali. She's here as well, our facilitator for the session. Batteries though. Next. So finally, these were the observations, right? We came up with so many interesting things before the previous one. I just touch upon a few of these things, right? Even though this was the foundational CS class, there was a lot of stereotypes around this, right? Some of the teachers, like more than 20% of the teachers said that, I just learned coding in this session. Even though we asked the question, what did you learn about computer science and coding? Which was pathetic. They just said it was coding. This definitely, marks the need for the change of mindset in teachers that, and also one more observation that we had was that, few of the teachers said that, hey, we need more of a foundations of CS to be in the session. But the session itself was a foundational session which doesn't need any prerequisites, right? But that mindset of, thinking that we need prerequisites just to learn the foundations of CS was also something, wise. Now, we again saw that more than 70% of the teachers were able to, transfer these skills, like they're able to reflect these skills and attitudes of computational thinking, right? In their responses. Next one, please. Next one, please. Cool. Now, as I told before, like there are a lot of stereotypes around, learning CS. There has to be a start. We would have to lean into each other. We have to, do more flexible sessions. We have to come out of that mindset and all. So I'm inviting you to take up just 2 questions on the poll. Okay, you could see the poll there. By the way, I'm just saying that, like you could go to the bit.ly link, which is, could you go to the previous slide, Savita? The bit.ly link that you could see there, if you could go to that link, you could find, next slide, please. And also we'll post it in the group for you, in the CTiS group. So you could just, do your responses from there. Next slide, please. The first question I wanted to ask you all is computer science should be a legacy of previous one. You missed one question. CS should be a mandatory academic pursuit across every school curriculum. You agree or not? Don't worry if you don't see the responses here because maybe you're not online. We will post all the responses in the group again. Are we done? The previous question, if you're done, then amazing. The next question is computational thinking should be a legacy of computer science classroom. Now again, I wanted you all to take couple of seconds and think about where mathematical thinking originated, right? In maths classrooms. Scientific thinking, again, originated in science classrooms, right? What about computational thinking? Computational thinking should be a legacy of computer science classrooms, just like all other subjects originated in their own respective code, right? So I would like you all to also poll for this. We'll see the responses soon and I will keep you posted as well. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, would love to connect with you all. We are creating a culturally responsive curriculum in Let's Code, and I would invite you all to look at the curriculum. There are so many interesting strands in that. We have incorporated SEL, socio-emotional learning, into computer science as well because it's just need of the heart for all of us students. So feel free to connect with us if you are interested in knowing more about the curriculum. Here are our Instagram and LinkedIn as well. And the CodeMitra app, if you want to try it, you can directly scan it from here. Next one, please. And also, just like Sriram was mentioning yesterday, right? Like we all teachers should connect more often, to make this all happen. I'm also working on, making challenging CS concepts more approachable to the students, right? There are so many innovative ways of doing this. One of them is to create short form videos to do that, right? So if any one of you is interested in knowing more about that work, would love to connect with you. Okay? Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ilavarasi. I prefer to call you Ilavarasi. It's a beautiful name. Yeah, so apologies to Madhavan and JB. We'll have to start your talk 15 minutes late. I hope that's all right. Yeah, so last 2 talks for the day. Pranjal from Kalmari School. Yeah, please come. Variation of the activity for storing information in the map and finding the shortest path. The CT plays Unplugged activity. Am I audible? Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So my name is Pranjal Kambe and I'm from Dr. Tanwani Shamrao High School, Ganesh Nagar.
So my talk today is about how to store maps and the variation of activity that I conducted. So this was specifically targeted for Standard 3 and Standard 4 children. So, and this was taken on during the online mode when the pandemic was going on. So next please. Yeah. So I'll be sharing some of my experiences. Then I'll be walking you through the activity, how it was implemented, and why I felt the need for the variation, some of the challenges that I faced during this, and the impact of this on students' learning. Yeah. So basically, this activity facilitated children to know more about how information is stored in map, then how to understand real life map and how to relate to it, and how to find the shortest path in a map. So as I earlier told you, this was specifically targeted for a younger age group. So this is about the activity, how it was implemented. We began with collecting primary data. So began with asking children what their knowledge about maps is. So most of the children were aware of world map or map of India or Google Maps in recent times. So I broadened their horizon by asking them, anything else that you have seen around you. So I got various answers like the map of a society. In the society also you have a map, or when they go to malls, they have a map there. As well as some of them even told me that they get those pamphlets in the newspaper where the layout of the house is given, for the new flats that the advertisements. So this kind of really made an interesting start. Then, since it was online mode, so I couldn't give any physical demonstrations to them. So we connected with them in such a way that they could relate to it. And I wanted to make this activity very fun and engaging for them. So I asked them to draw a layout of how your house looks like. So first I showed them the layout of my house, how it is. For that, I asked them to go around the house, observe each and every room, what is the shape of the room, how it is connected to the other room, and so on and so forth. So they went around the house, they kind of got an idea about how their house layout looks like. And then they had drawn that on a paper. So that is where we started with. Once the layout was ready, again they were asked to observe, what kind of objects are placed, the furniture or objects in the house. So again, they went around the house and saw how the objects were placed, where they were placed. So this kind of gave them an idea about, locations. And also they had to mark those objects on the layout that they had drawn. So this kind of gave them an idea about scaling it down to their layout. So the actual things, the way they were placed, they had to scale it down to the layout that they had drawn. So the distance between each object. So that is how they had drawn all those objects. Then once the layout along with all the objects was ready, they were asked to trace a path. So from point A to point B, how would you go? So just for an example, if you start from the main door of your house, again, everybody had a different layout, so their path would be different. So if you start from the main door, how would you go to maybe your kitchen or the balcony or the bedroom? So like this, different tasks were given to them, and they had to walk through, and they had to even measure the steps that they had taken. So count the number of steps they had taken. So, and then draw it on the layout with the help of arrows. So they were again following directions here. They were getting sense of left, right, back, forth, how to go about it. So once that was done, then they were asked to find the shortest path. Now again, starting point A to point B, same starting point and same destination point. But now this time they were asked to mark 3 different possible ways. How could they reach to point B in 3 different possible ways? So they did that, and they marked the arrows with 3 different possible ways. And then again they counted the number of steps.
So this kind of gave them an idea about, which is the shortest path, so that they could easily find out once they were marked on the layout that what would be the shortest path, right? So this kind of gave them the idea about how to find the shortest path. Yeah, so this was about how the activity went through. And again, once the activity was done, then we discussed, like, what is all this that they have done? They have drawn something, then they have put in, marked everything. What was all that? So all that was nothing else but information, that the way it is stored on a map. Because otherwise, for this young age group, understanding what information is a little difficult. So this is nothing else but information that you put down on a map. This is how everything on the map looks like. In real life, it was related to real life. And then I had some discussion about how the real life, Google Maps, how do they look? Because nowadays children take rides, cab ride, and they see how Google Maps are. So then they could easily relate to it. Okay, so everything is placed accordingly like this on a map. So this is what about how to store information was. Then now I would come back. So these are some of the pictures that they had drawn. They had drawn the layout. And you can see actual objects. They have marked actual objects, how their house looks like, actually how they look like. So there are some of the pictures here. And now coming back, why I thought that this variation required. So in offline mode, when you are teaching in a classroom, it's very easy to demonstrate physically, about locations, about distance, about directions, about maps, or how to find the shortest path. But this was a little challenging in an online mode. So that is why I kind of made this fun learning activity for them. So they were engaged all the time because they had a task one after the other to do. So the entire class was engaged all the time and they really enjoyed this activity thoroughly. So that is why scaling it down to their personal space. We also have some sessions where we can take this in a class layout. But once their physical, their personal space was related, it was very easy for them to understand the concepts. And again, yeah, next please. Yeah, so this is about tracing the path. So the images are a little light right now, but they have marked with arrows, how would you take the path from point A to point B. Yes. So while implementing this, there were definitely some challenges since this was on an online platform. So mirroring of the image was a major issue to make them understand about left and right, because my right would be their left, and it was a little challenging, but we overcame that as well. Then monitoring participation of each and every child was again little challenging. And then each child had a different layout. So they had a lot of queries regarding that. But then answering to each and every query was little challenging with taking consideration the time constraint. So I kind of got it offline and shared my number with them, and then they kind of had discussion with me offline. Next, please. Yes. So let's see about the impact. What was the impact of this activity on them? So drawing layout of their personal space along with all the objects that they are familiar with, placed in their own house, help them to understand different locations on map. And again, it was in a very fun way. So this enhanced their observation skills. They had to observe each and every object, which they would not even bother to look at every day in their house. But now this time they had to look at every object, where it is placed, what is the distance between two objects. So they had to do that. So this increased their observation skills. Then it triggered curiosity to know more about how actual real life map works. So they were more curious, Now next time they will be observing the Google Maps when they take a ride, a cab ride, or when the parents are going somewhere, observing the path. That's what they were more curious about. Also, it was a beautiful integration of different subjects like art, maths, geography for them. This also led to arranging and organizing things, which I'll come to later, how we did that. And most importantly, they thoroughly enjoyed the activities and they were completely engaged in it, and it was a fun way to conduct it. I also enjoyed conducting this. Yeah, so I would like to share some of the stories from the classroom. I had really out-of-the-box ideas that children discuss about. One of them I would like to mention here is, they had this imaginary location on Mars and moons, and they were asking that, if we can draw a map of, some imaginary locations on Mars and moons. So they had seen all those craters and all those things on moon. So they were like, can we do this? So I was just open about it, and they went ahead, and some of them even had drawn that. But unfortunately, I couldn't get the pictures for that. Then they also had, this was, so once the school started, we got around a month and a half, when the school went started offline mode at the end of the year. So as part of an icebreaker game, because we were meeting offline for the first time actually. So we played a treasure hunt game that the children had designed in the classroom. So this kind of was two objectives were solved. One, it was an icebreaker game, and secondly, they got to design a treasure hunt game. And then as part of the assignment, they were asked to design the classroom layout in such a way that they could see the teacher and the teacher could see them, everybody. So again, they had fun ways of, arranging the class, the benches around in such a way that how could that be possible? So this was about stories from the classroom. Yeah. So I would like to end my presentation here. I didn't take too long, I hope. So yeah, I would like to thank CSpathshala and the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present here. Really, thank you so much.
Sureka is from the Zilla Parishad School in Burtanpadu, is talking about her work on Sudoku and the Papers Challenge.
मगाशी सरांनी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे आपल्या मातृभाषेतून जर आपण बोललो तर आपले भाव हे जास्त स्पष्टपणे कळतात, आणि म्हणून मी माझ्या मातृभाषेतून म्हणजेच मराठीतूनच बोलणार आहे. सर्वप्रथम CS पाठशालेचे आयोजक, संयोजक आणि सर्व शिक्षक बंधू भगिनी यांना माझा नमस्कार. मी सुरेखा निकुंभ, जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा गुंडाळवाडी, तालुका खेड, जिल्हा पुणे. माझा घटक आहे सुडोको आणि बेब्रास. आमच्या शाळेत 1ली ते 7वी पर्यंतचे वर्ग आहेत आणि एकूण 5 शिक्षक आणि 100 विद्यार्थी शिक्षण घेत आहेत. मागील वर्षी देखील 100 विद्यार्थी होते, त्यापैकी 62 विद्यार्थ्यांनी बेब्रास चॅलेंज या प्रोग्राम मध्ये सहभाग नोंदवला होता. आमचे गट शिक्षण अधिकारी माननीय कोकणे साहेब, सोनिया गरचा मॅडम, विपुल सर यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाने गेली 4 वर्ष मी CS पाठशालेसोबत काम करत आहे. पण मागील वर्षाचा जर विचार केला तर आमच्या पुढे बेब्रास चॅलेंज हा उपक्रम राबवण्यासाठी अनेक समस्या होत्या, अनेक आव्हानं होती. त्यातलं पहिलं जे आव्हान होतं किंवा पहिली जी समस्या होती ती म्हणजेच दुर्गम व डोंगराळ भाग. आमची शाळा खेड तालुक्यातील पश्चिम पट्ट्यात येते, तिथे पावसाचं प्रमाण भरपूर आहे. तसंच शाळेत येणारी बरीचशी मुलं ही वाडी वस्तीवरून येत असतात, त्याच्यामुळे त्यांना जाण्या येण्याचा पावसाळ्यात प्रॉब्लेम येतो, थंडीचा प्रॉब्लेम येतो, उन्हातही प्रॉब्लेम येतो. अशा दुर्गम भागामध्ये आमची शाळा आहे. तर डोंगराच्या पायथ्याशी असलेल्या 8 वर्ग खोल्या असलेली अशी आमची सुसज्ज अशी इमारत होती. परंतु जून मध्ये जे निसर्ग वादळ आलं, त्या निसर्ग वादळाने अगदी होत्याचं नव्हतं झालं होतं. कारण डोंगराच्या पायथ्याशी असलेली शाळा, त्याच्यामध्ये निसर्ग वादळाचा एवढा फटका बसला की सर्व खोल्या अक्षरशः उद्ध्वस्त झाल्या होत्या. पूर्ण छत उडून गेलेले होते. त्याच्या फक्त जमतेम 2 खोल्या थोड्याफार प्रमाणात सुस्थितीत होत्या. ही सगळ्यात मोठी समस्या होती आमच्या पुढे. दुसरी समस्या जी तुमची आमची सगळ्यांची सारखीच होती ती म्हणजे कोरोनामुळे शाळा बंद. तुमच्या पुढे समस्या होती ती आणि आमच्या पुढे होती. काही काळ शाळा चालू तर काही काळ शाळा बंद असं वारंवार परिस्थिती निर्माण होत होती 2 वर्षामध्ये. याचा अनुभव आपण सगळ्यांनीच घेतलेला आहे. त्या शाळा चालू असली तरी विद्यार्थ्यांना सर्वच विद्यार्थ्यांना शाळेत बोलवायचं नाही, पूर्ण वेळ थांबवायचा नाही, हाही प्रश्न होता. मग अशा वेळेस त्या 50% विद्यार्थी बोलवणे आणि ठरवलेल्या वेळेपर्यंत शाळेत मुलांना ठेवणे अशी एक समस्या होती. त्याच्यानंतर तिसरी समस्या होती आमची नेटवर्क प्रॉब्लेम. आपल्याला माहितच आहे की डोंगराळ भाग म्हटला की त्या ठिकाणी नेटवर्कचे प्रॉब्लेम असतातच. आमच्याकडे आधी BSNLचं टॉवर होतं. काही भागामध्ये तिथं नेटवर्क काही प्रमाणात उपलब्ध व्हायचा, पण त्याच्यानंतर शेजारच्या गावामध्ये जिओचं टॉवर आलं आणि थोडासा सर्व पालकांना दिलासा मिळाला. तर आम्ही ग्रामस्थांशी चर्चा करून अधिकाऱ्यांच्या मार्गदर्शनाने याच्यावरती उपाय शोधण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. पुढची समस्या होती खडूफळ्याचा अभाव. मगाशीच मी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे वर्ग खोल्याच नाहीत तर खडूफळ्याचा वापर आम्ही कुठून करणार आणि मुलांना त्यांच्या समस्या किंवा त्यांचे जे प्रॉब्लेम असतील ते सॉल्व्ह कसं करून दाखवणार. आपल्याला माहिती आहे ज्यावेळेस आपण वर्गात असतो तेव्हा कुठलाही घटक शिकवायचा म्हटला किंवा कुठलीही समस्या त्यांना सांगायची म्हटली, कुठलाही विषय शिकवायचा म्हटला तर आपण अनेक ऍक्टिव्हिटीच्या माध्यमातून, अनेक कृतीतून, अनेक साहित्याच्या माध्यमातून आणि बऱ्याचशा वेळा खडूफळ्याच्या माध्यमातून आपण त्यांचे शंकांचे निरसन करत असतो. पण आमच्या पुढे वर्ग खोल्या नसल्यामुळे खडूफळ्याचे देखील मोठा प्रॉब्लेम निर्माण झालेला होता. या सगळ्यांवरती आम्ही उपाय शोधून हा बेवरेज चॅलेंज उपक्रम कसा यशस्वी राबवला हे आपण पुढे पाहूया. अंमलबजावणी करत असताना या सर्व समस्या आम्ही कशा सोडवल्या ते पाहूयात. सगळ्यात प्रथम म्हणजे ऑफलाईन सराव. जेव्हा जेव्हा शाळा चालू असते त्या वेळेला ज्या 2 वर्गखोल्या थोड्याशा सुस्थितीत होत्या त्या वर्गखोल्यांमध्ये, त्याच्यानंतर समाज मंदिरामध्ये आणि ग्रामस्थांचं जे घर रिकाम असेल अशा घरामध्ये आम्ही 5ही शिक्षकांनी आमच्या कामाला सुरुवात केली. रेग्युलर अभ्यासाबरोबर बेवरेज चॅलेंजच्या ऍक्टिव्हिटी, बेवरेज चॅलेंजवरच्या कृती आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी घ्यायला सुरुवात केली आणि आमचं काम पुढे चालू राहिलं. दुसरा म्हणजे मी तुम्हाला सांगितल्याप्रमाणे की 4 वर्ष मी CSpathshala सोबत काम करते तर त्याचा अनुभव मला असा आला की सुडोकू हा जो घटक आहे हा विद्यार्थ्यांना अतिशय आवडता घटक आहे. ते मनोरंजनातून, खेळाच्या माध्यमातून त्याच्याकडे पाहतात आणि म्हणून मी या बेवरेजच्या अभ्यासक्रमाची सुरुवात किंवा सिलेबसची सुरुवात सुडोकूने केली. छोटे छोटे घटक आधी त्यांना दिले, त्यांना सोडवण्यात अतिशय आनंद वाटू लागला. एवढेच काय की मुलं स्वतः सुडोकू तयार करू लागले आणि एकमेकांना चॅलेंज म्हणून देऊ लागले. कोण पटकन सोडवतं असं एकमेकांशी ते चर्चा करू लागले. त्यानंतर काही विद्यार्थ्यांनी, त्यांना एवढी आवड निर्माण झाली तर काही विद्यार्थ्यांनी पेपरमध्ये आलेले, मासिकमध्ये आलेले सुडोकूचे कात्रण जमा केले आणि पुन्हा एकमेकांचा सराव त्यांनी चालू केला. दुसरं म्हणजे सुडोकू घेतल्यानंतर पुन्हा बरेचसे असे घटक आहेत की आपण ते सहज विद्यार्थ्यांना दैनंदिन जीवनामध्ये त्यांचा सराव आपण घेऊ शकतो. त्यातला एक घटक सांगायचं म्हटलं की टॉवरचा सराव. आपण परिपाठ ज्यावेळेस घेतो किंवा वर्गामध्ये मुलं जेव्हा उभं करतो त्यावेळेस उंचीनुसार उभं करत असताना सुद्धा मुलांना सहज आपण कोण उंच आहे, कोण त्याच्यापेक्षा लहान आहे, दोघांच्या मध्ये कोण कमी उंचीचा आहे, अशा पद्धतीने ओळी उभ्या करताना देखील आपण सहज टॉवरचा सराव मुलांचा घेऊ शकतो. त्यानंतर पॅटर्न. दिवाळीच्या काळामध्ये मी मुलांना एक छोटीशी कृती दिलेली होती. दिवाळीमध्ये आपल्याला माहिती की सगळ्यांच्या दारापुढे आकाशकंदील लावलेले असतात आणि सुंदर सुंदर रांगोळ्या प्रत्येकाच्या दारापुढे रोज पाहायला मिळतात. मुलांना मी सांगितलं की तुम्ही तुमच्या दारातली तर रांगोळी पाहायचीच, तुमच्या दारातला तर आकाशकंदील पाहायचाच, पण आपल्या मित्रमैत्रिणींच्या दारात कुठल्या प्रकारचा आकाशकंदील लावलेला आहे, तिथं कोणत्या प्रकारची रांगोळी आहे, त्या रांगोळीमध्ये कोणते सारखे आकार आहेत, त्यानंतर एकामागून एक क्रमाने कोणते आकार पुन्हा पुन्हा आलेले आहेत यांचं निरीक्षण करा. याच्यातून पॅटर्न हा घटक अगदी सहज मुलांना समजला. त्यासाठी वेगळा वेळ द्यायची मला गरज भासली नाही. पुढचा भाग आहे ऑनलाईन सराव. शाळा बंद असताना ऑनलाईन शाळेत कोणालाच पर्याय नव्हता. आणि मगाशी सांगितल्याप्रमाणे नेटवर्कचा प्रॉब्लेम, अशा वेळेस पालकांनी जे जिओचं टावर आलेलं होतं ते जिओचे कार्ड बदलले, त्यानंतर एकमेकांच्या मित्रांच्या जोड्या जमवल्या आणि नेटवर्कचा प्रॉब्लेम आमचा सॉल्व्ह केला आणि सर्व विद्यार्थी म्हणजे बऱ्यापैकी विद्यार्थी ऑनलाईन तासाला हजर झाले. पुढे समोर असताना आपण बऱ्याचशा ऍक्टिव्हिटी घेतो, पण ऑनलाईन मध्ये नेमक्या त्या कशा राबवायच्या हा मोठा प्रश्न निर्माण झाला होता. मी बेब्रजच्या वेबसाईटला जाऊन 2018, 2019 आणि 2020 या काळातल्या सर्व प्रश्नपत्रिका डाउनलोड केल्या, त्यांचं मराठीमध्ये भाषांतर केलं आणि त्यानंतर मुलांचा सराव त्या प्रश्नपत्रिकांवरून चालू केला. एक एक प्रश्न त्यांना जेवढ्या चांगल्या पद्धतीने समजून देता येईल तेवढा समजून देण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. पुढे इतर शाळेतील शिक्षक व विद्यार्थ्यांचा सहभाग. चालू वर्षी ठाणे जिल्ह्यातील कल्याण येथील शाळेतील काही विद्यार्थी आणि शिक्षक CS पाठशाळेला जॉईन झाले. नाशिक जिल्ह्यातील सुरगाणा येथील शाळा CS पाठशाळेला जॉईन झाली. त्यानंतर आंबेगाव तालुक्यातील माळुंगे येथील शाळेतील शिक्षक आणि विद्यार्थी CS पाठशाळेला जॉईन झाले आणि आमच्या शिक्षकांमध्ये एक चर्चा चालू झाली की ऑनलाईनच्या काळामध्ये तुम्ही हा सराव नेमका कसा घेतात आणि CS पाठशाळा म्हणजे नेमकं काय, बेब्रज चॅलेंज म्हणजे नेमकं काय, तुम्ही ही नेमकी तयारी मुलांची कशी करून घेतात, असं त्यांनी मला जेव्हा प्रश्न विचारला त्यावेळेस आमच्या चर्चेमधून मी त्यांना सांगितलं की ज्यावेळेस ऑफलाईन होतं त्यावेळेस प्रत्यक्ष मुलांच्या समोर मी कृती घेत होते, परंतु आता मात्र मी रोज संध्याकाळी ऑनलाईन तास घेते. असं ज्यावेळेस त्यांना सांगितलं तेव्हा त्यांनी सांगितलं की आम्हालाही तुमच्या तासाला जॉईन व्हायचं, आम्हालाही तो अनुभव घ्यायचा, आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांनाही अनुभव घ्यायचा. तेव्हा त्या चारही शाळांमधील विद्यार्थी आणि शिक्षक आम्ही एकत्र आलो, एकत्र तास चालू केले आणि प्रत्येक शिक्षक एक एक प्रश्न ठरवून घेत होता की उद्या मी कुठल्या प्रश्नावरती चर्चा करायची. या पद्धतीने रोज फक्त 4 प्रश्न आम्ही घेत होतो आणि तो प्रश्न स्क्रीनवरती दाखवायचा. ज्याच्याकडे लॅपटॉप असेल, कोणाकडे कम्प्युटर असेल, कोणाकडे मोबाईल असेल, त्याच्यावरती स्क्रीनवरती प्रश्न दाखवायचा, विद्यार्थ्यांशी चर्चा करायची आणि त्यांना त्या समस्येच्या मुळापर्यंत नेण्याचा प्रयत्न करायचा. त्यानंतर त्यांच्याकडूनच उत्तर काढण्याचा प्रयत्न करायचा. जर त्यांना नाही कळलं त्यावेळेस आपण तो प्रश्न समजून घ्यायचा. या पद्धतीने आमचा सराव चालू झाला. पण याच्यामध्ये मुलांनाही मी ऑनलाईन तासामध्ये PDF तयार करायचं वगैरे मार्गदर्शन केलेलं होतं. PDF चे स्क्रीनशॉट कसे घ्यायचे, ती एडिट कशी करायची हे सांगितलेलं होतं. पण मुलं कशी मागे राहणार, मुलांनाही हेवा वाटू लागला. त्यांना दुसऱ्या दिवसाच्या प्रश्नांची उत्सुकता वाटायची. आज कोणते प्रश्न दिले आणि मॅडम उद्या कोणते प्रश्न देणार आहेत ते आधीच विचारायचे. त्याच्यामुळे आणि त्यांनी सांगितलं की मॅडम आम्ही समजून दिले तर, म्हटलं अजून चांगलं आहे, कारण आपल्याला माहिती आहे की विद्यार्थ्यांना जास्त चांगल्या पद्धतीने पडतं आपल्यापेक्षा सुद्धा. म्हणून विद्यार्थ्यांनाही प्रश्न दिलेत आम्ही. विद्यार्थी ते प्रश्न आपल्या मित्रमैत्रिणींना चांगल्या पद्धतीने समजावण्याचा प्रयत्न करू लागले ऑनलाईनच. कधी झूम मीटिंग मध्ये व्हाईट बोर्डचा वापर करायचे, कधी वही पेन कॅमेरा समोर ठेवून ते समजून द्यायचे, तर कधी घरामध्ये जे साहित्य उपलब्ध असेल त्या साहित्याचा वापर करून ते त्यांच्या पद्धतीने प्रश्न समजून देत होते. जेव्हा अडचण भासेल त्यावेळेस आम्ही शिक्षक त्यांना मार्गदर्शन करायचो. इथपर्यंत आमचा बेब्रजचा अभ्यासक्रम पूर्ण झाला. पण खरा प्रश्न होता तो परीक्षेच्या कालावधीतला. कारण ऑनलाईन तासाला जर नेटवर्क थोडं स्लो असेल तरी फारसा फरक पडत नाही, तो घटक आपण पुन्हा पुन्हा समजावून देऊ शकतो. पण परीक्षेसाठी मात्र काउंटडाऊन चालू होतं. त्यावेळेस हाय स्पीड नेटवर्क पाहिजे आणि याचा अनुभव मी आधी घेतलेला होता. त्याच्या आधीच्या वर्षी बऱ्याचशा मुलांचा असा प्रॉब्लेम झाला की स्क्रीनवरती वेळ चालू असायचा परंतु प्रश्न दिसत नव्हते आणि त्याच्यामुळे मुलांना येत असतानाही काही प्रश्न ते सबमिट करू शकले नाही. ही समस्या मोठी असल्यामुळे माझ्या मनामध्ये प्रश्न निर्माण झाला की या विद्यार्थ्यांची परीक्षा घ्यायची कशी. ऑनलाईन तासामध्ये तर ही चांगल्या पद्धतीने उत्तरं देत आहेत, चांगल्या पद्धतीने ते प्रश्न सॉल्व्ह करतायत, पण मग आता परीक्षेसाठी काय करायचं. आणि मग आमच्या सगळ्या शिक्षकांच्या चर्चेतून आमच्या लक्षात आलं की गावातील सरपंच आणि माजी सरपंच यांच्या घरी वायफाय कनेक्शन आहे, त्याचा आपण फायदा घ्यायचा हे आम्ही ठरवलं. सगळ्यांनी चर्चा केली, त्यांच्याशी कॉन्टॅक्ट केला आणि त्यांना सांगितलं की आम्हाला परीक्षेसाठी तुमची मदत हवी आहे. त्यांनीही अगदी निसंकोचपणे एक रूम रिकामा करून दिला. रोज आम्ही एक गट घ्यायचा, त्यांच्या घरी जायचं आणि त्या विद्यार्थ्यांची परीक्षा घ्यायची. आनंदाने विद्यार्थ्यांनी परीक्षा दिली आणि याचा रिझल्ट किंवा याचा फायदा आम्हाला असा झाला की पहिल्या रँक मध्ये 5 विद्यार्थी आले, दुसऱ्या रँक मध्ये 10 विद्यार्थी आले आणि 50च्या आत 24 विद्यार्थी आले. 62च्या 62 विद्यार्थी यशस्वी झाले. चारही शाळांमधले जेवढे विद्यार्थी बसले होते तेवढे विद्यार्थी यशस्वी झाले. आणि एवढं मोठं यश मिळाल्यानंतर रिझल्ट पाहिल्यानंतर आमचे केंद्रप्रमुख सुरकुले साहेब, विस्तार अधिकारी चिलेकर मॅडम, गट शिक्षणाधिकारी कोकणे साहेब यांनी भरभरून सर्व शिक्षकांचं, मुख्याध्यापकांचं कौतुक केलं. तालुक्यामधून सर्व शिक्षकांनी कौतुकाचा वर्षाव केला. ग्रामस्थांना तर एवढा आनंद झाला की स्पर्धा परीक्षांचा सराव मुलांचा आतापासून होतोय. मुलांना आतापासून अशा पद्धतीचं यश मिळतंय. देश पातळीवरती मुलांची नावं येत आहेत. एवढा आनंद झाला की सर्व शिक्षक आणि विद्यार्थ्यांचा त्यांनी ट्रॉफी देऊन सत्कार केला. एवढ्यावरच ते थांबले नाही, तर शाळेमध्ये वायफाय कनेक्शन घेऊन दिलं. त्यानंतर वर्षभराचा रिचार्ज फ्री टाकून दिला. पुढील कुठल्याही प्रकारचे ऑनलाईन तास असतील, ऑनलाईन परीक्षा असतील किंवा तुम्हाला ज्या ज्या वेळेस नेटवर्कची गरज भासेल, मुलांना अध्यापन करत असताना आपल्याला माहित आहे की बऱ्याचशा वेळा काही घटक असे असतात की आपण ते दाखवू नाही शकत, परंतु नेटच्या माध्यमातून, युट्यूबच्या माध्यमातून आपण विद्यार्थ्यांना ते कन्सेप्ट क्लिअर करू शकतो. त्यामुळे पालकांनी किंवा ग्रामस्थांनी ही जी सुविधा उपलब्ध करून दिली, त्यामुळे आम्हाला सर्व शिक्षकांना, आमच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना खूप आनंद झाला. तर अशा सर्व ग्रामस्थांनाही धन्यवाद देऊ इच्छिते. त्यानंतर आम्हाला ही जी संधी प्राप्त करून दिली त्याबद्दल आमचे गट शिक्षणाधिकारी कोकणे साहेब, सोनिया मॅडम, विपुल सर आणि सर्व टीम आणि मला एवढा वेळ ऐकून घेतला त्याबद्दल आपले सर्व शिक्षक बंधू भगिनींचे मनापासून आभार मानते आणि या ठिकाणी थांबते. धन्यवाद.
Thank you very much, Surekha Didi. One of the persons in the audience is her own son, and I'm sure he's proud of his mother's presentation. Most beautiful slides for the conference. Thanks so much. We move on to the next session. Venkatesh.
We do the announcement, have chai and start the session. We have the Madhavan, should we have the announcement of the tag challenge and go for chai and then start your session?
Or maybe bring the chai.
No, not allowed.
There's no carpets here. No.
Meenakshi, could you just announce as they go for tea to bring the post-it notes and stick them over there, please? Should we do the announcement?
So please bring your post-its with your little leopards. Spotless leopards. They're not the ones that there.
There's no chai also.
That's what I was thinking. Cut short.
So, speeding things up a bit by just setting up. Happy to introduce Madhavan and Venkatesh. Accepting. Both of them are, of course, very accomplished computer scientists, and they are teaching at different institutes. IIT and CMI. Madhavan has been instrumental in setting up CMI and taking it where it is today. But more relevant to today's conference, what they have been doing. Madhavan, of course, has been the one who initiated CSpathshala in some sense. One of the culprits who got Vipul mentioned yesterday as having dragged him into this. Madhavan was the one who did that, and he's been associated with CSpathshala since day one. So very interested in school education, especially for computer science and Venkatesh too is very interested in how subjects are taught to school, and therefore he's got Miles Spot, I don't know how it's pronounced, which is augmented teaching for schools. And so they are both not just accomplished computer scientists, but they are very interested in school education and especially computational thinking in schools. And they've written a book together. And I guess that's what they're going to do for this audience. So I hand it over. And those who are online, if you have questions, please put it on the question and answer tab here. Of course, you will be asking the question. So yeah, there are 2 mics or 1 mic and 1 mic. That also comes up.
Yeah.
No, so we are going to share applications and it's not share the full screen. Yes, last shared screen from this machine. Advances in software technology. No. I have a fan base. It's just that I'm not allowed to share a screen. I'm not allowed to share some stupid like this.
Co-host. Host.
No, I just I did something that executed. Offer. We are allowed to share the screen. So it's not an error, it's probably a feature. But it was unupdated, it used to work. No, so what I said, present and give you the presentation.
Moksha? आउटपुट को इशू का कारण सबने लॉगिन करना चाहिए मुझे डेस्क ज्वाइन के लिए नहीं कर ज्वाइन करने जस्ट योर ईमेल आईडी शेयर
I'll go for chat. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that presentation. Lots of questions. GB, capital G, capital I. So we're waiting for you. So anyway, so though it has been advertised as being about the book is about the course. So I just want to clarify that. The book is more a post-product than pre-product of this activity. So this is about teaching computational thinking to aspiring data scientists, and I think we are very happy that Sriram set the stage yesterday by talking about the brief context. So Ginny can.
So the basic context here is that IIT Madras, about 2 or 3 years ago, decided, a few of us in IIT Madras basically decided that we need to expand the reach of IIT Madras. Yeah, so that we can reach beyond where we're reaching today. We reach almost to any segment of society, right? So we started a new program which is called the online BSc degree. Some of you may have heard about it. Many of you may be hearing about it for the first time. So it's worthwhile just going through a little bit because that sets the context for why we introduced this computational thinking course in the first place. Okay, so this program is envisaged to reach to any students of any background. So anybody who has done maths up to the 10th standard level, could be arts, could be commerce, and could be any background, can register for this program. There is no entrance exam. Okay. For the first time, IIT Madras is starting a degree program. It's a proper degree offered by IIT Madras without an entrance exam. And you know how entrance exam has distorted completely our education system, right? So that is the reason why we started something like this. And we go through first semester as 4 courses: English, Maths, Computational Thinking, and Statistics. And the first 4 weeks of the course basically is used to run an exam, which is called a qualifier. Students can attempt this qualifier any number of times, but those who qualify, and there is no limit to the number of students. So it's not like ranking or anything like that. So long as you get a minimum mark in that, you can continue with the program. So it's a qualifier. And as you can see here, we have students from very, very diverse backgrounds. So we have homemakers, we have very old people, we have people above the age of 60. We have people who are looking for work, people who are already employed. There are teachers, there are chartered accountants, there are lawyers, all kinds of people, there are retired people also, right? So we have more than 200 people who are above the age of 60 who are enrolled. Right? If you look at the background of the people, many of them are engineering. Of course, you can't help it in India, you will get engineering students. So about 60%, 60-odd percent are engineering students, and many of them from IITs, NITs, and so on also. But we also have students from arts, science, and commerce background. 31% in fact are from that background, and others, right? So a total number of 10,577 are currently enrolled, which means about 70,000 students actually will appear for qualifiers. Then they will show you the statistics. Some of them get filtered out, and 25% roughly basically continue the program at each round. Some of them try the qualifier many times. So basically, after some time, everybody has a chance to get enrolled. you can see that we are diverse in terms of population. We have people from all places, in Nagaland, Jammu and Kashmir, to any place, from north to south, everywhere, right, across the country. People are enrolled. And if you look at the last qualified batch, roughly about 25% of the people qualified. Okay, so about 70,000 applied, 17,000 qualified. I think the director, IIT Madras current director, is very proud to say now that we have more people in our online degree program than all the other programs of IIT Madras. Okay, so it is actually the largest. So we have 13,000 students currently doing the program today, as we speak, and it's more than the total number of other students put together. So we are delivering more students since there's more people through this means than others. So we try and make the program as engaging as possible. It's because it's very large and because it's very diverse. And we want people to do it from their own location. It has to be online, unfortunately. But we do have sessions which are basically contact sessions and so on. Madhavan can explain some of the challenges.
Yeah, so now that was the context when we were designing this program, and it was agreed at the beginning that the focus will be on data science because that is one area where everybody sees a need, because obviously people who are coming for the program will want to know where they're going to end up in terms of employment. And data science is a very interdisciplinary domain right now, and it also therefore is accessible to people from different backgrounds. This is what the premise was, that you don't have to be a science and engineering specialist in school to come into this. So then, given that people come from different backgrounds and programming is integral to the subject, how do you introduce programming? So that was the first challenge that came up. And we took a conscious decision that we would postpone the programming course to the second term. And we would start with a non-programming computational thinking course. And then this is where Sriram's point yesterday made. So you cannot teach computational thinking in the abstract, right? And fortunately, we have a context. We have students who are focusing on data science. So how do we convince them that what we're teaching them is relevant to where they're going to go? Right? So this is the idea. So this is an idea which actually came out of some work that GV had already been doing in schools with his other initiatives, which is to use data sets which people can relate to in daily life in manageable quantities, but which are still non-trivial to do by hand. So we came up with the following. The first one is a bunch of some kind of stylized report cards. Okay, so we inspected. So we got a lot of help, and so some people actually made these very beautiful cards for us. So we have 30 report cards of 30 alleged students with their name, place of birth, date of birth, and marks in 3 subjects and a total. Right? So there is a lot of information there. And then, among other things, for instance, there is a serial number, so you can identify card number. This is card number 17. So this is one data set. Okay? 30 report cards. Here is another report data set, 30 shopping bills. Okay? So in a shopping bill, you have the name of the shop. In this case, it's a big bazaar, so there are 2 or 3 shops represented. And there are a number of customers. In this case, it's Akshaya who is the customer. Again, each card has a serial number. And in each card, there is an itemized list that is a kind of stylized shopping bill. What is bought, how much is bought, what is the rate, unit rate, what is the total amount, and so on. So 30 shopping bills. And then, in a completely, slightly different mode, so we took a paragraph. So who recognizes this paragraph? You know where this is from? So this is the opening of Swami and Friends by R.K. So we wanted a simple paragraph because we don't want to, it's not an English course. So we wanted a paragraph in which the words are not difficult to understand, hopefully. And it occurred to us that maybe R.K. Narayan is a good place to start. So we took the first page and we just picked out a suitable length of text. So how do you convert this into a data set? Well, you make each word an item. Right? So that is the card format that we had. So each word, so considered is the 12th word if you count that paragraph. Right? And for each word, we have a part of speech, and as auxiliary information, you can count it for yourself, but the number of letters in that word. So you can ask questions about long this word, for this word. So these are our 3 starting data sets that we use to construct the course. So now you can start asking questions, right? Start with obvious things. Who has the maximum marks in mathematics? the average total. Or now you come to the shopping bill, and now there is an interesting thing that you have to go through the shopping bills. But in each shopping bill, you have to go through each bill. Right? So there is a different kind of nested iteration. It's not comparing bills against bills, but you have for every bill, for every item in the bill, do something. So you can expose these kind of things. Of course, you can do this thing called filtering, pick out the average of all the girls, pick out all the students who are from Coimbatore. Right? So you can take selected cards. And then in the process, now you want to keep information, right? So you want to keep information about these things for later use. So how many times was milk bought? So you need to count and associate with each item how many times. Though we are not using Python, which is the programming language which is going to be taught, we are trying to motivate the data structures there. So we bring in our own thing, lists and dictionaries. Then we go a little bit further, though we won't talk about it today. So we actually get into graphs. And for graphs, we actually constructed a new data set and introduced it midway through the course. So this is a bunch of train timetables. Okay? So these are actually real train timetables. So this is the set of all Duronto trains in India, which is a manageable one. Okay? So there's something like 30 pairs of Duronto trains. So up and down. And then for each station which is mentioned, which a Duronto train passes through, we have an auxiliary thing which says for each station on each day, what time a train arrives and departs, and whether it's every day or it's Monday, Tuesday, you can see that last column. So this is a very much more elaborate data set because the trains refer to the stations refer to the trains. You can talk about routes, you can talk about shortest paths, you can talk about many things. Right? So this is the context in which we situated the course. So we put these data sets out and we said we're going to talk through these data sets and explain CT through these data sets.
So the biggest pedagogical issue we had was that while I had done used some of these card type of things in classroom settings, with 30 students and so on, you can actually give out the cards and get the students to play with the cards and kind of reflect on what they've done and bring up the concepts. That's very easy to do in the setting in the classroom. Here we have to do it online. Much harder, right? So how do we do that effectively is the question. And that's when we came up with this concept, and we're going to experiment this concept with you actually right now. We're doing it dual bandhu, right? So conversational style of teaching, right? And we're hoping that at the end of this session, we'll leave you with a new pedagogy style that you may want to try. And basically this idea here is that, the observation is that in a normal classroom, you get a lot of engagement because students ask questions, or there is some conversation happening between two people who are sitting on the same table and doing an activity. So can we have that conversation simulated on video? So one of us basically will take the role of a student in a way, another will take the role of an expert or a teacher, and rather dumb questions will be asked. That's the idea. Okay? And because even in a normal classroom, you will find basically that one student might ask the question, but everybody else is actually participating, right? Because that student is asking a question that might be in the mind of any other student. So when the teacher answers, actually is answering for everyone. And so we are actually simulating that situation here. And hopefully, even though we don't get any students to ask any questions, because they are asking the questions that's there in the mind, therefore their doubts are clarified. That is the idea. Okay? And lot of solutions evolved actually through discussions, because this dialogue style is very old actually. The Greeks had it, Plato, all of it is dialogue. And even Indians, the old Indian method was through dialogue, right? Question answering and dialogue with people and so on. So, but we have forgotten, I think our education system as a whole, this method has been forgotten. I think we ought to revive it. Okay, so the thing here is that while we would like activities to be done, we can't have activities online. So we thought we would do the activities ourselves, right? So one of us will actually take the cards, another will write, we'll do the activities and we will record it on video. And hopefully the students will get a chance to see the activity being done, even if they can't do it themselves. That might at least bring out something in their minds. Yeah. For which we need a specific setup. So thankfully IIT Madras made some improvisations actually for us, for our class specifically. So we had a camera from the top. You can see over here. There's a camera at the top of the desk. So we have a desk on which we keep these cards. When we do the things, there's a camera shooting from the top. The desk, just the desk. And there is another camera that is facing us. So whenever we are having a discussion, the camera that is facing us will come up. And whenever we are doing activities, the camera that is basically shooting the desk will come up. So you basically show the activity, when you're showing the activity, only the desk is shown. That's how we did it. And it's worked out reasonably well.
Yeah, so there's one more picture. So you can see the camera. I can't show it to you. I mean, the white thing on the top, the camera. You go there. Yeah. So for the first 2 weeks or something, they didn't have that. And so we actually had one kind of a tripod and behind that green screen and a camera which is almost going to fall on our heads and so on. But it's also a credit to the fact that IIT Madras has this very skilled video recording team, because the person who's actually shooting this, there's only one person shooting this. And he has to switch between, he has to realize when to switch to the top camera and when to switch on the front. So what you will see, we will show you a demo. What you will see is actually shot. I mean, it's edited later on, but there is not 2 feeds, only 1 feed. It's not like some cricket match where everything is coming and then later on you post-processing. No. Yeah, we would have liked to have an audience, but it's also soon after we started recording, it became pandemic also. So that was also an issue. Right. So now we'll show you a demo. So here is, as I said, the idea is to motivate computational procedures, thinking, and paradigms by asking questions about the cards. So what is, again, was discussed, I think, by Sriram and also this morning was, so there is this question about what to do. I mean, you have a question, but you are not sure how you're going to solve it. Right? So here's a question, right? Identify students who have not done well in mathematics. Now, it's a fairly natural question for a teacher to want to know, but it's not very clear what it is you're supposed to do with this. Right? So we will start by showing you. So usually each of these things starts off like this. So you start off with this question, and then we discuss what does this question even mean, and how do you convert that question into a question that you can compute in some sense using these cards. Okay, so this is that first set, those report cards. We'll play that part 1.
But I guess one thing which might be useful if you are a teacher in the class is to find out which students are not doing well, so that you could give them some help.
In, let's say, if you want to do it in mathematics.
Yeah. So first of all, not doing well means maybe those who are comparatively not doing well. So those who are below the others.
Should we take people below the average?
Yeah, that might
That's
be
a good starting
idea.
point. I think.
Yeah. So we might say who's doing.
You may, yeah. I mean, average is a reasonable indicator. Yeah. So let's say we want to find the average and then find all the cards, all the students whose maths marks is below the average maths marks, right? But that should be half of the cards. Roughly half the students will be like that. Should be, no?
Should be, yeah. I mean,
we'll
it seems
see.
Reasonable, yeah. I mean,
seems like a reasonable, but we'll find out. Let's find out.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we do that? I mean, if I want to find out which are the students who are below the, should I keep a list of students who are below the average? As we are computing the average, we keep.
Yeah, so as we are going along, we have an average that we, so I guess first of all we can, like we have computed max as we go along, we can compute average as we go along, right? We need the sum and we need the number and we need to divide. So as we are going along, we can keep the sum of however many cards we have seen. And we know how many cards we have seen. So supposing we have seen 17 cards, we have the sum of 17 cards.
And the count.
Then we divide by 17 and we have the current average. Then we take the 18th card, we add the sum, we divide by 18, we get.
But in that 17 itself, you may have some cards which are below that
Yeah,
average, right?
Yeah. So now
but that average was only at the end we found that.
So now what had happened is the average after 17 is of course not likely to be the same as the average after 18. So we are going to do now two things simultaneously. One is we are going to keep the average as we go along.
We want to keep a count variable and a sum variable.
Yeah. So for that we need a sum and a count.
Yeah.
And we need to also keep a list of cards which are below the current average. Below the average that we have.
Will the average go up? Can go up, right?
Yeah, if we get a new card which is
if it goes up, then the list is still valid because those were below the average till then.
Yeah, but there may be some.
If the average goes down.
No, both ways. No, if the average goes up also, some cards which we thought were above the average might now become.
Oh, I see. Okay, you may. Oh, that's even more difficult.
Yeah, and some cards which were below the average, if the average reduces, might now become okay. So they might have to be removed from the list. So we'll have to keep going back and see the list that we have.
Do the whole list again.
Yeah, we'll have to keep doing the list again and again. So that seems little bit because first we'll have to do it. Say for 17 cards, we have to produce a list. Then
when you see the 18th card, go back and see all the 17 cards again.
Yeah, we have to go through all the 17 cards again. Get affected by this.
Doesn't seem like a very good procedure. You are doing too many checks, right?
Yeah. So
should be a better way of doing it.
So of course, once we know the overall average, then the list is clearer, right? So if we know the total average for the whole class, this is what we are actually interested in, right? We want to know in the whole class who is below average.
So unlike what we saw earlier where we were keeping track of the average as we go along and then trying to do something with it and so on, here in this case we can't do that. We are saying we will go through the whole.
Yeah, I think it is better to first do just compute the
average for the entire list,
and then do a single list of 30. Now this is going to be better than before because earlier we were doing for 29, 28, 27, 26, where we were doing only once for all 30.
All 30 will do.
Will do, and then.
So, but we have to do 2 iterations.
Yes.
One iteration to find the average.
Yes.
Then a second pass through the cards again.
Yeah.
To find all the cards which are below that average. So you are looking at all the cards, coming up with some cumulative number, which is the average.
Yes.
And then using that average variable.
We are going
as
to
a
filter to say below average.
Below average you take out.
Okay.
All right. So all right, that's good. Let's try that.
We decide that that's what we want. Then what is below average and move on in terms of computing. So then you start talking about what the computation is going to look like. And now we have agreed that we are going to do sequentially two iterations.
The thing is that prior to this, all the questions, by some tricks, we were able to do it in one pass.
Yeah, it took us a long time to find a problem which required two.
So this is the first time that you actually come across a problem where we are struggling to do it in one pass. Because it's natural, I think, for people. Why can't we do it in one pass? One iteration, whole thing.
So now that so that was the setup, and now you can see the top camera at work. So this it's a short edit.
Sum and count,
which is initially 0, and we'll keep the count, which is also initially 0.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So we see now the first card.
First card is 68.
So first card is 68, and now the count is 1.
62.
Okay. So that is now 130, and the count is 2.
57.
Okay. So that's 187, and the count is 3.
42. The last card is 72.
So we have 30 cards, and the total is 2171.
So
okay.
Let's.
So we know that the total sum. So after this, the sum is
2171.
Count is
30.
30. So the average is 2171 divided by 30. Okay. And this is 72.36, I think.
All right.
Since all our marks were integers, We don't really need to know. We just know that anything 72 and below is below
72 and below. So should we go through the cards
yeah,
now?
so now we should find out who is below average. Right? So we will,
the last card was 72.
yes.
In fact.
So now we have.
We can go in any order.
Yeah, we can go in any order. Now we have this target. So we want to filter according to this number. So anything which is below this number, we want to move aside.
Okay.
And we want to ideally keep track of
the cards you are seeing.
Yeah. So
right?
now we are going in reverse order, but it doesn't matter. So below average. So we will just maintain a list of number card IDs. So the first one is 29.
29.
So 29 is a card ID which is below 70.
This is 74.
74 is not below, so we skip it.
I can keep it in the same pile, doesn't matter, right? Because
Yeah,
you have to keep track of the numbers.
Yeah.
74. 81.
81 is also not below.
74.
No.
It's 87.
No.
44.
Yes. So card number 24 is below average.
97.
No.
62.
Yes. So card 22 is below average. Yes.
68.
Yes.
So how many did we get?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
It
So
is exactly half.
It's exactly half. So
Should it be always the case? I mean, does it seem?
Well, actually, I don't think it needs to be exactly half. For instance, supposing you had some students, supposing a lot of students had around 50 marks, right? And one student had 100.
So the
supposing everybody had 50 marks, except one student had 100.
Ah.
So this one student who has 100 will make the average more than 50.
Yes.
So all the people who have got 50 marks will be below average.
Right. So I hope you got a feel for how lectures look. Of course, then we also have to supplement this because we have to introduce some notation for this. So we'll talk about it a little bit. But some flow charts, some pseudocode. So then we actually had separate, more conventional lectures to supplement this, showing all these procedures in that pseudocode. So then they'd already seen it informally discussed and executed by hand. And then when you introduce it in a more formal notation, it's a little easier for them to grasp them. Right. So the other big challenge with online education, as we all know, is evaluation. Right? So teaching, you can have different strategies to get the point across, but assessment is always a challenge. So now in the context of IIT Madras, they also run NPTEL, which is a very big set of courses offered to colleges across, college students mainly across the country. So they already have a mechanism to conduct exams at different centers. So we followed to some extent the NPTEL model, but with a little bit more of in-person exams. So in every course, there are weekly assignments just to make sure that students are up to date. So these weekly assignments are loosely used for attendance like requirements. So they have to complete them, otherwise they're not allowed to proceed, just to make sure that they're paying attention. But they're not marked in the sense that the marks don't count. Right? And then this has been something which is evolving. Initially, there were 3 quizzes and a final exam, but then so one thing I think we should emphasize is that this course was conceived before the pandemic. Okay, so this is not an online program in reaction to anything. It is an online program per se. But this part of it actually became a challenge because of the pandemic, because we could not hold exams in centers. So we had to actually reduce the number of exams and do something to make it easier for students to manage, because they all had to travel, and then even conducting an exam for the exam provider was not easy. But 2 quizzes and an exam is what we currently have. So they write 2 quizzes roughly equally spaced, after about 4 weeks and about 8 weeks, and then at the end they do a final exam. And this is what they're evaluated on. If you remember, we said that the students who are joining the program have a qualifier. Right? So the first quiz is essentially the qualifier. So based on how they do in the first quiz on the first 4 weeks of material, they decide whether they are either admitted to the course to continue, or they can come back and do it again the next time. There is no pressure in terms of seats or something. So you can do it every semester if you want till you qualify. There is no constraint. And the other thing is to make this more engaging than just listening to us. However brilliant our conversations are, there has to be some way of addressing questions of students and dealing with those. So IIT has actually employed a separate set of junior faculty who who in their terminology are instructors, and we have one with us here, Omkar, who's been actually doing CT for us. So these are people who have varied backgrounds, but two typical cases are they are either recently graduated PhD students, or they are people who have lectured in colleges, so they have some experience, but they've been teaching in smaller colleges. And for each course that is running, there are between 3 to 5 such instructors allocated, and they do 2 things or 3 things. So one thing is that they actually monitor an online forum where people ask questions. So of course, students answer the questions themselves sometimes, but there is some monitoring and response there. But they also prepare separate sessions which are usually held live, and they're happening like every week, and anybody can join. So they prepare some exercises to solve, to demonstrate, but they also answer questions. So these are live online question asking sessions. And of course, the other part of this is that these semesters, so this program runs 3 times a year, and there are 3 terms, right, of about 12 to 15 weeks. So they're very short gaps. And this is designed for flexibility. So students can do anything at any time. So modulo prerequisites. So every course runs every term. That means you have to set exam questions 3 times a year. And so that is what we as the faculty have to do, even though we have finished our lecturing once. And of course, the course support team is very crucial in that process also. So they help a lot in making this whole thing viable. There is something which is not relevant so much for CT, but as you go into other courses later on, like databases and all that, where you have more elaborate programming projects and stuff like that. So we also have, how do you evaluate those? Okay. So now we have, or they have, rather, IIT Madras has a team of industry volunteers, for instance, who conduct like us. So they actually have, in addition to the instructors who are full-time at IIT Madras, they have like dozens, I don't know how many volunteers who actually divide up that class and conduct project like that. So it's an ongoing experiment in that sense. The answers are not very clear to many of these things, but so just to show that in the end things look reasonable. So this is a typical marks distribution for CT. Okay? So you can see this is a run in which there were 2,480 students. And there are some people who fail, only 1693 pass. And this is a kind of, so there is something, I mean, evaluation is not trivial, it's not too difficult, it's doing something. And this is an overall distribution across all courses, across all currently active students. Again, this is CGPA, so ranging from the bottom to the top. And you can see that, you know, the bulk of the students are in the middle, somewhere around 7 to 8. Right? So overall, this, I mean, it's nice to know that, because see, this is an experiment, as JD said at the beginning, in taking students from completely different backgrounds and putting them through the same thing. So you want to make sure that there are no, you know, very often what happens is those who are well prepared are in one group and those who are not prepared. So you might have this, you know, 2 peaks. So you don't want to see these bimodal kind of distribution. So this is such validation that the program is somewhat doing what it's supposed to be, not necessarily proving anything else. Okay? But just to show that all students are sort of coping equally well with this is what we do. So, yeah. So one of the comments that we have often been asked is, how can you teach something which looks like programming without giving the students an opportunity to program? So is it not unfair somehow that they don't get this tactile feedback? I mean, of course, they don't even have those cards. I mean, maybe we should market those cards. But what do they do to validate that they have understood? So one answer to that is we deliberately do not want to get bogged down in this syntax of the programming language and worry about getting your program to compile and run and all that, which is a whole headache in itself. Right? We want them to focus on what they're doing. But at the same time, we do agree that it is useful to have this feedback. So this is now very recent work in progress. So the same instructor team that we talked about, so they have come up with a kind of a JavaScript interpreter. So what you see on the left, if you can read it, is the kind of pseudocode that we have, which is very similar to a standard Python-like programming language with more English words like table 1 has more rows you would never see in any program. But you can write code like this, and I won't show you, but you can actually execute it. And this is, as I said, it's in kind of a testing phase. But assuming that, so they are planning to roll it out in testing phase for the current. So there is always a current patch. So there's a current patch which is way through. So they're going to get this environment to play with in some sense. And if it works out, then it may be integrated into some of the weekly assignments, not for grading. We're not going to make it a part of grading, but for people to validate them. So there is some back-end work going on. So this is a work very much in progress. Thanks. Okay.
So the feedback has been very good for our course. Out of 20,000 students or so who attended the course, they got 4.4 on 5. It's not too bad. And you'll see basically that the comments that they've given us are in 4 categories. One is that they like the conversational style. In fact, there's another course that I'm doing which is called Business Data Management, which also I do in conversational style. But this is experts in industry. So they give me a case study, I work on it, show the result back, discuss it, and then that's also in conversational style. So that students are seeing as a thing which is very easy to follow compared to lecture mode. Right? Second type of thing is that many people who don't have any background, any exposure to computers, never seen the computer before, are also finding it easy to follow. That is the other kind of feedback that we have got. And this, what Sriram mentioned yesterday also, taking real world examples and working through the real world as in something which is day to day, something which you see day to day, and going through them and trying to understand computational concepts using them is another thing that a lot of people appreciate. In fact, we were most surprised to see that there are some people who are very experts in programming, who are very good at C and C++ and so on. Even they have said that they've learned something out of the course. So, which I guess means that we're probably introducing them to concepts that they never thought about when they started getting programs. Okay, so that led to this book, which I think is here. Okay. So, as Madhavan said, we wrote the book after we started the course. So it's an outcome of the course. Right?
Yeah, partly because, of course, it is unnatural. Also, the students were kind of in need of a reference. So you can't always tell them go back and look at lecture 14 minutes 3.7 and so on. So, and yeah, so we should also thank Chitra has read this book very carefully and pointed out several hundreds of mistakes. So the good thing is one of these publish on demand Amazon things, so we can bring out the second edition as soon as we have time to edit it. So anyway, but the book has also been, if you go to Amazon, actually there are very positive reviews there. Of course, it may be the same people who are giving positive reviews in both places, but at least. Okay, so this is so they were like this is about what has happened. So what we thought is we will just walk you through a little bit of how. So these conversations that you see there are kind of they're unscripted. Okay. I did not know what the average of that thing was going to be. We had no idea how many students were going to be. Sometimes we get things which are counterintuitive, which we did not expect. So we don't know anything about the data set. But of course, we do plan what we are trying to do beforehand. So we start with something and then we say, okay, what are the questions that we can ask today? We have a target. Like in this particular thing which you saw before, we were targeting how to introduce something which had 2 iterations. So we came up with a question which required that, hopefully, and then we figured out what sequence we try to introduce it. After that, it's kind of done on the fly. So just to give you a feel of how you start. So first time debut new data set. Okay. So this is a data set of somebody's home accounts. Okay. So this is what they spent on June 1st, June 2nd, and so on various things, and they noted it down in a diary. So there is a diary. Maybe as the actual diary from which these accounts have been. These are not real accounts, but this is the real diary. So now this is the starting point. Right? So you have data which is in this format. Right? You have pages, and then on pages, of course, people are always going to not waste paper, so they will start the next date. They have space in the same date, so not even one date per page. Some dates will be missing. So you have third, fourth, if you can read it, and then sixth, seventh. So they didn't buy anything between fifth. Okay? So it is organized, but at the same time, not greatly organized in some sense. Okay? So now this would be a starting point. So you start with this, and then you say, what can we do with this? Okay? So here are some. So here are some of the questions that arise naturally when you try to deal with this. So first we're going to ask, at the end we're going to ask questions, but before you ask questions, we have to agree on how this information is going to be actually organized. Those famous cards that we had. So that is already in some sense data which has been organized for you. So this is one step back, right, before those cards come. Then how do you go through those cards? What kinds of iterations do you have to do? Like we said in the shopping bill, this will also have that. You have to go through each bill, and then each bill you have to go through each item. So there are different types of iterations. And then you have to keep track of things. So what kind of items you want to remember and how you're going to store them. You're going to store them in a list, in the dictionary. So these are the kinds of things that, so what we're going to try and maybe have a small conversation is to explain what we would do with this data set rather than how we would teach it, but what we would hope to teach.
Okay, so now we are not presenting anything, we're just going to have a conversation around this. Normally we would have this conversation explaining it to students, but now we are going to have this conversation as if we are preparing the present. Okay, so it's more for teachers, right? So Madhavan, my neighbor gave me this diary where she's maintaining her daily accounts. So she has a few questions that she would like to be answered. One is, how much she has spent this month of June. Second is that, daily there are some amount she's spending. Can we find out on which day she spent the most amount of money? What is the average spend per day? Right? And then there are some items that she seems to be buying very often. Like, for example, milk she buys almost every day. There are some items she buys only once a month, like toothpaste or something like that. It's bought only once a month. So there are weekly items also that are bought. Like vegetables, for example, it seems to be bought every week, right? And then there are some impulsive purchases, like when children go, they buy some chocolates or something like that. That is once in a while only it happens. So can we categorize these spends into these 4 bins? Those that are bought daily, those that are bought monthly. Monthly is only once a month. Those that are bought weekly, and those that are impulsive purchases. This seems to be the kind of questions, and it looks like it appears that computational thinking can use it.
Yeah, so I guess we could, like in our earlier things, go through all the bills, or not the bills, but the diary entries in this case. So you wanted the total amount spent. So then we would have to iterate, because we have to count the total. The total is not there, right? Because
total is not given. Yeah, total is not given.
You only have the individual items. So we have to compute the total on every day and then add up all these totals, and then at the end we will have.
So total daily totals we can keep, maybe.
Yeah, we can
calculate the total for every day and then add up these totals. That would give the similar to what people do when they compute marks. Exam or something like that.
So average would now be what?
Average per day you want. Take the total and then divide it by the number of days, 30.
But you said that she doesn't buy every day.
Oh, okay.
So then if she buys only on 15 days.
Okay. So there could be another, what you're saying is there could be another way of thinking about average, which is the average of the daily totals. Average of the daily totals.
Yeah. So what is average when she spends money rather than
average of the daily totals may not be the overall average because some days she doesn't buy.
Yeah. So that should not be counted. She doesn't even go out and she not.
That's interesting. Okay, let's do both.
That we need to maybe clarify, but we can
let's do both. We'll compute both. We'll compute the average of the daily totals and the overall average. Overall average per day.
So now, if you want these daily totals, you said you wanted to remember the daily totals. So now we have to remember them some, because we don't want to put it into the data because the data doesn't have that. So it's a computed thing, right? So we have to keep some information about the daily totals. So now how do we do that?
What you're saying is useful because keeping the daily totals is useful for many computations. Because when I try to find the maximum
spend per day, you will need
again I'll need the daily total.
Average you need the daily.
Average I need the daily total.
So useful to keep that.
But now
but we also want to keep track of which day it was. And some days they shouldn't spend.
Okay,
so if you keep it as just a list of totals, then we will miss the dates.
So the dates that are missed, why don't we just put 0? And that's what it means.
Okay, so we will have like 30 or whatever, 31.
You will have should have 30.
Some
30,
31.
Okay,
some zeros.
And with zeros, insert the zeros. Insert zeros where there is no. Then by the index in the list, it's a list. The index in the list,
you'll know which day it is.
You'll know which day it is. Because of inserted zeros.
But if you have lots of zeros, then you're wasting a lot of space. But then you could keep that. You could keep pairs.
So that's another way.
Keep the date and the amount.
Keep the date and the amount.
And only keep those days on the
list of pairs. I can keep a list of pairs. Just a bit.
Yeah.
So I guess the trade-offs between one and the other is that if I have a list of pairs, every time I have to open up the pair, look at the second element, because I'm only interested in the second element. Isn't it? I'm trying to do averages.
Yeah, but then you need the first element to know which day it was. So you need both, right? Okay. You have to say on.
So I have to unpack the pair. So if I have many missing dates, then maybe it's better to keep pairs.
Yeah. So this is something which depends on how the data.
There's a trade-off. Looks like there's a trade-off between one and the other. So when there are many missing days, then you might keep pairs. If there are only 1 or 2 missing days, then you can keep a list with zeros in it, something like that. Okay. What else do we need to do?
So then there's a thing about frequency of.
Oh yeah. So there are some items. So no, it's an interesting thing, right? So see, on some days you see this thing called vegetables, right? Then I see that there are some days where they put potatoes. Just put potatoes. Potatoes, vegetable.
So I don't know. Maybe she wants us to.
So potato, onion, tomato. You should. Do we say vegetable or we say potato or we say?
I think it's probably better to say vegetable because you don't know what, I mean, a given vegetable may not be frequent, but sometimes
that day maybe she need potato.
Yeah.
So maybe we just classify potato, onion, tomato as vegetables, then count on vegetables.
Yeah, I think we should group. I think it's better to group. I think otherwise it will be very tedious to.
And maybe it's not useful. Not useful. Yeah. So like that we can rice, atta, and all that you put together.
Maybe even milk and butter and
dairy and also you put together.
So some grouping we should do when we are trying to
you should do. And then we do count. So basically first group, and then we have to count. But count meaning what? What are you counting?
Yes, if you tell me what you want, we can count, right? If you're telling me vegetables, we can go through and see every vegetable.
So for vegetables, I can count all the vegetables. And then again I have to do again. So I have to keep doing multiple iterations each time. Huh?
Yeah, so that
once for vegetable, once for
what we really want
rice,
to do
once
is
for atta.
For each type, we need to know the count. I mean,
Can I do it all in one shot? One iteration.
So then we will have to maintain some information which is telling us for each type what is the amount, right? So that will be. We have to keep that as a dictionary. Yes. So the keys will be the
type.
Yeah, and then we can go
updating the frequency. Then each time we see it, we keep adding one item onto it. So then we get a frequency. Then using the frequency of the items, then we have to iterate through the dictionary, and then we know
which one is the biggest.
Which one is
you can see if the frequency is above.
Still, I mean, there's a problem. The problem is that this weekly, right? We have some items which are bought weekly, and there are items which are bought randomly. So it could be well that some chocolates were bought 4 times 1 week. Yeah, and we will then see it 4 times and we'll say it's bought weekly. It's not actually.
Correct. So we have to have some. So there's not, some of the questions are not very clear. I think. Yeah, even if something is bought monthly and you impulsively buy something once in a month, how do you know whether you impulsively bought it or whether it is a monthly purchase? So in some questions, I think this data is not really
not enough
to know.
Or we may have to do something more, right? Or have some more metadata. Okay,
you'll have to tell your friend that this kind of thing.
Not possible. Okay, so can we go through this process of iteration? What is actually the process of iteration? How do we do that?
Yeah, so I think we have to simulate what we would do by hand, right? So
which is what?
You basically go page by page.
So I turn the page like this. Yeah. So in a page itself I have to look.
Yeah, and then in each page you have to look at the first date.
So usually I will go put my finger and put on
the
page.
Good.
So I'm iterating inside a date by using my finger. And iterating between the dates by turning the page.
Or even on a page, you have to iterate between the dates because there are 2 dates. And then within each date, you have to go through it. So you actually have some 3 levels, right? You have page by page, date by date.
You have page by page.
Then date
within
by
a page, I have date by date.
And then within a date,
I have item by item. And I have to maintain all this somewhere. I have to keep track of where I am, right? Of course, in the diary, it's very easy, right? Because things which are to the left, I guess, are all the items that I've seen. Things to the right are things which I have not seen.
Yeah. So in the usual sense, we will have to maintain some at each level. We have to say,
or if I put my finger here, it means that things above the finger I already.
Yeah. So which page am I on? Which date am I on? Which item am I? I have to remember three things I have to remember to know where I am.
There you are. Okay, so that's one thing. This is a very interesting kind of iteration. This nested iteration is basically dictated by or driven by the data itself.
Yeah.
The data itself is intrinsically nested.
Yeah, and we can of course decide to, for example, if we are going to pull it out into a more organized format, we could put each data on a separate card. Then we would avoid this page versus.
Okay. But
still, we would have items.
I'll store a date on a card.
Yeah, no date and all the items normally we would.
Yes, like a shopping bill.
Yeah, like a shopping. So then you would have only 2 levels of this.
Then we may have. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So you get the idea. Yeah, so this is the kind of thing that you would have said, so you want to like talk about how the manual process of going through the diary can be represented, iteration, what do you want to put on a card, how do you organize the data, how this nested iteration that we mentioned many times, keeping information in list with zeros, list with pairs, dictionary, and so on. So, for example, now, just for you to think about. So supposing at the end we wanted to produce a summary like this. Right? So we are grouping the items, and then on each day we want to know how many of that type of item. Right? So then this could be a challenge. Right? So what would you need to do to the information in order to get this result? So this to think about. Think about now, think about later, but just to summarize, maybe that the whole idea is that you start with familiar things, ask questions which are not totally unnatural, and work your way through those questions to kind of arrive at a reasonable explanation of something which is computation.
Okay, so basically we just want to leave you with a couple of things. One is, of course, this method of using cards in your classroom, I think, for where you represent data sets using cards and get them practically, there's a tactile feel to the cards. So the process of iteration they can actually go through physically. And variables maintaining as a separate card, variable name, and then you write the entries there. What we showed, right? You are basically writing and overwriting that variable, striking it and writing again. It's like overwriting on a variable. Actually, that's what is going on, right? You are striking or removing that old value and replacing it with a new value. There's no way to get the history actually, right? But all these things can be illustrated nicely by using action cards and so on. That is one. The second, of course, is we would like you to experiment with this conversational style. At least some of the things that may be interesting actually to get 2 people into the class, 2 teachers into the class and get them to discuss rather than having just 1 person talking. Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? For a very fun, very different kind of book. Questions?
Thanks so much. I had a question about your, with the pseudocode and the compiler works over there. Has that, did you say that you'd already started testing that out and you got some information on that, or is that just being rolled out?
No, so we don't have any data yet on that. So it's just being rolled out. So this, I think, the version that is there came out only last month. So I think in the current patch they can. So we will, right now we don't have.
So the question is linked to that in terms of how the visual cards that you're using. Do you have a way of then actually linking, because a lot of apps use that card system. Will you have something like that where that becomes visual to students as well, because that just takes it to the next level?
So there are 2 answers. So one part is that if you, so with the book, an app is promised, okay, which has not happened yet. So there was an intention to have an app which has not been realized yet. So therefore, yes, that's true. And in this environment which I showed, the plan is that it's assumed that the data is already loaded through an external thing, so you can choose a data set, right? So therefore, they will be linked to it some way to, right now it will be with the familiar data sets that they have been using in the course, but in the long run, if you add more data sets, you would have to have a separate way of seeing it.
One of the things that what we have done is we have codified each card into one row of a table. And so the set of cards becomes a table. So that's how we converted the cards into a process, a thing that can be processed by pseudocode. So that's the relationship between this and that. So they can see the cards, what we're doing is activity with the cards, but when they actually do the score, they can close of the table.
Thank you. Thank you for the amazing dialogue and the conversation, because we couldn't really spot it was enacted. It was so natural and it was, I mean, we were so engrossed in it. By the way, I think like talking about breaking the stereotypes, around CAs and everything, I think one cool thing about this dialogue type pedagogy is that, we are essentially telling our students that we are not experts, right? We are down there experimenting still, and, we fail, we have challenges. So that really gives a sense of agency, and for our students to think about, being more confident with whatever they are doing, especially with computational thinking and computer science. It's amazing. We couldn't really, wait to use this pedagogy in our classes as well. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
One last question.
It was interesting. We like this different way of teaching. I just had a doubt, one thing, that middle school students, will they be able to cope up with this kind of strategy? Second question is, do you feel that evaluation, the traditional evaluation, can we change the traditional evaluation with this?
In my spot, my target students whom I used to use these cards with were middle school students. They're all 6, 7, 8 students, because beyond that, I think students are more interested in board exams and so on. So that's the right 6, 7, 8 is the right point to try and introduce some new pedagogy methods and so on. So yes, I certainly feel that they can work with data sets. Students at 6, 7, 8 can easily.
She's asking about the conversational style.
Conversational style, I think, can apply to anybody. I don't think even in primary school I would get right. I don't think.
They are having habit of noting down or getting the notes from the teachers. So
yeah, but you can supplement. I'm not saying that you should replace everything with. It will be boring if you replace everything with a dialogue. But just like we have in normal events where you have some lectures and then you have some debates or panel discussions and so on. So we have a mix of both. In the same way, in the class also, we should experiment with few classes being run in this mode, because it gives some variety. So as was rightly pointed out, teacher can also become a student, right? That's the interesting thing. So everybody is learning. That's what we are demonstrating.
Yeah. So. Absolutely half a second question.
it's just a half-second question.
I just wanted to ask that, is the core intention of the designing of this course is to make our children aware about data handling, collection of data, sorting out the data?
Yeah, so as we mentioned at the beginning, and also as yesterday was mentioned in the talk, so computational thinking means different things to different people, and different contexts you do different things. But here we were starting from the premise that this is people joining this data science program. So this will be largely what they are interested in, which is taking data, manipulating it, getting insights into it. And that will involve, of course, some computation. So we wanted to highlight in that context exactly this problem that, there are, starting from the fact that the data itself may need some work, which question you are trying to answer and how to translate it into something. What is it that you want to do with the data to answer that question? And then finally, how do you actually compute that answer effectively? So all these things are interlinked, but it is very much in that context. So it's not clear that this approach can be transported to a different domain. If you're trying to teach a different group of students with a different motivation, you might need to do something different. So it's not intended to be a one size fits all.
So now to grab the mic from thank you all. Thanks once again to breakfast followed by lunch or so there's only 5-minute break apparently I've been instructed. So when do we get back?
5 minutes.
And please put your post-its up there for everyone to see. And 15 minutes, so please rush out and rush back.
Good afternoon. Welcome back for the next session. CT in Science Education, or the presenters here, Sunita Maurya, Deepa Sharma. They here, Sayali Ashankar. If you are there, please raise your hand. Mithila Joshi, Pallavi Iyer. Okay. Others are not here. So Sunita Maurya. Yeah, so the first one would be by Sunita Maurya and Deepa Sharma from School of Scholars, actually Layout, School of Scholars, and they will be talking about developing CT skills through project-based learning. Yes. Pleasure to present our paper in this conference on topic developing CT skills through project-based learning, and the subtopic for our project was water conservation, why and how.
Okay, let us see how we have started the journey of computational thinking in our school. We adapted computational thinking in 2017-19 for the subjects. We adapted computational thinking for the subjects maths and science in the year 2017-19. We as a science teachers were observing students doing computational thinking based activities in their classroom, in their respective classes, and we have also found so many displays in our school trying to give solutions for the activities, and our students have presented different games, puzzles in the gatherings we have in our school, and students have sort of Bebra's challenge in our school. So looking into all these activities, we were able to understand what is computational thinking. And we formally adopted computational thinking in science through a project-based learning for standard 7, and the project was Save Water, or water conservation, why and how. And we formally adopted it in 2019-20, and the time period given for this project was 4 months.
Project is an integral part of a science, like subject enrichment activities we are giving, and in that project is one of the activity. So this time the project was based on the lesson water, a precious resource, in standard 7. So this time we decided to plan the project based on computational thinking concept. So you can see the flowchart. We follow the same algorithm for conducting the project. And here the students have done all the activities in a group of 5, like 40 students in a classroom, so 8 groups working for this project. And all group members have to collect the data individually, right? And after collection of data, they are presenting their data among their group members, like the group of 5, right? And while that, the first time teacher was involved, and she's finding if anything is missing or something is misunderstood. So with her guidance, they again re-go to the activity, they collected, they corrected the data, and then they did the reviews, group-wise reviews, like one group gives review to other. So, but in a first round, teacher has given reviews to each group, and then in second and third round, teacher promotes the peer reviews and the peer feedbacks. So that builds the better understanding about what they are actually working in this project-based learning. So, yeah, the whole lesson we have divided into 3 activities. The first activity was to draw a cluster map for different sources of water. So the main objective of this activity was to make students understand what are the sources of water, or what do they have, natural and artificial sources. As this activity was very simple, students were able to complete this activity with the guidance of teacher. Activity 2 was to collect newspaper cuttings and pictures from magazines related to water shortage. The objective behind inculcating this activity was to create awareness regarding water shortage around the globe, and to develop sensitivity, why, and make them understand why it is important to save water and how we can do this at an individual level. We can't blame every time that water should be saved, water should be saved. And for this activity, after 2-3 reviews, students were able to collect the relevant information required. And the third activity was to do survey on the amount of water used in a family and find the ways to minimize it. The main objective of this activity were to estimate the total usage of water and analyze the water wastage if they are doing any, and they can plan how to save water at individual level and create models which will be helpful for the society. The major challenge in this step is to estimate the volume of water. So we discuss in the learning circles, and we divided the task, or we divided this activity into simple tasks. And the CTiS skills used during this activities are abstraction, pattern recognition, decomposition, and data collection. The online tools used by students to showcase their findings are Google Slides, Jamboard, online newspapers, and of course Google. As Deepa ma'am has already mentioned, the activity 3, which is the most complicated part of this project, is estimation of the actual usage of water and how much we can save. So we decomposed this particular part into 5 different steps. So the first step was, the first step was they have to first learn the correct way of estimation, like how do they can estimate the actual what amount of water they are using at their place. And here students were asked to estimate the volume of all the containers they are using at their home, and it will help them to measure the total volume of water consumption at their home. Our students have noted all the values in the given like the table we have provided. So they have mentioned all, and they have shared as in the beginning, they were like clueless, like how can they estimate? But when they can able to, so willingly they have shared so many videos that teacher, we have done like this and that. So the video is there, like I have just added a video here. So I'll just show you the just beginning of it because there's a complete video, so it's not possible to play the whole video. But you can see here the student they have made how they have done that calculation and estimation. Okay, I think the voice is not there, so, but then the task 2. once they understand how to learn the estimation, they started the data collection. And for data collection, we have provided next.
Hello all, I am Kadambari Tulugle from class 7th Alert in School of Scholars Beltaradi, Nagpur. Today in this video, I am going to tell you that how to measure the volume of any container with the help of known volume of any container. So let's get started. Now you can see this is a medicine bottle and it is 100 ml. Now with the help of this known value, we will measure the unknown volume. So it is 100 ml of water. I'll pour the water. Now you can see this cup is full. So we observed here that this is also 100 ml because this was also 100 ml and this full bottle is empty. Now we will measure this glass. This is 100 ml. I'll pour the water. Now you can see that this is not full, it is only half. Not half also, we can't, I told by estimation, but when we will calculate then we will understand. Now we will take another bottle.
An idea like they have done, right? So this is the first task, which is the actual challenge for the student to go. And then the second task is to collect the data. Now they understand how to estimate. So collecting data is quite easy for them. So we have just provided a table and they have collected the data individually. Like you can see here for myself, for my data from my mother side, from father side, how much. And we also restricted because there is some challenges like how to calculate the water, running water. Right, so we have decided like for a 1 week, we'll just restrict to usage of water using any container, like either you can use a bucket or a mug or a spoon or anything. So that is, we have that constraint. So they have collected and after collection of the data, they find the patterns. So whatever the daily activities they have enlisted in their table, so they have, you can see here, like they classified like there are some water usage at individual level, water usage for household work and weekly usage of water. And the next pattern they have identified that how many times any activity is repeated, like drinking water. So the same glass can be used for how many times in a day. If I'm drinking water for 4 to 5 times, so that way they have estimation. And then the container which was used, which container is used multiple times and what purpose it is used. So this way they have collected the data. And definitely after this collection and identifying the pattern, they have analyzed some common things and some uncommon things. And then they have made a plan, like what are the different ways where they can save the water. And what we have given a one more task that you have to create a model, right? So, and the challenge during this activity in the beginning, we have not given any table. The only challenge, the condition is when they will ask, then teacher will help them out. Otherwise, they only have to plan how they will achieve the project. So they only ask him how to do that, because earlier they have just said, we can ask the total volume of water, the first submission, we got that some says 500 liters, some says 700 liters, some says 1000 liters, because for them, 1000 liters is in a big amount. So they have not, they don't understood, they have not even connected. They just given us some generalized data. So we'll see under the challenge. Yeah. Okay, and the challenge is, yeah, I was talking about this challenge. So these are the suggestions and during the suggestion, you can see the last suggestion, if you can see here, avoid running sprinkling water. It's in rainy, during the windy and the middle of the day, like during afternoon. So avoid giving water to the plants. This is what their suggestion. So then we have asked you why this point. So they said, ma'am, rate of evaporation is more. So that is what like they have learned somewhere and they have connected here. So this was like we have given them, like student asked, they only give the feedback, they only give the answer, and teacher is actually acting as a facilitator over there. So this is the model suggested by the students. So like I think first model is everybody knowing, but when they have given this model, they can justify why they have given this model. Model number 2, you can see the actual implementation also. They have tried at home also. Like take a bottle and put holes in it and place it in a pot and fill water. So you can minimize and you can control the water for the plantation. And the third, which is just a hypothetical but very interesting idea came up during this is they have suggested for developing a device like in a regulator where you can place a regulator from 1 liter to 5 liter. And if you need 1 liter, you just place it and you will get only 1 liter. And if you need 5 liter, you get it 5 liter. More than 5 liter, you again take it again and again, set on that. So this was very interesting. And as we have the adult labs also, and we are working in this kind of idea. So this is I've shared at my school at the labs. And actually this project we have done during online sessions. So now we are offline and will work. Can it be possible in reality also? So this was the model.
Data collection. The main impact of this project was, first, data collection of the project was helpful in inculcating life skills as well as developing environmental sensitivity. Students use their communication and ICT skills to find out the ways how they can, what amount of water they are using and how they can minimize it. Like water from water filter, which is just coming out, can be reused for any other household work. Similarly, water after washing vegetables and fruits can be used for giving it to plants. Then it also helped to save around 100 to 150 liters of water daily. And understand global issues of shortage of water, and students have built the model. So we used to do this project early also, but applying CT skills in this project help us to get a systematic approach. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunita and Deepa Sharma. The next presenter is Sayali Kashalkar of School of Scholars, presenting on implementing CT skills through projects in EVS. We can ask the questions to these presenters later during lunchtime.
Volume.
Is it okay? Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Sayali Kashalkar from School of Scholars, Yavatmal. Let me take an opportunity to brief my presentation in front of you. CT skills, computational thinking. It is introduced in our school in 2017 for the subject mathematics and computer science. CT is an interlinking subject, so science teachers were also given the opportunity to use CT skills for the better understanding in 2020-21. My presentation topic is implementing CT skills in EVS project for the grade 4 students. The project and activities are the integral part of CBSE curriculum. So to inculcate the life skills and values among grade 4 students, I tried to include these some of the CT skills in my project. Let us take a slide for the implementation of the activity. I have divided this activity into different steps as the decomposition, as these are the grade 4 students and the activity was conducted online.
So many challenges were there. Definitely, the students are coming from the different backgrounds. So in online classes, parents' help was necessary. It was the requirement. And whatever the task sheet in front of you, it was provided to the students well in advance. As in grade 4 students, we are assessing them on the skill-based assessment. So this project was given to them as an evaluation 1, and they have to support, the students were supposed to complete this project stepwise. So different steps are given, and obviously the parents' help was required. So few of the instructions for the parents were added in this task sheet. The objective of this project was the students should be able to create the model, as they have to create the model of different landforms of the physical features of the earth, and they should be distinguished between the different physical features of the earth. You can see they can identify the different landforms. They can organize these landforms on the map of India, and they can correlate the patterns of the physical features of the earth. Next, please. Before collecting the data for this project, I just want to check their identification. So this drawing dictation activity was conducted where students relate the pictures with Earth surface by performing this activity. They understand the instructions and are they able to create the models for this, create the pictures for this. So drawing dictation activity was conducted there. Next, please. After this activity, students tried to make the patterns, and here the very good experience was there that students have created the patterns like the mountain ranges. Previously, this mountain range was a new word for them, but as they have created by their own, they came to know these are called as the mountain ranges. So they shared their experiences in the classroom, and they have posted such type of patterns in the classroom also. And I got the different variations for these patterns. So here the pattern recognition was there, the CT skill was applied. Then next, please. When they have created such type of patterns, they were able to differentiate between these similarities and differentiate between these patterns, the landforms of the earth. They have find out the similarities in mountains and hills. They have find out the similarities in plain plateaus. They have find out the differences between these landforms. So this was also one of the skill developed among them. Next. As this project, they have to do individually by themselves. So the students were asked to use the material, household material, clay, dough, or any household material. And wonderfully, they have created the patterns with the help of this. And also during the classrooms, when the teacher was explaining the topic every day, after that, the homework was there for them to create the pattern. So whatever their instructions they were getting in the classrooms, they should follow and they should create the landforms. So in this way, the different landforms they have created by their own. This was the challenge for them. Then after this, it was asked to them to locate these landforms on the India map. So where the plateau should be there, where mountain should be there. So they have to organize these landforms systematically on the map of India. So this was again one more challenge for them. Through this activity, the students have used, you can see, they have used the different material. The last picture you can see that is made up of the paper mache. Even they have used the paper mache. This was their own idea. They have used the clay, they have used dough also, and few of the students also use the cotton, then cloth to create the models. So different models coming in front of me. Next one. Then students were able to visualize the landforms located on the map of India, and they were able to divide the map into different landforms. This was also one of the city skill I tried to develop among them. Then organizing the landforms on the India map, and it should be labeled with the flags. that was also one of the CT skill pattern recognition, where the students were able to locate, they were find out which landform should be there. Even though with this, they have given more examples. They were able to give more examples and more examples. For example, Himalayan ranges, then plateau, Deccan Plateau, Chota Nagpur Plateau. These examples were also came from them as they have searched, they have browsed the data from Atlas. So these also was one of the objective. And next slide. The impact of this activity was that after creation of the model by the students on their own, they were able to describe the characteristics of all these physical features of the Earth. So in detail, they can tell about each feature, they can give the examples, more examples, and in a very systematic way, they have solved the task sheet which was provided to them. So this was also one of the impact. Next one. After this, as a test or as an evaluation, the classroom pre-printed worksheets were provided to them. Online tools were also given to them to solve the worksheets. Like you can see, the worksheet is there, live worksheet is there, and some KWL charts were provided to the students, and they were able to solve it by their own. So this was also one of the impact. Next one. The conclusion of this project was useful in inculcating the life skills and values among the students. Students use their creative skill to make different landforms, and the features of the physical features of the Earth. They were able to locate the physical features of the Earth on the land India map, and they were able to speak about its characteristics. They throughout this project, whatever their own experiences, they were able to share their observations also. Ma'am, can we please?
Myself, Advik Ravindra Vadade from 4th B. The surface of the Earth has different kinds of landforms. Rocky landforms that rise very high is called mountain. The steep side called slope and pointed tip called peak. Some highlands are not as high as map.
CT and societal problems, Mithila Joshi and Pallavi Iyer from Dr. Kalmadi Shamarao High School, Pune, on understanding and implementing subject integration using the topic of waste management for grade 6.
Good afternoon, everyone. After listening to Mr. Krishnamurthy yesterday, felt that we are working on the same lines. And today, Madhavan also said the same thing. I like the ingredients can be combined in different ways. Taking this thread ahead, myself, Mithila Joshi, my colleague Pallavi Iyer from Dr. Kalmadi Shamarao High School, Ganesh Nagar, Pune, want to present the paper on computational thinking in subject integration with reference to National Education Policy 2020. So, National Education Policy 2020 aims at making India a global superpower in case of knowledge. The National Education Policy makes a strong case
for holistic, joyful, integrated, inclusive, enjoyable, and engaging nature of curriculum and pedagogy as well. It is important for the teachers to understand this concept of subject integration and understand the nuances that differentiate the words of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary. And to understand, we, teachers of maths department, took the challenge of understanding national education policy and tried to integrate this. So for that, we chose one topic, that is firecrackers. And we tried to integrate this topic amongst ourselves. So it was taken up by English teachers, social science, science, and maths teachers. So English teachers, so taking this same topic, that is firecrackers, English teachers designed their work, that is vocabulary with related to firecrackers, its meanings, do's and don'ts related to this topic. She also wanted to give the activity to explore then the literary skills as composing poems on this. She tried to give them the letter writing for their siblings. So in this way, she tried to explore this topic. Social science teacher also wanted to explore this by giving them a task of doing research on firecrackers, changes done during this across these years in firecrackers, and as well as government rules to ban this child labor. So civic responsibility was also considered in this case. Even the maths teachers also, they wanted to do so bar graph on variations in pollution in different cities. This was taken up by maths teachers and science teachers, different chemicals which are involved in this, the reactions which are involved in this, according to the colors of these fumes, we wanted to identify the elements of this, type of reactions which are involved in this. So all these things were done by science teachers. So taking this first part of subject integration, became that teachers have understood this subject integration, and now we were ready to implement this to students. So when we wanted to do it with students, so we again brainstormed with this, we discussed these topics, different topics with the students, and we decided to have topics like chocolate room for grade 5, waste management for grade 6, currency for grade 7, and relationships with grade 8. Now, whenever we saw these projects, so Standard 6 project on waste management was the standout projects. Now, I request my colleague Pallavi to take over to waste management.
Thank you, Mithila. Yeah, so subject integration means a lot to different people. And when we brainstormed about this, we were looking at the science textbook, the maths textbook, and all the textbooks of standard 5 to 8 to come up with a subject integration project. So the topic of chocolate room, which is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, was integrated with concepts of effect of heat on chocolate at room temperature, at high heat, cold temperature, various things. For standard 6, we noticed that since this was in the online mode and since this was in the pandemic period, we came across a lot of articles which said that, the earth is cleaning itself up in the pandemic period. The skies are becoming clearer, the water is becoming better. So our topic was, what does Swachh Bharat Abhiyan really mean to a standard 6 child? And linking it up with their civic responsibility. We also noticed that the topic of estimation had some really wild sounds in the textbook, which is like somebody scored approximately 10,000 runs. What does that mean to a child? He's not playing cricket, okay, or he's not getting 10,000 runs. So we looked at that and we said, okay, the topic of maths on estimation needs a little bit of clarity. And what it meant in science is the topic on garbage. How does that link up with Swachh Bharat Abhiyan? So we told the children, okay, so we showed them a video of a Swachh worker. Swachh is a cooperative organization in Pune where the rag pickers and the waste pickers go door to door picking up waste. So we told them, you are at home, you're creating wet waste and dry waste every day at home. You're going to dirty your hands. You're going to go and find out how much wet waste and how much dry waste are you really creating at home on a day-to-day basis. Can you estimate it? Now, how do you estimate it? Ghar mein to tarazu rehta nahi hai. Make your own tarazu. Use whatever you have at home to come up with a balance. What are you going to use is weights. So we came up with an idea, 100 gram ka masala packet, nahi to 50 gram ka sabun. Okay, use that as a general estimate of the waste. If the tarazu is tilting, then if the weight is less, add one more soap. If the weight, if the weight is more, add one more soap. If the weight is less, take it to half approximately of what it was. So 50 gram ka sabun agar hoga, then if it's less, estimate it to 25 grams and maintain a daily log of how much wet waste and dry waste you're creating at home. When this happened, of course, some children were like, yuck, who wants to put their hands into this? So, chalo, gloves hai, pandemic season hai, sabke paas gloves hai, masks hai. Please check how much wet waste. It's your waste you are creating at home. And how do you expect a Swachh worker to put his hands into the dustbin? Jab aap apna hi nahi check karne, you're not willing to see how much you have created. Again, data collection. How much are you creating? And we also told them, teachers, maths teachers, science teachers, don't copy paste yesterday's data today. We were very clear about that. So we also made sure that we told them, make a log of this, estimate how much you have. One more problem we as maths teachers found that children are not able to make word problems of their own. They can understand word problems, but they can't create their own. So we said, after you have estimated all this log of 15 days, can you please make 2 word problems on the data you have made, the data you have collected? And of course, these were then submitted on Google Classroom. In the science, we told them, let's link up maths and science. Can you take the same wet waste that you had for 15 days and make compost out of it? Okay, so use the same material. We are all used to making best out of waste with dry waste. Can we do something with wet waste? So we initiated the process of compost creation, which is chapter number 16 in the NCERT textbook, garbage in, garbage out. What does it mean for composting in the house? The SST teachers, we worked with them, we spoke to them. They all said ki civic responsibility and citizenship is a big deal. How do we inculcate that in standard 6 children? Think about it from a point of view of a Swachh worker. Think about it from the point of view of children working in landfills. Okay, and also think about it from the point of view of how is it that you can reduce what you're doing. And when you are a part of the project, when you are invested in that project, you realize how it impacts somebody outside your door. This was the way we went through the integration process. These are screenshots of what our children have done. Okay, they realized that paper plates do not act as a very good weight. Okay, so it moved from, they did this tinkering, so yesterday we were talking about heuristics. Heuristics is basically figuring out things for yourself. So, okay, paper plate doesn't work as a good enough weighing machine, so can we use Shrikhand dabas? Or can we use something else? Use a hanger, use a bowl. Next slide, please. No, can you go back to 2 slides before this? One more. Yeah, the next slide. We had a bunch of crazy creative people. This guy came up with 8 different ways of making weighing scales. So just for the sake of it, so I've had, it was like my photo should come there in the presentation. So next. Yeah, so this is the process of composting. And then when we were teaching them science, we keep telling them earthworms are friends farmers. So this again, one kid, this kid went to the Gandul Khat Vibhag, which is where you get earthworms. And he put it in that wet waste that he had generated, okay, to see whether that speeds up the process of composting. So, and he writes it here, he says, plastic does not, this was his feedback on the project, plastic does not decompose, so we should stop the use of single-use plastic. Those who take the garbage from our houses need to separate it with their hands. This is a thankless and unpleasant job. I'm quoting the child verbatim here. He says, we should do our bit by ensuring the garbage is properly separated, and we should talk to our mates and also ensure that they follow the same process. Okay. Next one. And then we asked them in SST and in English to write a pledge that you will personally follow. So they said that I will pledge to stop using single-use plastic. Next slide. So this was the feedback. Again, we are strong believers that what cannot be measured, we really can't take feedback and see where we are going wrong. So we did a feedback survey. After the project was over, about a month later, we took a feedback survey on Google Forms for all the parents. So we had approximately 960 parents across 4 classes. Give or take 10% of the people who dropped out because maybe connection issues, or in the online mode they did not have good connectivity. Just a minute. So we had close to about 600 respondents from 960 parents, giving us approximately a 65% success rate for this project. We are happy with that. Can we go ahead? Yeah, so these are the graphs that we plotted for each one of them. And one of the standout feedback that we got was this was something where we applied something more than the textbook, learned something new and exciting, and actually got our hands dirty. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mithila and Pallavi. Special thanks for finishing it on time. So should we go for one more presentation, or do we go for lunch? Organization. Okay. So the CT and physical computing, Jayesh Mali, Mahesh Baban, and Surendra Bansode.
So hello and good afternoon all. I hope everyone is able to hear us. So as you can see, we are three of us here. Myself Mahesh Tutre and
Surendra Bansode
and Jayesh Mali. So as presenters from IIT Gandhinagar said, if we go through our mother tongue, it's really connected to all of you. So we'll present in our mother tongue Marathi, as we have contextualized our curriculum in Marathi. तर पुढे जाण्याआधी सर्वांना विचारू इच्छितो, कसे आहात सगळे? ओके ना? काय नसणार? काय कॅम्पस,
काय लेक्चर,
काय कॉन्फरन्स, एकदम ओके मध्ये आहे ना? ओके, तर आपण सगळ्यांनी पाहिलं असेल, आमच्या टॉपिकचं नाव आहे संगणक विचार आणि विद्यार्थी स्वविकास, म्हणजे कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग आणि स्टुडंट सेल्फ डेव्हलपमेंट. तर खरं तर मी खूप खूप धन्यवाद व्यक्त करतो CTiS आणि CS पाठशाला टीमचं, की त्यांनी आम्हाला एक प्लॅटफॉर्म उपलब्ध करून दिला या ठिकाणी प्रेझेंट करण्यासाठी. तर जिल्हा परिषद प्राथमिक शाळा सांगली, बारामती तसेच भिगवण आणि अशा 3 शाळांमध्ये आम्ही कार्य केलेलं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये एकूण 5वी ते 8वी मधील 565 विद्यार्थ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचण्याचं काम आम्ही केलं. शिक्षकांचा जर विचार आपण केला तर याच्यामध्ये सायन्स, मॅथ्स आणि कम्प्युटरचे शिक्षक आहेत. याच्यामध्ये काही शिक्षक आता या ठिकाणी प्रेझेंट पण आहेत. पांडुरंग सर मला दिसतात या ठिकाणी. तर खूप खूप धन्यवाद सर. तर इम्प्लिमेंटेशन कसं केलं या प्रोग्रामचं, तर खूप साऱ्या जणांनी सांगितलं की नॅशनल एज्युकेशन पॉलिसीमध्ये आपण कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंगचा विचार करतो. तर याच राष्ट्रीय शिक्षण धोरणच्या धर्तीवरच जिल्हा परिषदेअंतर्गत एकूण 15 शाळांमध्ये, जिल्हा परिषदेच्या 15 शाळांमध्ये आम्हाला काम करण्याचा चान्स मिळाला. ज्या प्रोग्रामचं नाव होतं आदर्श शाळा पाहिल्या प्रोग्राम. तर पुणे जिल्ह्यातील एकूण 15 आदर्श शाळांमध्ये हा प्रोग्राम राबवला गेलेला आहे. त्यामधील 3 शाळांमध्ये आमचे जे प्रशिक्षक आहेत, जे सर, त्यांनी काम केलंय. तर एकूण शाळांची संख्या 3 आहे. 5वी ते 8वी विद्यार्थी 565. प्रशिक्षणाचा कालावधी 4 महिने आहे. तर 4 महिने तुम्ही विचाराल 4 महिनेच का, तर लॉकडाऊन नंतर जानेवारीमध्ये पहिल्यांदाच आम्हाला कार्य करायचा टाइम मिळाला. त्यामुळे आतापर्यंत जानेवारी ते एप्रिल पर्यंत 4 महिन्याचा कालावधी आम्ही कालावधीमध्ये कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग आणि बाकीच्या गोष्टींवरती प्रशिक्षण देण्याचं काम केलं. प्रशिक्षण विभागाचा आता आपण जर गोष्ट केली तर आम्ही 3 विभागावरती प्रशिक्षण दिलं. ॲज माधवन सेड, टीच CT फॉर इम्प्लिमेंटिंग और बिफोर इंट्रोडक्शन टू प्रोग्रामिंग. तर CT काय आहे त्याबद्दल थोडक्यात सांगतो. पहिला विभाग आहे कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग. तर कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग म्हणजे असं वेगळं काही नसून विद्यार्थ्यांना समस्या निवारण करता आली पाहिजे. एकदा विद्यार्थ्यांना समस्या काय, समस्या कशा प्रकारे सोडवायची या गोष्टी जर समजल्या तर ते ऑटोमॅटिकली जे आपले कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंगचे जे पार्ट 4 पिलर्स आपण ज्याला म्हणतो, डिकम्पोजिशन, अब्स्ट्रॅक्शन, पॅटर्न रिकग्निशन, अल्गोरिदम, या गोष्टींवरती कार्य करतात. त्यातलेच पहिला भाग आहे की इंट्रोडक्शन टू कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग. त्याच्यामध्ये विद्यार्थ्यांना कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग बद्दल थोडंसं माहिती देण्यात आली की कशा प्रकारे कम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग काम करतं. आणि ही माहिती कशी देण्यात आली तर आपल्या दैनंदिन आयुष्यामध्ये अल्गोरिदम कशा प्रकारे काम करतात. तर रेग्युलर ऍक्टिव्हिटीज मध्ये आपण त्यांना विचारू शकतो की सकाळी उठल्यापासून तुम्ही वर्गामध्ये येण्यापर्यंत कुठल्या कुठल्या गोष्टी करता, तर ज्या स्टेप तुम्ही परफॉर्म करता त्यालाच अल्गोरिदम आपण म्हणतो. तर या अल्गोरिदमला कलात्मक प्रतीने आम्ही सादर करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला. कलात्मक पद्धतीने सादर करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला सरांनी आणि खूप चांगल्या प्रकारे त्याचा प्रतिसाद आम्हाला मिळाला. यासोबतच पुढील 2 विभागामध्ये आम्ही काम केलेलं आहे, त्याबद्दल मी माझे सहकारी सुरेंद्र यांना विनंती करेन त्यांनी.
थँक्यू महेश. तर आता जसं महेशने सांगितलं की आम्ही कॉम्प्युटेशनल थिंकिंग शिकवण्यासाठीच्या वेगवेगळ्या फिजिकल ऍक्टिव्हिटीजचा वापर केला, तसंच आम्ही पुढे 2 विभागांमध्ये पण प्रशिक्षण दिले विद्यार्थ्यांना. त्यामध्ये पहिलं होतं क्रिएटिव्ह कॉम्प्युटिंग. तर क्रिएटिव्ह कॉम्प्युटिंग मध्ये आम्ही मोस्टली स्क्रॅच लँग्वेज वरच विद्यार्थ्यांना प्रशिक्षण दिलं. तर तुम्हाला जसं सर्वांना माहिती आहे की स्क्रॅच लँग्वेज ही खूप सोपी आणि मजेशीर लँग्वेज आहे. ठीक आहे, तर त्यामध्ये आम्ही विद्यार्थ्यांना आपले कॉम्प्युटर सायन्सचे जे कन्सेप्ट आहेत, समजा सिक्वेन्सिंग झाला, लूपिंग झाला किंवा कंडिशन्स आहेत किंवा व्हेरिएबल्स आहेत, ते शिकवले. आणि त्यानंतर विद्यार्थ्यांनी बरेच अमेझिंग एकदम छोटे छोटे मस्त मिनी प्रोजेक्ट्स वगैरे बनवले, अॅनिमेशन्स बनवले, गेम्स बनवले. तर अॅनिमेशन जर बघायला गेलं, समजा 2 व्यक्तींमध्ये सामाजिक जागरूकतेबद्दल जो संवाद असतो तो बनवणे किंवा कॅच द घोस्ट गेम बनवणे किंवा चॅटबॉट बनवणे, तर हे बरेच मिनी प्रोजेक्ट बनवले. बरं, या सगळ्या गोष्टी विद्यार्थी जेव्हा वर्गात असायचे तेव्हा इझिली करू शकायचे, पण मग घरी गेल्यानंतर काय, किंवा जर ऑनलाईन क्लास वगैरे असला तर त्यावेळेस काय. तर यासाठी आम्ही पायजाम फाउंडेशनने कोडमित्र नावाचे एक ऍप बनवलं, जे सर्व विद्यार्थ्यांसाठी फ्री होते. ऍक्च्युली कोडमित्र ऍप हे जे आहे याच्याबद्दल आमच्या सहकारी आहेत, त्यांचा एक पेपर पण सिलेक्ट झालेला आहे, तर ते तुम्हाला दुपारच्या सत्रामध्ये त्याबद्दल व्यवस्थित माहिती देतील. तर क्रिएटिव्ह कॉम्प्युटिंग हा पहिला विभाग झाला. त्यानंतर फिजिकल कॉम्प्युटिंग हा विभाग आला. तर आपण आता सुरुवातीला जे बघितलं की आम्ही हा जो उपक्रम राबवतोय तो मॉडेल पायलॅब किंवा आदर्श शाळा पायलॅब असा जो उपक्रम राबवतोय, तर त्यामध्ये ऍक्च्युली आम्ही ज्या आदर्श जिल्हा परिषदेच्या शाळा असतात तिथे मॉडेल पायलॅब उभे केल्या. तिथे कॉम्प्युटर्स आणि इलेक्ट्रॉनिक डिव्हाइसेस आणि सेन्सरच्या किट्स त्यांना प्रोव्हाइड केल्या आणि फिजिकल कॉम्प्युटिंगचं ट्रेनिंग दिलं. तर या विभागामध्ये मोस्टली विद्यार्थ्यांना आपल्या त्यांच्या आजूबाजूच्या ज्या वेगवेगळे प्रॉब्लेम्स आहेत किंवा ज्या गोष्टी त्यांना घडताना दिसतात ते प्रॉब्लेम्स कसे सोडवू शकतात या किट्सचा वापर करून ते शिकवलं. आणि मग या किट्स मध्ये जे कॉम्प्युटर्स होते आमचे, तर तो कॉम्प्युटर म्हणून आम्ही मेनली रास्पबेरी पाय हा मायक्रो प्रोसेसर वापरला. आणि तो प्रोसेसर जर वापरायचा तर आपल्या सर्वांना माहिती आहे पायथन प्रोग्रामिंग वापरलं गेलं, पण बेसिक लेवलला शिकवत होतो आम्ही. आमची टार्गेट ऑडियन्स जी होती 5th to 8th वाले स्टुडंट्स होते, तर मोस्टली 8वीच्या विद्यार्थ्यांना आम्ही फिजिकल कॉम्प्युटिंग शिकवायचो. तर जेव्हा ही प्रोग्रामिंग आम्ही त्यांना शिकवली किंवा फिजिकल कॉम्प्युटिंग जेव्हा शिकवलं त्यांना, प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्ह करायचं शिकवलं, तर त्यानंतर मुलं एकदम त्यांचे रोजचे जे समजा काही छोटे छोटे प्रॉब्लेम्स होते ते त्यांनी सॉल्व्ह केले. मिनी प्रोजेक्ट्स बनवले, जसे आपल्या घरावरची जी पाण्याची टाकी असते ती ओव्हरफ्लो होत असते, बरोबर, तर ती ओव्हरफ्लो होऊ नये यासाठी अलार्मची सिस्टीम बनवणे किंवा आपल्या मंदिरांमध्ये गर्दी होताना दिसते आपल्याला, तर ती गर्दी होऊ नये त्याच्यासाठी सिस्टीम बनवणे किंवा ऑटोमॅटिक हँड सॅनिटायझर बनवणे, असे बरेच त्यांनी प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्व्ह केले आणि मिनी प्रोजेक्ट बनवले. तर आम्ही जेव्हा ह्या 2 विभागांमध्ये त्यांना प्रशिक्षण देत होतो त्यावेळेस आम्हाला बऱ्याच अडचणी आल्या. तर त्या अडचणी कोणकोणत्या होत्या त्या आम्ही कशा सॉल्व्ह केल्या याच्याबद्दल ऐकून घेऊया जयेश कडून. जयेश.
थँक्यू सुरेंद्र. ओके, तर कुठलाही प्रोग्राम जेव्हा आपण इम्प्लिमेंटेशन करतो तर तेव्हा नक्कीच आपल्याला जे फील्डवरती जातो आपण तेव्हा नक्कीच प्रॉब्लेम येतात भरपूर सारे. तर आम्हाला असे भरपूर सारे प्रॉब्लेम आले, पण त्याच्यातले जे मेजर प्रॉब्लेम आहेत ते आम्ही या ठिकाणी मांडण्याचा प्रयत्न केला आहे. पहिला प्रॉब्लेम आहे ग्रामीण भागात जे टेक्नॉलॉजी आहे त्या टेक्नॉलॉजीच्या मुलं थोडेसे लांबच आहेत. तर मुलं ते मोबाईल हे साधारणपणे हाताळू शकतात, पण कॅम्प्युटरची गोष्ट आली तर त्यांना कुठेतरी मनात भीती असते की आपण जर कॅम्प्युटरचं काहीतरी बटन दाबून झाले म्हणजे कॅम्प्युटर खराब होईल. त्यांच्या मनात आधीपासूनच ते भीती बसून गेलेली असते. तर सुरुवातीला आम्ही ती भीती दूर करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला, तर तो देखील आम्हाला प्रॉब्लेम आला. तसेच जिल्हा परिषद शाळामध्ये जे आपले खोल्या आहेत ते खूप लहान असतात आणि जी संख्या आहे ती आपली जास्त असते, विद्यार्थी संख्या. आणि जे आपले आम्ही जो उपक्रम राबवला त्याच्या माध्यमातून जे साहित्य आहे ते देखील आमच्याकडे बरेचसे कमी प्रमाणात होते. तर त्या ठिकाणी देखील आम्हाला बराचसा प्रॉब्लेम आला, बऱ्याच क्लासमध्ये गोंधळ होऊ लागला. तर त्याच्यामध्ये देखील आमचा खूप जास्त वेळ जात होता. तसेच ग्रामीण भागात लाईटचा प्रॉब्लेम आहेच. तर ते देखील आम्ही जेव्हा प्रत्यक्ष क्लासमध्ये फिजिकल कॉम्प्युटर शिकत होतो तर बऱ्याच वेळेस लाईट देखील ही जात होती. तर तो देखील प्रॉब्लेम आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी फेस केला. तर प्रॉब्लेम तर आलेच आणि येणारच आहे, आपल्याला माहित आहे. पण आपला काहीतरी एक बी प्लॅन जो म्हणतो आपण, तो आपण रेडी ठेवला पाहिजे, किंवा एखादी जी स्ट्रॅटेजी आहे ती आपण त्या ठिकाणी वापरली पाहिजे. या ठिकाणी तुम्हाला पण कदाचित कधी ना कधी असा अनुभव आला असेल, कारण आपण सर्व टीचर आहात, की ज्या वेळेस लाईट गेली अचानक, पूर्ण वर्ग भरला आहे, लाईट चाली गेली, एक इमॅजिनेशन करू शकतात मुलं किती गोंधळ घालतात त्या ठिकाणी. तर आपण पण कधी ना कधी हा प्रॉब्लेम फेस केला असेल. काय वाटतं तुम्हाला, काय सोल्युशन काढलं असेल म्हणून, म्हणजे काय सोल्युशन असेल त्यावेळेस? इमॅजिनेशन करा, क्लास आहे, 7वी चे मुलं बसले आहेत आणि अचानक लाईट गेली. ते एकदम इंटरेस्टिंग एखादा प्रोग्राम बनवत आहेत, कोडिंग करतायत आणि लाईट चालली. सो असे बरेच वेळेस या गोष्टी झाल्या. तर त्यांना आम्ही सोल्युशन देखील काढलं आहे. ओके, तर ज्या वेळेस लाईट जायची त्यावेळेस आम्ही मुलांना आधीच सांगून ठेवलं होतं की जे पेपर आहेत पेपरमध्ये देखील आम्ही ते प्रोजेक्ट बनवायला सांगितलं. तर मुलांचे आम्ही ग्रुप डिवाइड करून ठेवले होते वर्गामध्येच, आणि एक ग्रुपला मग प्रेझेंटेशन करायला सांगायचं आणि बाकी ग्रुप मध्ये त्यांना सांगायचं तुम्ही ऑब्झर्व करायचं आणि जे काही आन्सर असेल ते मी तुम्हाला क्वेश्चन विचारणार. तर त्याला आम्ही हे सोल्युशन काढलं. तसेच या ठिकाणी ब्रेकफास्ट चॅलेंज ऍक्टिव्हिटी देखील आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी युज केलं. त्याच प्रकारे जसं महेश सरांनी आपल्याला सांगितलं सुरुवातीला की अल्गोरिदमचं जे ऍक्टिव्हिटी आहे ते अनप्लगच्या माध्यमातून आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी सोडवलं. तर या गोष्टी सगळ्या आम्ही जसे आम्हाला चॅलेंजेस आले तसे आम्ही ते सोडवले देखील, आणि याच आधारावरती आम्हाला याचा इम्पॅक्ट हा दिसून आला या ठिकाणी. सुरुवातीला जेव्हा आम्ही पहिला प्रोजेक्ट जेव्हा चालू केला होता तर त्यावेळेस देखील आम्ही मुलांची एक चाचणी घेतली होती, एक पेपर घेण्यात आला होता. त्यामध्ये मुख्यतः 4 विभाग होते. पहिला आहे कम्फर्ट विथ टेक्नॉलॉजी, त्यानंतर नॉलेज अँड अंडरस्टँडिंग, तिसरा आहे प्रोग्रामिंग ॲबिलिटी आणि चौथा आहे प्रॉब्लेम सॉल्विंग स्किल. तर या गोष्टीमध्ये आम्ही मुख्यतः मुलांची चाचणी घेतली होती, आणि देन जेव्हा पूर्ण हे कम्प्लीट झालं तर त्यावेळेस देखील आम्ही मुलांकडनं ही चाचणी घेतली होती. जेव्हा आम्ही पूर्ण प्रोग्राम मुलांना सुट्टी लागण्याच्या आधीच आम्ही त्यांची चाचणी घेतली होती. तर त्यावेळेस आम्हाला या ठिकाणी इम्पॅक्ट दिसून आला. येस,
तर कन्क्लुजन असं आहे यामधनं की प्रोग्राम मिडलाईन झाल्याच्या नंतर विद्यार्थ्यांनी तालुकास्तरीय जे आपले प्रकल्प वगैरे ते सादरीकरण केलं आणि त्यातून खूप चांगला इम्पॅक्ट आम्हाला दिसून आला. आणि सर्व शाळांची अशीच मागणी आहे की यापुढे हा प्रोग्राम कंटिन्यू करावा. डेफिनेटली जिल्हा परिषदेअंतर्गत जे पण काही रूल्स रेग्युलेशन्स असतील त्यानुसार आम्ही प्रोग्राम चालू ठेवू. जर कोणाला काही प्रश्न असतील तर आपण बाहेर नक्कीच बोलायचे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much. I was not able to understand because of the language difficulty, but still I could get the overall idea. The one presentation which is remaining in this category that will be taken after lunch. So since we have a talk exactly at 2 o'clock, so all of you please be back just 5 minutes before 2 o'clock to be ready for the next talk.
Okay, quick request. Right? Kopne sir has a bus. The bus is waiting down, and I request
Hello, can you? Yeah, hi. Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear. Hello? Am I audible?
Janaki, would you like to just screen share?
Yes, yes. I'm
Yeah, are you able to hear us? Are you able to hear us?
Yes, 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 yes.
Would you like to try to share your screen? Yeah, she can.
I am just trying.
Very nice.
Is it visible?
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, so I just want to, I'll need to toggle between a couple of things. So suppose I'm using, I might have to move. Can you see the Excel sheet now?
No. What you do is, near the screen share icon, you'll have a new screen. So click onto it, you'll be able to toggle between the screens.
I didn't get that. How did that happen?
On your Zoom.
1 second. See, when I go to screen share, okay, 1 second. Can't I share my entire desktop, because that. You can see the PPT.
Yeah.
Now, if I bring in the PowerPoint, Excel, you can't see that.
No.
Oh, what do I do? New share. Which one should I take? Should I have to go here and then click on this?
Take new share and you'll be able to see your Excel. So every time you want to toggle, use that, you'll have the new share icon.
Okay, you go ahead.
And if I want to do new share and if I want to share my, that will be isn't there a way to directly go, because I've done it before?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see for that icon. This one.
Because I've done it before, I don't need to keep going back and forth.
One second.
Yeah, I guess this can be done, but it's just that it might be.
Yeah, 1 second. Just see.
Also, if I'm writing something on the slide, will it show? Like,
yeah, you can use the annotation over there.
Showing?
It's showing. 1 second. Yeah, it's visible. See, if you want to share your entire screen, I think we have disabled the desktop client settings. So that's why you don't get the option.
So I'll have to be careful.
I think it's better you toggle.
Then toggling may I may.
Again, talking on the phone.
Okay. So I'll stop sharing.
आता काढलं की छान मानव
एका स्पीकरवर 4-5 जण या
जेवण
सेंटर आहो पण मला सगळं अगं पाठवलं तुला गेलं जॉईन करून
नाही झालं का तुम्हाला
सगळ्यांनी घ्या
काय नाही
लवकर मिळणार ना बोलतच नाही मॅडम
गुड मॉर्निंग
सरांचं नाव घ्या
भाजी मेथी
व्हेरी गुड
प्रोग्राम
गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल
लंच ब्रेक वाटतोय
सगळे वाट बघताय
येस
खूप छान आहे
हाँ तो बनी
Can I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Jonaki.
Hello. Hi.
Yeah, you want to turn your video on? We can check.
Yeah. So screen sharing, I think I'll do the way that you are saying, toggling between.
Yeah.
So I have to use new share every time I want to. Suppose I from PowerPoint to Excel.
Just toggle and see.
Yeah,
Just toggle and see. We can stop share screen. Can we stop?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll stop share screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to try?
Yeah, I'm trying. Sharing. Sorry. You can see the PowerPoint.
We can see your browser.
You can see your browser.
No, I've just shared. You can't see this.
Emails next.
Sorry.
You start reading your emails next.
Oh, 1 second. I just shared screen. What happened?
You can see the invitation to the CTiS talk.
Oh Lord. Okay. Here I go again.
Yes, perfect.
Now, okay. Now suppose I. Okay, so now suppose now I go to new share. Now how do I go to the?
No, you can change windows there only, no?
Yeah,
You
on
just
share
change
screen,
the
you keep the things windows open and
They are open. So can you see the Excel now?
No, click on that. Have you shared only window or have you shared your whole screen?
1 second.
Yeah, you shared only the window. Share your whole screen.
No, there is nothing called in the entire desktop or something. So I am
नहीं है क्या? Okay, तो अभी वो share करो.
share हुआ अभी PPT share हुआ.
PPT is there.
Right now that Excel sheet is open. So when I brought in the Excel sheet, can you see that?
Okay, you have to, I think, share screen.
So that is the problem. I have done it before like this, but this is now I have to go to new share and then go to the Excel sheet. Now you can see, right?
Now you can see. Yeah.
Now if I have to go back to the PPT, then again I do new share and go back. Yeah. So like this, right?
Yeah.
So I can't toggle between too many things. I had said 4 or 5 things open. So anyway, let's see. Right. I wanted to also check.
Oh, camera is, we need the camera on. No, okay. She can see, she can't see anybody.
I can't see anyone. Well.
Yeah, so now you're visible.
Now you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you can see.
Yeah.
Just a second. Now suppose I want to show Mathigon. You can't see that, right? Mathigon. Can you see the Mathigon?
Yeah, you can see.
Okay. Okay, now this will be fine. So should I stop sharing now?
One moment, what are you saying?
Would you like me to stop sharing?
Yeah, maybe for now.
Yeah.
Sure.
We can make this camera.
We have to show the audience. Yeah. Okay, but currently, later, once everyone joins.
Lucky we'll be starting a bit late. They're still coming.
Yeah, sure.
From lunch.
Okay, sir.
5 minutes late.
So we'll start in 5 minutes. I'll quickly. Yes. How many? 23. Stats. Participants are 20.
Five minutes in there. They're not enough. So they already done. That's when they told them. 5 minutes and let's go.
Yeah, let's. You say anything? Huh? You say anything? You say don't.
Janaki, are you ready there? Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the afternoon session of CTiS today. We have a distinguished speaker to be Professor Janaki Ghosh of Lady Shri Ram College, New Delhi. I actually should tell you a little story introducing her, because in the 90s, I used to be a mentor for Intel Science Fair and for mathematics. It's called IRIS these days. And Janaki is one of the mentors now. So anyway, so I used to be a mentor, and I used to get these amazing projects in mathematics every year, and very interesting projects that students would submit. And very often they were selected for the national competition. Selected or not, there were always great projects coming from me. And once I asked the students, what is this, why do we regularly get from your school? I didn't even remember the name of the school at the time. And they said, no, it's all Janaki ma'am. And so she's the one who inspires us to do all these projects. So there is this teacher from DPS Sarkepuram, whom I kept hearing about and never met, but eventually I met her, and she's been part of the many initiatives. She got her PhD from Jamia Millia in mathematics, and this her postdoctoral research at Harishchandra Research Institute in Allahabad, and then decided to teach mathematics at school level and joined the DPS Sarkepuram, where she was a teacher for many years before she joined the Lady Shri Ram College, and she's been with the Department of Elementary Education there. Janaki has written many books on mathematics for teachers at various stages of school, and mathematical explorations is something that she specializes in, and she's one of the leading researchers in technology and mathematics education in India, and she's been invited speaker in many conferences all over the world, and one of the steering committee members for the International Committee. And so she's been doing mathematical explorations through various tools for a very long time. And in the last few years, she's been working extensively on integrating mathematical thinking and computational thinking. And this is something that's very important in CTiS, and she's going to talk to us about it today. Thank you very much. So, Janaki, over to you.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen. Just a second. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. I'll have to live up to that. But I'm unable to share screen right now. When I share screen, there's nothing showing on my. Yes, now it is. Okay.
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, great. Thank you. So thank you so much for that kind introduction. So I decided that, I'll share a little bit of my thoughts on this topic, technology-enabled explorations, a rich context for integrated computational and mathematical thinking. So I think the CTiS conference is doing a wonderful thing in bringing together so many of us who are interested in integrating computational thinking in various subject areas. First, of course, I would like to thank the program co-chairs Meenakshi and Pratiksha for inviting me, and to Jam for introducing me to CSpathshala and encouraging me to explore the area of CT and MT, and to Sonia for the rich discussions we've had on the subject. So I hope I'm clearly audible to the audience in the room as well as Zoom.
You're very clearly audible.
Okay, great, thank you. So to present an outline, I'll very briefly touch upon computational thinking, highlighting its connection with mathematical thinking. But the thrust of this session will be more on how describing or sharing with you how students of middle and secondary schools explored various open-ended problems, and in some way which enabled them to engage in both CT and MT, and maybe end with a few suggestions and implications for the curriculum. I guess when you talk about computational thinking, you cannot really miss out on the name of Samuel Papert, who way back in the 1960s vividly talked about children using computers as instruments for learning, for enhancing creativity, innovation, and actually he was truly responsible for concretizing the term computational thinking. And in his book Mindstorms, he describes many interesting experiments which he did with children, and he shows how turtle geometry and logo programming can actually lead to a computational style of learning geometry. And of course, you've already heard, and all of us have heard of this paper by article by Jeanette Wing in 2006, which popularized the term greatly, and in which she says that computational thinking is a fundamental skill for everyone, not just for computer scientists. And to reading, writing, and arithmetic, the 3 R's, we need to add computational thinking to every child's analytical ability. And you're aware of that these are the 4 aspects or key concepts of computational thinking, so I won't spend time on that. But David Winthrop and his research group have actually brought out a set of the computational thinking skills, and which are the ones listed here, that the ability to deal with open-ended problems, persistence and confidence in dealing with complexity, representing ideas in computational meaningful ways, and so on. So I won't read out the list, but hopefully as I am able to share with you the different little projects and exercises that I was able to do with students, how some of these things were manifested. Even the PISA 2021 mathematics framework, it acknowledges the relationship between CT and MT, and it says that the long-term trajectory of mathematical literacy should also encompass the synergistic and yet reciprocal relationship between mathematical thinking and computational thinking. So we agree that MT and CT practices are somewhat distinct. There's subtle differences, and yet they are mutually supportive. But the challenge is, what are the kind of tasks that teachers can do with their students, in which students get opportunity to employ CT practices and also which fosters their mathematical thinking. I feel that technology, such as many of the well-known tools that are accessible to us, like dynamic geometry software, computer algebra systems, spreadsheets, they play a significant role in mediating CT and MT. And if you like, problem solving, recursion, mathematical modeling, simulation, these are areas which include both CT and MT. So first I would like to begin with a topic which I often talk about, and that is fractal based activities. And I really feel that though this is not a part of the school curriculum, I would like to share how that this topic is something that teachers can try out very easily with even middle school children. So, students at various levels explore geometric fractals such as the well-known Sierpinski triangle, Sierpinski carpet, chord snowflake, Pythagorean tree. And what is interesting is, it also, once they understand the idea of recursion and self-similarity, you can inspire them to create their own fractal designs. And this helps to explore many concepts pictorially, numerically, graphically, and symbolically, the rule of 4, as they say, the use of multiple representations. And if technology can be used to create many of the pictures of these fractals. So one can use GeoGebra, one can use Mathematica or Mathigon, and many tools are available where we can use, where students can actually build the because the diagrams tend to be quite complex after some stages, and so they can use these software tools to build higher stages of the fractals. But to explore the fractals numerically, spreadsheets could be very useful. And the mathematical concepts of the school curriculum which get covered by the exploration of fractals would be area, perimeter, looking at geometric sequences, identifying self-similarity, and one can go beyond the curriculum and help students explore what is fractal dimension. So In terms of mathematical processes, the generalization of patterns, recursive, explicit, and visualization, this can definitely be done through fractal-based activities. So why study fractals at all? Well, they occur in nature all around us. So if it's a certain kind of a fern leaf which has which has smaller leaves along the midline, and each of those leaves have yet smaller leaves. So there is if you take a small leaf, it is kind of a replica of the whole leaf. And if you look at the branching of trees, or if you look at the cross section of a cauliflower, so all these things exhibit these come under fractals, and they exhibit similar patterns in progressively smaller scales. So if you take a small part of the cauliflower and you magnify it, it resembles the whole object, and this can continue to to progressively smaller scales. So these are the fractals in nature. But if you have to introduce them to children, younger children, the easiest and the simplest ones to start with are perhaps the Sierpinski triangle. So in the Sierpinski triangle, what happens? We start with a triangle and we join the midpoints of so this is an equilateral triangle. Suppose these are the midpoints of the three sides. I can join the three and I get four smaller equilateral triangles, and we cut out the middle one and remove it. And so what it looks like is this. So the white portion is cut out and removed, and that's a hole out here. And the same process of joining the midpoints and removing the middle triangle is repeated on these three smaller equilateral triangles, which would lead to this. And there are more black triangles now, and you can repeat the same process on all of these, and you get this. So progressively we get stages. We start with stage 0. The stage 0 is the do nothing stage, and thereafter we number the stages of this fractal. Now, what are the interesting questions that students can be asked? So some of the questions that are usually asked is, how many black or shaded or colored triangles will be there at the next few stages? So at stage 4, 5, and 6, how many will be there? Can students see a pattern in this? Can we find a rule for the number of shaded triangles at the nth stage? So if we have to generalize this, the number of triangles at the nth stage, can we do so? And if we say that the area at the stage 0 is say anything, but 1 square unit, then what will be the area at the stage 1, stage 2, and successively for the nth stage? Can we find a rule or a formula for that? And then, of course, in the long run, as the stages go on increasing, what happens? And further, we can see that in any stage of this given fractal, you can find copies of the previous stages also. So this is the idea of self-similarity. So all these in this slide, in a nutshell, we can share. I've shared some of the ways you can explore this particular fractal. But students always come up with surprises. So while we are asking them what are the number of black triangles at any given stage, so one child will get up and say, but can't we look at the white portions? I mean, the white portions are being cut and thrown away, but how much area of the white portion is there, which is being removed, and so on. So children do come up with interesting questions, and those should be addressed as and when. And the fun part of doing an exploration, slightly open-ended exploration, is that you can't always predict what questions will come up in the class, but they always lead to very interesting explorations. So one good thing that students can do is build a table, and this typically was done with students of grade 8 and 9, and even older students. So if you see a pattern that the number of black triangles, so at stage 0 is 1, then there are 3. Then each of these triangles lead to 3 other triangles, so there are 9. And thereafter, there are powers of 3. So in general, the number of black triangle is 3 raised to the n. So this is the explicit or the general formula. And if we look at the area, so if the shaded area at stage 1 is 1 square unit, and we remove this, so we divide this into 4 equal parts and remove 1 part. So this is 3/4 of the original. And thereafter, at every stage, the black area will be 3/4 of the previous stage. So there is a multiplying factor of 3/4 when we look at the area, or the shaded area or the colored area. But when we look at the number of triangles, then we get a geometric sequence which has a multiplying factor of 3. So in the very first exploration, students would come across two kinds of geometric sequences, one which has a common ratio, as they say, greater than 1, and one which has a common ratio less than 1. And this can immediately be a starting point for discussing geometric sequences when they study it in class 11. Usually, recursive rules are not emphasized in the textbooks, but it is important to look at the recursive rules and articulate that the number of shaded triangles at any stage is 3 times the number of shaded triangles at the previous stage. And writing it out as T of n is 3 times of Tn minus 1. And similarly for the area. So a tabular representation would give a nice way, would be another way of looking at the growth process of the fractal. And it would be easy to and simple to pull out a spreadsheet and quickly create the stage numbers, because you can't draw the Sierpinski triangle to a very high stage, and even sophisticated computer programs would take some time. But at least if you have a spreadsheet, you can just input the formula for the number of shaded triangles, which is 3 raised to the n, and the shaded area, which is 3 upon 4 raised to the n. And children can quickly see that the number of shaded triangles is becoming fairly large, and the shaded area is becoming small. And when you graph it, so they can see it graphically, numerically, and also pictorially. So, and then when you look at any stage, so let's say this is stage 3 of the the Sierpinski triangle. It has 27 tiny black triangles. But if I look at the portion inside the circle, this is actually stage 2 sitting inside stage 3. And there are 3 copies of stage 2 inside stage 3. So we can say that stage 3 has 3 copies of stage 2. And when I magnify stage 2, the portion inside the circle, I get this, which has 9 black shaded triangles, which is stage 2. And if I look at this, we can see that this is stage 1. So there are 3 copies of stage 1 sitting inside stage 2. And this process goes on. So it's interesting to see that even if we start with stage 3, and if I look at this portion, this is stage 1 sitting inside stage 3. And there are 9 copies of stage 1 sitting inside stage 3. So there is the students have fun in, counting the number of copies at higher stages and predicting. And in general, stage n has 3 copies of the previous stage, that is n minus 1, 9 copies of stage n minus 2, and they're able to articulate the general form of this self-similarity process. And this idea can be used to build a Sierpinski triangle. So I'll just try and see if I can, I don't know if it will be possible, but I'll have to do a new share. Are you able to see there is this is a Mathigon polypad, which is a virtual manipulative site. Are you able to see it? Hello? Is it visible to the audience? This a canvas with shapes?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So one fun thing, this Mathigon polypad offers you lot of these polygonal shapes, and so if I suppose take a small triangle and I can make copies of it. So if I place it, I make copies, very easy to make copies of it. And so this is actually stage 1. And when I select this, I can make copies of stage 1 and use it to create stage. I hope it is visible clearly. So this is stage 2. And I can make copies of stage 2 and place a copy. It has to be done a little with little care, but it's very easy to do it using this software Mathigon. And I can scale it down a bit. And this is stage 3. So already we have stage 3. And if I make copies of stage 3, I can use this to build stage 4. Because in every stage, there are copies of the previous stage sitting inside. Let's see how far we can go. Well, I don't think we can go too far, but let's try. Sorry. So this is Now I'm going to ask the audience to tell me which stage have I drawn. So young children can easily play around and build copies of fractals this way. So can anyone in the audience say which stage is this? Five. Yes, excellent, wonderful. So this is stage 5. So Mathigon has tremendous possibilities. I just wanted to show you how young children can create fractals, at least the Sapolsky triangle and many other actually. So now I'll go back to the slides. So can I do that? Okay. Yes. I hope the slide is visible. So another interesting fractal, sorry, I think I have gone through this, is the Koch curve, which starts with a line segment. And what we do is we take this line segment and we trisect it. So trisecting means that I will, this is trisection, and I will remove this part and raise an equilateral triangle on the middle third, which has been removed. And this length would be the same as this, and this length would be the same. So this is the next stage. This is what the Koch curve looks like at stage. So this is stage 0, the initial stage, then this is stage 1. And we repeat the same process on all these 4 line segments to get this. So very quickly, as you go, you would see that the curve becomes very beautiful and intricate. And this is actually stage 4. I hope it is visible to the audience. So it's again a fractal which is generated using a recursive process like most fractals. And this, of course, has been generated using a Mathematica code, which has an inbuilt code for building creating the Koch curve for a certain number of stages. But if we do this on an equilateral triangle, so coming back to the equilateral triangle, if I take each side of the equilateral triangle, trisect it, remove the middle third and raise smaller equilateral triangles, I would get this star-like shape. And if I repeat the same process on all of these smaller line segments, there are 12 in number, I would get this and so on. So once again, one can ask, ask if this fractal was studied usually by grade 10 and 11, because they had, especially when you are teaching the topic of geometric sequences, I would suggest that using something like this. So can we find a rule for the length of a line segment at any stage? So at every stage, the line segment is getting smaller and smaller, but by how much? What is the scaling factor? What is the total number of line segments along the curve? What is the perimeter at any given stage? And what is the area enclosed? Now, something very interesting happens, and what happens as n, that is the number of stages, grows to infinity. So something interesting happens. So when we look at the perimeter, we see that the perimeter is also growing, and it grows very fast. The number of line segments is also growing. So both these are geometric sequences. But what happens to the enclosed area? So what do you think? Would the audience like to share? What do you think will happen as you go on increasing the number of stages? Would the area go on increasing? What is your, if anyone would like to say? Or what do you think children would say? So yeah, is there anyone?
Someone said it approximates to a circle.
Yes, children do say that, interestingly, because but you see that there are these spikes coming out, and that's why it starts resembling a snowflake, and that's why it's called a Koch snowflake. But also, if you ask children what will happen to the area, they will say because new triangles are getting added at every stage. So if you look at stage 0, so this is a simple equilateral triangle, and at stage 1, what has happened? At stage 1, these 3 triangles have gotten added, right? These 3. And at next stage, 12 tiny triangles have got added to the previous stage. So there's a one triangle sitting on every line segment. And it goes on like that. So they say new triangles are getting added, larger number of triangles are getting added at every stage. So the area should also go to infinity. So that's also, that's a kind of an observation they have. But there is a surprise here. So if you create a similar table like the one we saw in the Sierpinski triangle, we can see that the number of line segments is a geometric sequence whose nth term is this. If you look at the length of one line segment at every stage, then also there is a geometric sequence with a multiplying factor of 1/3. If you look at the perimeter, we get another geometric sequence. But what happens when we look at the total area enclosed by this at any given stage? So one good thing is to draw up a spreadsheet. And so I'm not taking you to the actual spreadsheet right now because, you know, there is toggling will take a little this thing, but this is a snapshot of a spreadsheet. So we see line segments, we see length of a line segment, we see all the attributes of the snowflake. But interestingly, if you look at total area, after a while it steadies out. So it doesn't go on increasing. And then when they see this numerical table, students, it sets them thinking, and then the teacher asks them, but why so? Why do you think this is happening? Because your initial response was that the total area would go to infinity, but how come? So then slowly it emerges that if you work out the additional area that is being added at every successive stage, that additional area is approaching 0. So though portions are getting added at every successive stage, they are getting lesser and lesser in area. So ultimately the total area kind of steadies out to a specific value. But when you see it numerically, it's easier to make, at least try to think about that problem. And of course, one has to work it analytically because they do geometric sequences. So you have to create a series of the area of the areas and then work it out. You can show that. There is no time right now, but that has to be a part of the learning process. And then if you graph all these things, you see that the additional area is going to 0 and the total area is approaching a value 0.69. So there are surprises in these fractals. And there are some children who are very interested in drawing because they're interested in art and craft. So this is a snapshot of the work done by a girl who went up to stage 4. And if you see how intricately she has done it, she has used a very fine tipped pen to do this. And she has used an isometric dotted sheet. So in this dotted sheet, it is easier to draw triangles and hexagons and so on. So it's easier to trisect. But so some children now, fractal activities can also become low threshold and high ceiling activities in the sense that there's something for every child to do depending on their level of ability and interest. So some children were very happy in just drawing the intricate pattern of the caught snowflake, but there were others, for example, older students, especially the ones in class 12. Now you can connect this growth process with a set of matrix transformations, which is as follows, that if you take, like, let's see what is there. In stage 0, we just have a single line segment. And what should happen at stage 1? At stage 1, this line segment has to be shrunk to this length. So it has to become 1/3 of its original length. Then, so that'd be one case. Another case, it has to shrink to 1/3 and it has to be rotated by 60 degrees from this point. The same line will have to be shrunk to 1/3 and now it will be having a 120 degrees with this point. And finally this, so there will need to be 4 transformations. So if you have to shrink this line to 1/3 its length, then this would be the matrix that you would multiply by. If you can take the coordinates of the endpoints as, let's say, 0, 0 and 1, 0, then this 0, 0 or 1, 0 can form the matrix X, and multiplying it by this would shrink this. So they can connect. So there are 4 transformations required to convert this stage 0 to stage 1. And similarly from stage 1 to stage 2, again these 4, and these are called iterated function systems. But figuring out which will be these matrices which lead to that transformation was a very fun activity and exercise in class 12, where they've just done matrices and matrix multiplication, but they're kind of craving to know about applications where this can be used, and applications which are little beyond multiplying matrices to work out cost and those the typical textbook exercises. So this gave an opportunity to actually make them think about which matrices would lead to these transformations. And this was one of the exercises which is done with older students. And it doesn't end there. Fractals, like there are these beautiful 3D cards. These are done by cutting and folding. So you fold the sheet of paper, you make cuts, you fold, you make cuts. And in workshops, these are very, very popular. So for example, if you look at this one, if you count, in the first cut will lead to this big cell. The second cut would lead to these 2 next size cells. The third cut would lead to 4 cells, and the fourth cut would lead to 8 cells, and so on. So then there's again a geometric sequence in the number of cells that emerge, and the fractal card can be explored in many ways. Interestingly, one of the students made a variation of this card, and when it pops, they make these pop-up cards. They were giving gifts to each other and greeting cards to each other. It was real fun to see the excitement in students. And this one is again a 3D version of the Sierpinski triangle. So children try all kinds of things and they try to make these structures. So a lot of interesting things are available if you venture into the area of fractal explorations. I will probably not be able to show you this, but for example, there is the Pythagorean tree. So what we do is we start with a right angle triangle and we raise squares on all the 3 sides. This is stage 0, let us say. At the next stage, this square, I hope I'm able to point out, this square will become the square on the hypotenuse of another triangle. So, and you do it on both the sides. This is a new triangle and there are smaller squares on both the sides. And then if you repeat this to these squares, you get this. And if you keep doing it to a few stages, it becomes a beautiful tree-like structure, which again has very interesting geometric sequences. And in fact, I had a GeoGebra file open, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to show you. It is very easy to create a tool in GeoGebra in which you just click on the endpoints and it will raise a triangle and 2 squares on the endpoints. So that makes the, and then because it's a dynamic software, things will not be static. Maybe I'll try to show it because I'll see if it works. I'll have to do new share. I am not able to see this option. I think we'll let it go because I don't want to, let me see. Can you see the GeoGebra structure?
Not yet. No.
Okay. Now I think you'll be able to see. Now can you see?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just reduce the size a bit. So this is as I was saying, so this is dynamic, so I can drag this around. And now, oops, okay. So I've created a tool by which, so suppose I click on this and this, the iterative process takes place on its own. So I have defined it in this way. So I keep doing this on the endpoints, and soon you will see a tree emerging. So all I did is I created a tool called the Pythagorean tree, and which precisely took 5 minutes. And I can keep doing this. So I'll keep doing, and children have a lot of fun playing with this. But when you are creating the tool, you have to think of what you are iterating. And that is important because, so this goes like this. Well, I won't go beyond this, but if you sort of, the points are going a little haywire, but you can actually see the tree sway from one side to the other because your initial triangle was created on a semicircle and this point is along the semicircle. So if you move this point along the semicircle, you get a tree which kind of sways from, and children have a lot of fun in exploring that. Okay, so I go back to my slides. So I think there is tremendous opportunity for fractals and for fractal exploration. Like, students of grade 7 and 8 would look at number of triangles, line segments, they will look for patterns, and they may try to create that, emulate that on a spreadsheet. In terms of recursion, finding the recursive formula and finding the explicit formula, expressing attributes of the nth stage in terms of the previous stage, identifying copies of any stage within the previous stages and so on, all these processes can take place very easily. For generalization, exploring geometric sequences emerging from the various attributes of the fractal and using matrix transformations, which, as I said, was done with grades 11 and 12. So there is opportunity for different grade children to explore fractals. And most importantly, these fractals can be explored numerically, graphically, and symbolically if you have access to a simple spreadsheet or if you have access to Mathegon, which are all easily available. So I need to keep track of that. Okay. The next problem, I hope you enjoyed the topic of fractals, and I would encourage everyone to, explore this. And if you if you try things with your students, it would be wonderful to know how, what kind of reactions did they have, what are the new things that emerged. And over the years, I have enjoyed a lot working with students on fractals. Next problem is a little different. And again, I brought this up because I think many of you might have heard about this. So is there anyone in the audience who already knows about this problem? The house number problem? Okay. So let's just see. So there is a story behind this that when Mahalanobis met Ramanujan once in Cambridge, and those days there used to be this magazine called The Strand, and that used to have a kind of a puzzle corner. So one day Mahalanobis tells Ramanujan that, today there was an interesting problem in the magazine and it took me some time to solve it, but I finally got the answer. So Ramanujan says, okay, what was that problem? Tell me. And so this was the problem. And so Ramanujan after hearing the problem, he says, oh, this is not, so he listens to Mahalanobis' solution and says, oh, great, but this is not the only solution. There may be many others. And he immediately rattles off, explains, a kind of a continued fraction whose answer can be, would give the solution to this problem. So what was the problem? And young children in as early as grade 9 can easily, explore this problem. So it says, my friend's house is on a long street where the houses are numbered 1, 2, 3, and so on. All the numbers added up on one side of my friend's house is exactly equal to the house numbers on the other side. So these are consecutive numbers. And it also says that on the street there are more than 50 houses, but not as many as 500. So what is my friend's house number? Now, what do you think young children would do? What is the first way they would approach this problem? Older students would say, okay, let the house numbers be so and so, and let me assume to be my friend's house number to be some variable and the total number of houses to be something else. But younger children, what will they do? What do you think they will do? Any thoughts from the audience? So what they do, one common thing they do is, they write the numbers, say up to maybe, and then they randomly take numbers and say, okay, suppose this is my friend's house, then will these numbers add up to the numbers on the other side? And this is a very standard, very common way which children think. Maybe even we think like that. So, but this step, this way of thinking is also important, hit and try, trying out a few numbers and checking if the condition of the problem is satisfied or not. So but the way to go about it would be, older students can do this, that these are the numbers, these are the house numbers, and let M be my friend's house number, and totally let there be n number of houses on the street. Now, the previous house number should be m minus 1 and the one after this should be m plus 1. So what the problem says is that these numbers, the sum of the numbers from 1 to m minus 1 is equal to m plus 1 to n. So children of grade 9 are familiar with this formula that the sum of the first n natural numbers is n into n plus 1 upon 2. So using this, they can conclude what is the sum from 1 to m minus 1, which would be m minus 1 into m. Ideally, in a workshop or session, I would request participants to try it out, but because of paucity of time, I'm just explaining. So this side is easy to write, but this side needs the sum from m plus 1 all the way up to n. So if I take the entire sum from 1 to n and I subtract the sum from 1 to m, I will be able to get this part, which will be n into n plus 1 upon 2, which is the entire sum of numbers from 1 to n. And I subtract numbers from 1 to m, which is m into m plus 1 upon 2. So I can remove the 2, and if I expand, I get m square minus m. This is n. I would like to bring the m on one side and we keep the n on the other side. And if I open this, I get m squared. I hope I'm not going too fast. But this is algebraic manipulation, which children of grade 9 can easily do. So I have an m square and a minus m square, so I can bring it this side. So 2m square is equal to n into n plus 1 upon 2. And m square is n into n plus 1 upon 2. Now this is a very important equation because it tells us, now what was m? M was my friend's house number and n is the total number of houses on the street. And the only information we have is that n lies between 50 and 500. Because it says there are more than 50 houses, but not as many as 500 on the street. But we don't know anything else. Now the thing is that the left hand side is a square number. So this is the first thing that strikes children. But what about the right hand side? They say, oh, this is the sum of the first n terms. We already know that. But this actually happens to be the nth term for triangular numbers. So then you have to step into the realm of polygonal numbers. And so we are actually, what are we doing? We are actually looking for square numbers which are also triangular numbers. Are there such numbers which actually are called triangular square numbers or square triangular numbers? I don't know which way. But so what are these square numbers? Everyone knows are 1, 4, 9, 16. And if you arrange them in the form of dots, we can actually see that, we can get the square numbers easily. What happens to the triangular numbers? If you start with 1 dot, we add 2 dots to complete a triangle. Then we scale up one of the sides. We need 3 dots. So we have 6 dots in this figure, which is the third triangular number. The next figure, we will add 4 dots as we keep on scaling up one side of the triangle. So an interesting pattern that we will see is 3 is 1 plus 2. The second triangular number, the third triangular number is 1 plus 2 plus 3. The fourth triangular number is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4. Can the audience tell me what will be the fifth triangular number?
15.
Pardon?
15.
15, yes. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. So can we say what will be the next triangular number? To 15, what will we be adding?
6.
6. So we can let's generate a sequence of the first 10 triangular numbers. Can you give me the first 10 triangular numbers? 1, 3, 6, 10, 15, 21.
28.
Yes.
36.
36, okay.
45.
Yes.
And 55.
Excellent, excellent. So these are the first 10 triangular numbers, and these are the first 10 square numbers. And we clearly see there is a common number, which is 36. 36 is a triangular square number. But 36 is the 8th triangular number, and it is the 6th square number, right? So What does it mean? What is my value of m? What was my equation? Equation was m squared is n into n plus 1 by 2. Remember that m was my friend's house number and n was the total number of houses on the street, right? 36 is 6 square, so m is 6. And 36 is the 8th triangular number, so n is 8. That means if there were 8 houses on the street, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 6 is my friend's house number, then the numbers from 1 to 5 and the sum of 7 and 8 are equal, and they are 15, we can see that. But this is not the solution to that problem because the number of houses on the street are lying between 50 and 500. But this gives you the solution of one possible solution had the last. So children will say, oh, if the last line of that problem is removed, then this can be a solution. Indeed, it can be, right? But how do we search for more such numbers? Okay, so I'll quickly again take you. Let me see if I can do a new share. Yes. So if you draw up an X, I hope you can see the Excel sheet.
Yes.
Just, are you clearly able to see the numbers?
Yes.
Okay. See, now triangular number formula is n into n plus 1 by 2. So I have a serial number. This serial number are essentially house numbers. So I can say n. I just click on the cell into n plus 1 on 2. So if I just double click on the form, I will get the triangular numbers, and the square numbers are simply this multiplied by itself. And if I double click, I get the square. Sorry, I get the square numbers. Now there is well, I have actually generated 500 triangular and square numbers on this sheet. And we want to know which are the common values. Obviously, they will not come together. So we see 36, but children start scrolling down and searching. So you should give them some time to search. Now, the next one is visible, but it may not be visible to you because it's difficult to see. But it is 1225, which is the 35th square number. And 1225 is also the 49th triangular number. So the gaps are increasing. So one good thing is, you can select these two columns and go to an option called conditional formatting in Excel, where you can get duplicate values. And you can, ask for the duplicate values. And then the children say, oh, 1 also is, of course, they never realize that 1 is a trivial solution. But now 36, they already know. The next common value is 1225. Which means that if my friend's house number is 35 and the total number of houses on the street is 49, I can highlight this, then we have a solution. But again, it's not the solution to the given problem, but this could be one such solution. And then scrolling down further helps them to find the next number, which is 41616, the square of 204, and 41616 is the 288th triangular number. Now this can be a solution, right? Do you agree? So if there are 288 houses on the street and my friend's house number is 204, then the sum of all the numbers to the left would be equal to the sum of numbers on the right. Now, actually, interestingly, this leads to led many children to explore polygonal numbers. And one natural question which came up is, okay, but can they be, so if we look at pentagonal numbers, can there be triangular numbers which are also pentagonal numbers? Or can there be square numbers which are also pentagonal numbers, and so on? And indeed, that is the case. So if you look at this here, so we've already seen the triangular and square numbers. But if you look triangular and pentagonal numbers, so 210 is a triangular number as well as a pentagonal. So pentagonal numbers which actually form pentagon with dots. But they are not that frequent. At least up to 500, we find only one more, which is 40755. And then there are some which are both square and pentagonal numbers and so on. So there was a numerical search for these special numbers which satisfied, which are two kinds of figure 8 numbers, so to say. I'll now go back to the PPT. So this particular problem led students to explore polygonal numbers. And of course, if you see that our original equation was 2m squared is equal to n squared plus n, and if you manipulate this slightly by multiplying both sides by 4 and rewriting it in a certain form, we get an equation of the kind x squared minus 2y squared is equal to 1, which is a certain form of equation called Pell's equation, where x is odd, which is 2n plus 1, but y is even. And so these kind of equations are called Pell's equations. And a group of students got interested in the solution of such equations and went and explored it further. So these were grade 9, 10, and some were like grade 11 also. So, but what was Ramanujan's solution? He said that this is the continued fraction, which would lead us to the different solutions of this problem. So suppose that last line of the question is removed. How many such possible, 6 and 8 is one solution, which you've already seen. The next you saw was 35 and 49. And then it was 204 and 288, up to 500. But beyond that also there could be solutions. So he said that this is a special kind of special beautiful creatures called continued fractions. And if we look at their convergence, that means if we truncate these at certain points, so truncating means you just slash them. First will be 3, then next will be 3 minus 1 upon 6. The next will be 3 minus 1 upon 6 minus 1 upon 6, and so on. It's great fun for them, children, to write out the continued fractions at different stages. They enjoy this. And then when they work it out, there's again a recursive nature in that, obviously. And these reveal these fractions. 3 minus 1 upon 6 is 17 upon 6. And this is 99 upon 35. These lead to the solution. So if you see the denominators, you can already recognize the friends' house numbers are 6 or 35 or 204 and 1189, and there could be more. But the total number of houses, the numerator is of the form 2n plus 1. So let's suppose I say 17 upon 6 is 2n plus 1 upon m. Where m is the friend's house number and n is the total number of houses on the street. So here n turns out to be 8. So that is the first solution. M is equal to 6 and n is equal to 8. And for this, you can work out each case separately, and you will get all the solutions. So what happened is that a lot of children got excited about this problem. So exploration of polygonal numbers and their general formulae was explored by grade 9 and 10 students. And grade 11 and 12 students went further and tried to generalize for the nth m-gonal number. So if it's an m-sided polygon, what would be that general formula, which is a complete generalization of polygonal numbers. Then numerical explorations of triangular square numbers and other numbers on a spreadsheet was something that many children engaged in. And the study of continued fractions and their linkages to Pell's equations was inspired a few students. And they asked questions like, okay, if x squared minus 2y squared is equal to 1 is linked to triangular square numbers, then which Pell's equation will it be for triangular pentagonal numbers or square pentagonal numbers, and so on. So this problem, though very different from the first one, from the Fractals, also gave opportunity for computational thinking as well. Computational thinking, because into some extent they had to figure out how to use the spreadsheet appropriately to help them search for the right kind of numbers. And of course there was a lot of mathematics involved. I think I should be concluding now, or do I get another 5 minutes or so?
I'm not sure because we started late and
so maybe if I wind up another 10 minutes, is it okay?
I think if you want time for questions, can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yes.
If you want time for questions, I think you should come through.
Okay, so I will just mention the third problem and I'll conclude. Another interesting problem which I want everyone to think about is something, if I were there physically present, I would have liked to give the audience, each of you, a couple of these sticks, spaghetti sticks, if you like, or vermicelli sticks or whatever. So each one of you gets, let's say, one stick of a fixed length, L, whatever that L may be, and you break that stick into 3 parts. So this is a stick, it is broken into 3 parts. What is the chance or probability that these 3 pieces will form a triangle like this? Would somebody like to respond from the audience?
The sum of 2 lengths should be greater than the other.
Precisely. So that's the triangle inequality. But in terms of probability, can you make a guess? Like, what is the chance that might happen? Or if you could guess what the students said, what was their thought? So children of typically grade 10 or so who are familiar with the triangle inequality have said exactly this, that sum of the lengths, 2 lengths should be greater than the third. Sum of any 2 lengths should be greater than the third for a triangle to be formed. But when asked what is the chance of that happening, many said it 50-50, then half is the probability. But if you analyze the problem, so suppose we take x and y to be the piece lengths and L minus x minus y becomes the third piece, and you apply the triangle inequality to these 3 pieces, you get 3 cases. Either this sum of these 2 has to be greater than this, or the sum of these 2 has to be greater than this, and so on. You get certain linear inequations. And children are told that x and y are piece lengths, so they must be positive, right? And if you treat this as an ordered pair, then you can plot it as a point on the coordinate axis where the length x is marked on the x-axis and the length y is marked on the y-axis. Now, these inequations lead to certain, they lead to inequations, and if you plot these inequations, what we get is very interesting. We get that every time you break a spaghetti stick, 3 pieces are generated. The first 2 pieces are x and y, and you can plot it as a point on this first quadrant. And each time you break a stick, there is a point. So you keep on breaking sticks, but these will always lie below this line, which is x plus y equal to L, because obviously x plus y cannot exceed L. So this triangle OAB will contain the sample space of all such points, broken sticks, which can be represented by points. The larger the number of sticks you break, the better it is, because then you will fill up the triangle with lots of dots, points. But only those which form triangles will lie inside this. It can be shown very easily. And it's just a problem of solving these linear inequations. This is something they do in class 11. So now if you look at the triangle OAB, and if I shade this portion is exactly 1/4 the area of the bigger triangle. So the probability of a triangle being formed, the theoretical probability is actually 1/4, not half. So this is a first surprise to the children, but they analyze it mathematically. But it can be easily, I'm not going to go through this, but it can be easily simulated on a spreadsheet. But why simulation? Because you can't keep breaking sticks and measuring their lengths and seeing what is happening. Using a sequence of simple conditional statements would help you to. So one quick look at before I conclude. So this is what the students did. I don't know if we're able to see the numbers. I will make it 125. Are you able to see? So what, are you able to see the spreadsheet?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so what we'll see is that there are 100 simulations. That means 100 sticks have been broken. Each time a stick is broken, there are 2 breaking points, x and y. Then A, B, C are the 3 lengths. And then a conditional statement checks whether these 3 lengths form a triangle or not. So in this last column, I'm interested in the number of yeses upon the total number. And that proportion is worked out to be 0.21. Each time if you click on a cell in the spreadsheet, a new set of 100 simulations come out, and this time you see it's exactly 0.25. But Obviously, it will not be exactly 0.25 each time. Like this time, every time you tap on the sheet, a new set of 100 simulations get, basically you get new set of 100 simulations and you would get the probability. So this was an interesting thing that if you, the larger the number of simulations, the closer you might get to the theoretical probability. And later the children started, as an extension, they started thinking, a natural extension became, what if we broke the stick into 4 parts? Would it form a quadrilateral? And if so, what is the probability of that? So some children, instead of going to the theoretical way of solving the problem, analyzing the problem, they simply extended the spreadsheet. What you can see here, that instead of X, Y, Z now, so now they have A, B, C, and D as the 4 pieces. And then they checked, does it form a quadrilateral or not? And each time they saw that if you tap on the spreadsheet and get about 100 simulations, the probability was close to 0.5. So if you break it into 4 pieces, the probability of forming a quadrilateral is half. So this was interesting, and some students generalized it for N. And back to my slides. So this also gave a lot of opportunity to children to extend and explore further. So the N equal to 4 case where the number of pieces is 4, and then somebody drew up a chart that as N increases, the number of pieces increases, what happens to the probability? And the general probability is very interesting to compute. It is 1 minus N upon 2 raised to the N minus 1. So I will skip all of this and go straight to the end. So there were a variety of different kinds of topics, especially with older children of grades 11 and 12. They explored the application of mathematics to genetics. These were some of the pet areas that students like to explore: cryptography, looking at the RSA algorithm, and other methods like Hill cipher. Looking at fractal patterns emerging from Newton's method, so connecting into complex numbers, queuing problems, Fourier series and applications, and cellular automata. So these are topics which sort of integrate students who are inspired to do explorations at the grade 11, 12 level, and also at the undergraduate first year, second year. So there's and many of them would interact with students from college, in doing these projects too, so that, they could get some mathematical ideas from them also. So the overall, I would say that student feedback for such projects was excellent. They owned their projects and they were responsible for their learning. And it is always as if they were proud of that project, they wanted to showcase it. And this is not difficult to do in the online mode. Technology that they used was, there is a term called amplifier, that, students could outsource the computational part to the tool, and they focus more on reasoning and developing insights. And it was also a reorganizer because it gave them access to higher level concepts. In any problem that they explored, technology increased the scope of activities. Meaningful tasks were posed, but the outcomes were not always predefined. So there was always a sense of suspense, now not just for the student, for the teacher as well, because one doesn't know what if questions students would come up with. And they were very proud to share their projects in fairs and competitions. So mathematics as a core school subject provides many contexts for integrating computational thinking, but I think we need to build that culture early on, and inclusion of simple mathematical modeling tasks, computer programming, and discrete mathematics in the earlier in the school curriculum would help. Through these kind of projects, students can engage in processes which elicit both computational mathematical thinking, that is selecting between representations, creating new ones, simplifying or generalizing problems, making conjectures, generating new questions for exploration. When the spreadsheet opened up and showed something, they would ask the next level question for further exploration. Or if they wrote their own programs, depending on the level, like nowadays students are learning Python in the grade 11, 12 level. So they are very open to, writing programs, those who are studying computer science. But other students also, without access to programming, can use dynamic software or spreadsheets to explore many problems. I feel that setting up of computational mathematics labs where math and computer science teachers work together with students on projects would be something very, very fruitful. Maybe this can be outside the curriculum. I mean, the lab should be existing in the school, and there should be an opportunity for people to get together and work. Math teachers can provide the mathematical knowledge, computer science teachers can provide the coding knowledge, and they can include teachers from other disciplines also. And I think that would lead to some very interesting exercises. I'll end with Samuel Papert's quote that before computers, there were very few good points of contact between what is most fundamental and engaging in mathematics and anything firmly planted in everyday life. But the computer, a mathematics speaking being in the midst of everyday life of the home, school, and workplace, is able to produce such things. The challenge in education is to find ways to exploit them. So with this, I would end my presentation. Sorry, I exceeded the time a bit. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions.
We're already over time, so let me take a quick question and
I'll stop sharing. Yes.
yeah, maybe required. Okay. Anyone? Yeah. Well, okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I just was wondering, that's amazing work, but have you looked at fractals and binary and the links between them?
Sorry, I didn't get that. Have I looked at fractals and?
Fractals and binary and how it can be computated in the classroom or how it can be used?
Fractals and binary representations.
Binary numbers.
Yes. So, well, the Sierpinski triangle is connected to the Pascal. So when they do, the binomial theorem, they encounter the Pascal's triangle. And if you reduce the Pascal triangle modulo, different numbers and, different coloring patterns lead to very interesting, different kinds of patterns actually. So that was a different project altogether, where students used the concept of cellular automata, that what kind of coloring rules can emerge when you reduce a Pascal's triangle, the numbers of the Pascal's triangle modulo different numbers. And that is linked to the Sierpinski triangle. So that led to another project actually. Yes.
Yeah, there's one question there and I don't think we'll have more.
Hello, my name is Prajakti. I teach statistics to undergrad students. So looking at all these mathematical thinking with Excel sheet, I think this is the first time I can see that how at higher standards we can use this beautiful model. So when we are talking about probability, can you suggest any other statistical concept which we can relate to such interesting scenarios or interesting things?
Well, I'm not an expert user of Excel or any such spreadsheets, but many problems, probability-based problems we have explored. And I have some articles on that which I can share, which tell how to go about that exploration. For example, there is the famous birthday paradox or the Monty Hall problem. All are problems based in probability which need to be simulated. So whenever simulation is required, then you can do that on a spreadsheet. But even something as simple as, what we do in class, I think 9 or 10, that is when you roll a pair of dice, then the sum of numbers can lie between 2 and 12, right? So you can simulate that and create and show students that if you have very less number of, and you can plot a histogram. So if you plot that and you can see only with 100 rolls of the dice, you will not get a very symmetrical histogram. But as you increase the number of rolls from 100 to 500, 1,000, 5,000. So in a spreadsheet, you can quickly get a large amount of data. And you would see that you can see the empirical probability getting closer to the so-called theoretical probability. So these kind of exercises can even done with younger children. And there are many areas in which we have explored, for example, simple queuing problem. When is somebody arriving at what point of time and when they are exiting the queue and what is the service time? These are simple mathematical, arithmetical expressions which need to be input in the cells. The process of thinking to build that spreadsheet is very important. I think spreadsheets can be a great nexus between the so-called big ideas of mathematics and computational thinking. So I hope I've been able to answer.
I think it's also chance to advertise your book, a book with Geeta Venkataraman and Amber, so on mathematical exploration. So I think more you read her book. Okay, yeah. So thank Janaki Ghosh for a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and giving us this.
Thank you so much. It is an absolute pleasure, and I hope the audience gained a little bit from this. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Next, we have our previous presentation, Harsha Damne. Harsha Damne and Aparna Karankar, School of Scholars, on implementing of city skills for improving community hygiene.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I, Harsha Dhamne, and I, Aparna Karankar. We are here to extend our greetings to all of you. We are from School of Scholars, Beltarodi, Nagpur. And we are extremely honored to stand before you to present our topic, implementation of CT skills for improving community hygiene. So let's, ma'am, next slide, please. Yeah. So SOS Beltarodi, School of Scholars Beltarodi is one of the privileged school who received Atal grant to establish Atal Tinkering Lab in the year 2018-19. Our Atal Lab is a workspace for young minds where they come together, they showcase their idea, they make something new and learn innovation skills. So our Atal Lab becomes a center for community learners even, because we call other students and they also learn, ideate and do it themselves by experiential learning. And they collect, here the students are thinking out of the box, they collect many ideas and make something which is fruitful and related to community issues. Next slide, please. So let's have a glance what activities we do in our Atal Lab. So these are some projects which students have done, and these projects are based on CT skills and physical computing. So the first one is showcasing, students have made a model named as blind kit. So this kit was composed of a blind stick and a blind spec for visually impaired people. Then another was a smart dustbin, considering the social issue that is waste management. So students have made a smart dustbin, which is automated and which will automatically opens up and gives you the signal when the garbage is full to the brim of the bin. And the third one was water purifier. So these are few of them, and likewise students are doing many projects by their own. Thank you, Harsha ma'am. Hello. Hello. Thank you. While working on these all projects, students are getting state-wise solution for their problem. And that's why we can say that students acquainted with the computational thinking. As we all know from yesterday, we are talking about our projects based on physical computing is strongly interconnected with design thinking as well as computational thinking. So in order means as today's project is automated waste segregator. To solve the issue, social issue basically, waste segregation, we students use stepwise manner which is involved in computational thinking. So our first step towards this to solve this environmental issue is ideation and empathy. Actually, empathy followed by ideation. Next slide, please.
identification of problem. Ganesh festival, as we know, we are from Maharashtra. So Ganesh festival is the most awaited cultural activity, wherein students of our school is actively involved in Nirmalya collection at public places, artificial tank. Students found here the problem of improper waste segregation, which is result means it shows impact on the health of the workers also. Here the problem because of improper waste management conditions, prevailing conditions are unhygienic. So as we all know, necessity is the mother of invention. Students found the need of waste segregator, which actually this need they found during Nirmalya collection drive. Students come across the improper waste management problem or waste segregation problem, and thus especially they are thinking about the health or the impact on the community workers as well as the environmental conditions. Okay, so to show the empathy towards these community workers as well as towards the environment, we decided to sort out this issue by using our creative brains. Thank you. Next slide. From yesterday, we are talking about these 4 algorithms, 4 steps or strategies of computational thinking. I will last going on to the last, that is algorithm, and I will request Harsha madam how we solve that problem in stepwise manner. Please.
Thank you, Aparna. So what we did, we set an algorithm. Ma'am, please change this slide. We set an algorithm of a series of activity, and this helped students to solve the issue. They done the brainstorming, and the wonderful brainstorming resulted in the prototype that we call as automated waste segregator. So before we started on working on prototype, next. A pattern of waste generation was identified, and through this we identified that there is a generation of dry waste and wet waste. Next. So after prolonged brainstorming, our young innovators, they come up with this prototype design on a paper. So this design basically consists of 2 containers which are situated on a board, and 1 container for dry and another one for collecting wet waste. And there was a jaw, and followed by there was a swiper. So the swiper collects the garbage. When the garbage is coming across the jaw and the swiper, it is getting collected over there, and the jaw lifts up. There is a sensor attached which is called water sensor. So that senses the moisture, and as if the waste is wet, then it quickly senses and the jaw is lifted up, and then it is getting collected over the wet container. If it is dry, then this whole board is getting rotated because we have attached it with the servo motor. So 4 wheels are there to make it convenient to carry out. So basically it's like a vehicle which can be carried and which can be collecting out wet and dry as per the need of segregation. Next slide. So what we have done, the students have done the design thinking, and we have integrated CTiS skill, design thinking, and the physical computing, 3 all together. So there were 3 circuits basically because the prototype was working on these 3 combinations. So the 3 circuits were composed of these components. There was an Arduino, then servo motor, then ultrasonic sensor which senses the object, basically sensing the garbage, whatever is coming across. Then motors, moisture sensor, and a Bluetooth module and motor driver. So to make it convenient, which can be operated by our mobile phones even, so we have attached it with a Bluetooth. And obviously, wherever there are the brainstorming, we come across the challenges. So few of the challenges we have come across here. That is, the first one was heavy weight of prototype. So students have made it with maybe a cardboard was used, and that is why the heavy weight of it, even the weight of garbage was added, and because of that additional weight, the model was unbalanced. Another problem was batteries, high power consumption, because there were 3 circuits which were requiring the 3 batteries. So that was a challenge again, power generation. Then third was placement of jaw. So the jaw has to be lifted up, and a garbage has to be swiped out, and it has to be, the level has to be balanced. Then the placement of beans. So because there was it was placed on a board and there was a circuit, so it was obstructed by the circuit. And sensing moisture, because the water sensor, it is thin in its length, in its width. So that was again a challenge to place the moisture sensor over the jaw. It should be fitted over there. And next. So we know that every problem has a solution, and our tinkerer, young tinkerer, they have come up with a solution also for all these challenges. So to reduce the weight, the light and durable material was used. So students have used the sunboard sheet to make this prototype. So the weight was reduced. And then solar panel, they have given an attachment for solar panel, which was reduce the energy consumption. And then previous one. The jaw cutout for rotation of smooth, the cutout was made for smooth rotation of the jaw. Then the beans were placed at height so that it was not obstructed by the circuit. And for sensing moisture, we have placed it with aluminium foil was placed, and then over there the sensor was placed.
Thank you, Nisha ma'am. Here are some applications, as you can see. As madam explained, that lightweight material is used, so it becomes very handy to operate at any public places like school or malls. 100% autonomous, so this machine or this prototype can be used even by using your Bluetooth of your mobile. As well, it's easy to sanitize after every use. Next. Let's talk about the impact of whole activity on students. As from the beginning, we are talking problem solving. So it enhances the problem solving ability. It enhances the thought process among students. It actually helps to turn the design thinking into reality. As well, students develop the algorithm and able to convert it into coding language. So to conclude this, whole activity and such projects are actually helping to for the students for experiential learning. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harsha and Apana. We have with us Mr. Jeevan Kompane, Education Officer here. I would request all the presenters from the morning session to please come forward and collect your
Session 1 and 2, please
certificates.
quickly come.
Quickly.
All the organization speakers and the session.
The camera off. Hello.
A special request, please stick to time of your presentation, because what ends up happening is if we stop you, then you actually run through the part which is important. Yeah, and you're running really late.
Ma'am, you can come in the window.
Amita. Mercy.
Rekha. Harish. Purnima Thakkar. Yogini Deshpande. Manisha. Sunita Maurya. Deepa Sharma. Kashankar. Hila Joshi. Jayesh Mali. Mahesh. Arsha Damne. Aparna Karan. Jay Thakkar. And we have Pranjal Tambe also. Thank you. Thank you so much. Manisha, Aditya certificate of participation was created. Can you give it to somebody? Now let's start with the next session. So next we have a session on CT and coding. The first one is Satvik Kolecha and Ishan Banuka, CFDAV Public School, and the title is Fairies and Chocolates, the CT Journey. We'll move with the second one. Ritesh Vispute and Jayant Kirtane. They're from Sayagri School. Introduction to Programming in Grade 9 based on the functional paradigm.
Thank you. So yeah, my name is Ritesh Mukhote. My second co-author could not make here because of illness. So I'll be presenting this talk on functional programming. So I teach from 9th standard onwards in the computer science till 12th standard. And to introduce the computer science, we use this functional program.
So hold it a little near.
Okay. So we use this functional language called as Gopher. So Gopher is a dialect of Haskell, if you know. And as we go along, I will introduce you to that functional programming. So yeah, this is the template of the talk. I will be giving you a brief introduction to the functional programming and a simple introduction to the functional programming. And then we will see a demo example of insertion sort. So what is functional programming? So in functional programming, the word function stands are basically functions are as in maths and not our C functions or the functions that we write in your Java. So it's very closely linked to your mathematics, the mathematics that you have been doing for say class first standard onwards, and all your know-how can be used to just to go to the next step of programming. So that is what a functional language achieves. So the functional languages are based on lambda calculus. So lambda calculus is a more basically the Turing machine itself. The Turing introduced the Turing machine in 1938 or something like that. But the lambda calculus was invented in 1930s, much before the Turing machines were there. So that was invented by Alonzo Church. And there are only two operations in lambda calculus, basically the abstraction and application. So abstraction means the definition of a function. So what we write as a function in your Java or any other language, it has a theoretical model, and that has been done in the lambda calculus. And application means basically when you call a function, when you are applying a function on some arguments, that is basically your application. So any functional language is sugarcoating on around these two operators. So that's it, only the definition and the application. That are the two main components of any language or functional language. Lambda calculus is Turing complete. So basically that is the proof that any algorithm that you can write in any language, C, Java, or any other language, that can be written in any other function, any functional programming. So lambda calculus is Turing complete. It has been proven. So our choice of a function. So our choice of functional language is PO Gopher. It's a dialect of Haskell, and Haskell is a real world language. It's used for industrial purpose, but we use PO Gopher. And if you can see, the size of the interpreter is around 100 KB. That's it. So PO Gopher is about 200 KB, and there are the pre-included functions in that, which is approximately 100 KB. So here, this is a snapshot of the PO Gopher interpreter. So there is just a question mark as intuitive as it can be. Please type whatever you want to ask me. And when you type it 2 plus 2, 4, 2 plus 2, it replies with the answer as 4, which is nothing but any plus tells you the type of that thing. So 4 is a type of integer. So it becomes very intuitive for any person to understand that the type and the values that are part of that thing. So when I write 2 raised to 5, so raised to is basically the exponential operator. It says 2 raised to 5, it gives me answer as 32, which is an integer. Similarly for float, 2 raised to 2.0 raised to 5. So now here they just by putting dot 0, it has changed the value to the float type. So the children who are just typing on this interpreter, they can easily understand what are the types and what are the different values in the type. And then there is a character, and then there is a basically the Boolean value over here. Next. So yeah, so just a moment. And basically there are 4 different simple data types over here in Gopher: int, float, char, and bool, which we have for the demonstration of it. So using these simple data types, we can make compound data types. So the compound data types, as simple as it can be, are tuples and lists. So anything that is enclosed in the round brackets is or parenthesis that we call as is a tuple. So tuple, depending upon what are the values you are including, it will have the type. So right now here there are these 1, 2, 3, and 4 types, 4 values, and each of them have the corresponding types as int, float, bool, and char. So this becomes the type of your tuple. So very easily for you to introduce even to the compound data types to the children. The next one is the list. So anything that is enclosed in the round square brackets becomes your list. The type of a list is basically list of integers. So basically that means the list will contain all the values which are of type integer. I can have list of floats, list of bool, list of char, list of bool, list of char. So similarly, you can go very easily into multi-dimensional list, which I do basically in 10th standard. And next slide. So this is one important abstraction that happens because of the lambda calculus. So even functions are compound types. So right now we saw the list, we saw the tuples, but even functions are the compound types. That is basically the calculus of the lambda calculus that helps us to understand. So if I type in pi is just a constant over here. It is giving me it is telling me the value of that pi, and it is taking float. But how do I evaluate the functions in Gopher? So if I just put cos over here, the interpreter is responding by telling me the type of that function. It is saying that it is a function that takes a float value and returns the float value. Then, so here if I put cos pi, then the Gopher interpreter simply gives this simple error value that juxtaposition has no meaning. Use dot. So this dot has a very important importance in the Gopher. I'll come to it. But this juxtaposition has no meaning. Basically, I am putting function and a value over here side by side, and it has no understanding. It doesn't understand what you are doing over here. So it just asks me to use dot over here. Still okay, I am not able to do it. I type in the mathematical function the way I do it on maths. Cos into bracket pi. It gives me the same error over here. Use dot. The moment I use dot over here, so basically this dot is application operator. I am applying a function cos on this value pi, and I am getting the value as -1. So that is the introduction to the function. So basically maybe within your 2 or 3 classes, you are discussing functions with your students in your functional programming class. No, there are. So here there are other ways I can evaluate an expression in Gopher. So if I just type in x plus 1 where x is equal to 100, it responds as 101, which is of type int. Now here there is application of I am applying function f on 1 and I am defining the f there itself. So this is the implicit definition of a function f dot x is equal to x plus 10. This is what we are used to basically, but it's pure terms. This is the implicit definition of the function. It responds at 11. So whenever I apply function f on any value, I'll be getting 1 over there. Now these are the patterns. So here I am writing x cons xs, where x cons xs is equal to 0 to 5. These are the range that we have. You must have been aware in the Python. Python there are ranges. So this is a simple way of writing range in Gopher. So here it is responding with what is this value for this pattern x cons xs. Now same pattern if I say only give me x where x cos xs is equal to 0 to 5. Now it is going to respond with only one function, one first value of that list, which is 0. Next becomes y where x cons y cons xs is equal to 0 to 5. Now because of this pattern, it is distributing these values into different to the different variables, basically binding it to the different variables, and I am getting the second value, which will be 1 over here among the list of 0 to 5. So now earlier we saw what are the few functions in Gopher. So we just saw the cons operator over there. So this operator is called as cons operator. And how does it work? So if I give it a value and a list of the same value, then it puts that value at the start of that list. So here if I say 1 cons 2 comma 3, it is giving me 1 comma 2 comma 3. Now there are few other functions that we need and we will be requiring to understand the insertion sort. And these are the few functions that the children learn, and with these few functions they can easily start writing quite complex programs. So what are these functions? So one function is head. So if I type in head, it takes a list and gives me the first element. In the list. So if I say head of 5 4 0 1 -1 6, it gives me the first element in the list. So now as there is head, so there will be tail. So tail takes a list and returns me a list. But what does the tail do? Tail will remove the first element in the list and give me the remaining list. So that's the tail. And length is as simple as that. It takes a list and tells me how many elements are there in the list. So the element in the list is basically the total number of it will be an integer type. So it takes a list of a and returns you an integer. So here if I say length of this list, it is telling me, oh, this is wrong value, but this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There should be 5 over here. So it returns you the length of the list. Okay. So this is the insertion sort that I have written over here using those heads and tails. So insertion sort, this is the type definition of insertion sort. It takes an integer, so this is the one method in insertion sort, which is insert. It takes an integer, it takes a list of integer and returns your list of integer. So what is insertion doing? It is taking the one element, and if it is an empty list, it is just returning me that element in the list. If n cons xs, if n is less than head of x. So if n is smaller than the head of the element that I had given over here, xs over here, then it will just return n cons xs. So head of xs, this should be xs over here. So first element is smaller than the head of the list, then just put the n at the start of the list. So basically I am inserting the element at the proper position in the list. So if n is smaller, then put it at the head, nothing more to do. If n is not smaller, then just take the head of the list and cons with the insert n into tail of xs. So basically now I have to forget about the head of the list, but I have to insert the n in the remaining part of the list. So basically this is a recursive function. So it will be inserting n into tail of xs, and whatever the list that I am getting, I'll be attaching head to that thing. That becomes my insert function. Now using that insert function, I am writing the insertion sort. So insertion sort takes a list and returns me a list. So it will take any list and it will return me a sorted list. So I sort of an empty list is empty list. And now here I am using the pattern again to make it easily understandable. I sort of x cons xs is nothing but insert x into sorted xs. So that becomes the insertion sort. So if we have enough good understanding of the head and the tail, the whole insertion sort becomes maybe a matter of 1 or 2 classes, that's it. So yeah, so I'll be concluding over here. After this slide, there was just a demonstration of the same insertion sort, and that's it from my side.
Thank you. Next, we have Satvik Golecha and Ishan Bhanuka, CFDAB Public School. Fairies and Chocolates, the CT Journey.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. It is a great honor for me, Satvik, with Ishan, to present before you a journey of 2 educators who have, over the past 2 years, ideated and implemented a number of computational thinking sessions and courses. We have read about, thought about, and experimented a lot with various pedagogy techniques and different tools that can be effectively used to teach CT. A little bit about us. I'm Satvik. I work as an AI scientist at Vadmani AI, where we try to solve India's social problems using AI. I completed my bachelor's from BITS Pilani, where I met him. He is currently pursuing a master's in computer science, and we met over a common interest in computer science through the BITS ACM student chapter. We wanted to share our understanding and learnings about CS. So over the past 2 years, we hosted multiple computational thinking workshops across secondary schools in nearby villages and our alma mater, BITS Pilani. So we'll show some glimpses of our journey. So we have taught hundreds of students from very, very diverse backgrounds. For example, this is a school in Rajasthan where over 500 students from villages come to study. And at CFDAB Public School, we faced a challenge, which was they did not have computers. So we had to create games which used which taught computational thinking through either the blackboard or through desks and things like that. So primarily we taught recursion and a number of other computer science topics through the chalkboard. We had hundreds of feedback forms filled voluntarily by the students, and these were just some of them. And then, yeah, these are out of code sessions which we conducted through across villages in Pilani. This is us. These labs had computers, but the issue was they were not able to run a lot of heavy software. So what we did is we tried to find the right tools in order to teach functional programming and composition there. So when we try to teach computational thinking, we try to think of abstract topics which are going to help students in the long run and are never going to get obsolete. So as the first topic as the first abstract idea, we chose recursion. Recursion is breaking down any given problem into smaller instances of the same problem. So it's one of the most important ideas in computer science. It is used in data structures, algorithm design, versioning, search, and a number of other problems. We came up with the idea of recursion fairy, which is a very, very powerful tool to solve any recursive problem. So we have a small demo of recursion fairy for you. So yesterday, Ms. Swati and Ms. Mamta gave a phenomenal presentation on the towers of Hanoi. So we will use the same problem to illustrate the use of recursion fairy to solve it. So a recursion fairy is defined to be a fairy that can solve any problem which is just smaller than what you want to solve. So for example, if you want to solve a towers of Hanoi problem with 5 disks, we would assume that there's a fairy that can solve it for 4 disks for us. And now the problem becomes much simpler. Given a fairy that can move 4 disks, can you try to move 5 disks? And that's very simple. You just have to move the first 4 from A to B, and then the last one to C, and move the 4 disks back to C, and that solves it. It's essentially this simple. And so we were very pleasantly surprised with what we saw when we told the kids about the recursion fairy idea. So with the introduction of the recursion fairy, almost all students were able to solve problems that were until then seemingly unapproachable. For example, again, in this problem, we were like almost all of the kids were able to solve this just using the simple idea of a recursion fairy. So the idea was planted, in fact, so firmly that they went to their homes and told their parents about recursion fairy and how to solve it, how to solve many different recursive problems through that. I would like to invite Ishan to talk about the second demo.
Hello. So the next concept we wanted to explore was composition and abstraction. This we did in Srimati Jamuna Mitra School. And to briefly explain, composition is putting together many things to form something new. Abstraction is hiding complexity or hiding things that are difficult to explain because they're not relevant in the context. So we try to explore this by having the students make a composition, by getting them to draw things. And if you remember, this was the computers weren't very powerful. So we found a great tool, a web-based free tool that allowed students to write code that would get converted into drawings, just like this. And it generates these drawings by simple pieces of code. And we wanted to build up their understanding so that they could make their own landscapes, which we'll come to next. So we started off with something this simple, just a command that draws a circle. And there are 2 values they can play around with, that's 0, 0. And that yellow dot is actually 0, 0. They didn't have it. They had to find out what it means to change the values. When they changed the second value, the circle moved up, which means they could change the circle on the position in the y-axis. And when they change the first value, they could change where the circle is along the x-axis or left and right. And then we kind of guided them to a milestone. Can you draw a cloud using these circles? Well, students came up with different kinds of clouds, and we show the simpler one, that is 3 circles put together, 3 commands, and you make a cloud from 3 circles. And the very next step we did was to abstract it with a new command called draw cloud, which will show up. It skipped a bit. We abstracted these, we wrapped it up into a new command called draw cloud. Now the students could use this to draw clouds instead of thinking about circles. Similarly, we tried to get them to draw a tree. Tree was much faster. They grasped this concept of composing things together. So one triangle, then the second triangle a little below it, another triangle a little below it, and then something was missing. We gave them a command to draw a rectangle, and that's it. They got a tree now. Again, we wrapped it up into a new command called draw tree. And now they had to similarly built up tools for them so that they could make their own landscapes, which we'll show next. So if you see, the photos are a bit zoomed out, but you see they are trying to draw houses using rectangles and triangles. They're coming up with different ones. Some have stacked the rectangles together, some have put them up horizontally. And in the next photograph, we gave them a command to draw a sun, that is a circular sun, and they tweaked around with the values to make spirals out of it. And they were much more creative than we thought. In fact, we planned a syllabus and they exceeded it. If we can play the next video, you'll see that they converted it into 3 spirals in a space-like setting by changing the background of the landscape. If it will play. It's not working now, but I think what the gist that we gave them the tools to make their own landscapes and explore composition and abstraction through a playground. So coming to the key takeaways now. The one key takeaway here is that chocolates always work. We use chocolates liberally to reward them, to have fun, to give them rewards for reaching milestone, and just generally making the class more fun. And we have chocolates here as well. So people who ask questions do get chocolates. And the second key takeaway was that fun examples are always better than abstract concepts. Recursion is very mathematical and abstract, but by framing it as a literary device using the recursion theory, I solve recursion using recursion theory now. So it's good. And the third one was a playground for experimenting makes the class more of self-exploration and it encourages discussion. These were our takeaways and hopefully you learned something from it. Questions are good.
Thank you. Thank you, Satvik and Ishan. There is an announcement. Somebody left the keys in the dining hall. If anybody is here, you can collect it from them. Next, we have a presentation from Shubham Badguzar, Vasantdada Patil Vidya Mandir, Akudi, on the topic वर्गातील शिक्षण आणि CodeMitra application द्वारे ब्लेंडेड माध्यमातील शिक्षण यांचा मुलांच्या CT कौशल्यावर झालेला परिणाम यावर तुलनात्मक अभ्यास.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. So this title seems in Marathi when you pronounce it. So I know most of the crowd is in English, so I translated it. Thank you. I'm going to translate it. Actually, I was struggling to do that. So I know this is a bit late. We are sitting here after heavy lunch. We are trying to concentrate since morning, right? Does it relate it to someone, to you? Who does that, and you give them a ton of homework also. Yeah, that's the pain point that I'm trying to solve here. So if you become a good students for next 10 minutes, I will say, then you will get homework technique that will engage a student more productively. Okay. So don't get fearful by this title, by the way. Once I break it down one studio, you will find it very simple. So yeah, myself Shubham Badguzar, specifically I conducted this experience into the PCMC schools, which are municipality schools, through the PyJam Foundation. The experiment involved around 75 to 80 students, number of computer teachers involved were 1, and we conducted 2 lectures per week. Next slide, please. So first we need to understand here objectives of this abstract, whether what were the learning outcomes of the student when the students were using CodeMitra as an homework tool. So these are these 3 concepts like algorithmic clarity, concept of programming ability. These were these 3 parameters that we tried to gauge as an outcomes. Second thing is that was there any sort of an effect on the homework submission rate of the student due to the CodeMitra application. Next, please. Before we get into that, we need to understand a little bit of context here. There are 2 groups. One is a control group and second one is the treatment group. All the students come from the same geographical area, which is Pimpri Chinchwad Mahanagarpalika, which is hardly 5 to 7 kilometers from here. All students come from government, municipal, corporation schools. Most of students are from slums. Their parents actually are daily wage earners. And so in a nutshell, they come from a same socio-economic context, geographic area, and their school type is also same, and their teacher is also same. By the way, her name is Sheetal. Next, please. Two groups, control group, treatment group. One is a control group who is only going through the classroom. Second group is a classroom group, which goes through the regular classroom activity through the 16 session program, but also they use CodeMitra as an homework tool. Okay, next please. So here is some stats. Important actually is that we conducted a series of 16 sessions with each groups. The rough time of the session for each week. So we conducted session twice in a week. So around 90 to 100 minutes per week. That was the engagement. The grades involved were 6th to 9th. We involved 4 schools into the experiment, and time taken for each cycle is 60 minutes. So 60 minutes for one group, 60 days for one group to conduct 16 sessions, and 60 days for second group to complete 16 sessions. So it was around, we calculated around 130 days to conduct an entire experiment. You can see students are exploring computer science into their classroom on the devices also. Next, please. These were some of the topics that we covered, and most of these topics are covered under the creative computing sort of session. If you know the creative computing, you can explore animation, games, and conversation, and through that you explore the CS concepts like this. Also, it's just not that CS concept we are introducing, we are introducing them to the programming also. So simultaneously using Scratch, they are exploring this programming to the classroom. And also in the last day, we reserve 3 to 4 sessions so that make some projects out of these learnings. I will illustrate about them more into the next slides. Next, please. This is how roughly the flow of session looks like. So first, teacher goes into the classroom, they revise the previous concept. So for example, I am teaching today conditional blocks. So maybe I will revise about the repetitions, which I have taken into the previous classroom. I will introduce the new concept with the contextualized examples for the students. If I have some sort of a definition, then I will introduce the definition. Then I will take a relevant blocks into the Scratch. So if conditional statement is something like as a concept, then I will take if else, if then. So there are 2-3 blocks in Scratch that I will introduce them. And then as a teacher, I will do some activities, some fun activities with the student using these programming blocks. And I will give a task to the student into the classroom itself, where student will go on to their PCs now and they will explore this concept. And they will be given some task, something as an outcome, which will be fun and interactive to explore. Next, please. Once we do that, next. Yeah, but there is one thing. So this was a group 1. But for the group 2, these all activities have been repeatedly 1 second, but they were given a specific homework onto the CodeMitra application. One of the important things that we try to align is that, or we try to incorporate into our design, is that whatever the computing concept or the CS concept we are introducing into the classroom, we will give them those specific activities and those specific subtasks to the students. So student, if they are able to explore, we will say loops into the classroom, they will go home and they will explore this activity based on loops into the as a homework into the CodeMitra application. Next, please. So I guess 2 or 3 people have talked about this, that I will talk about CodeMitra, but maybe this is the time I will introduce it a bit. So it is an open source Android mobile based application developed by the PyJam Foundation. It uses block-based programming to build the CS concepts of the student. It's very self-explanatory and it's very self-learning with a contextualized video. It's a self-paced learning also, so that student can access it whenever they want. There are total 9 activities linking to those exact CS concepts that I had flashed earlier. What we were able to do is that I explained earlier, we align the homework, we align the classroom or CS concept introduced into the classroom with the activities that they will have to go on to the CodeMitra application. and we use WhatsApp groups to record their homework. Next, please. You will see how the students have interacted. So very important thing is that once you are designated with that task, once you complete that task, you will get point. But also once you complete that task, the level of the level 2 or the rigor to do that next task will increase a little bit of higher. And you will also get introduced with the new blocks. Now you will have to again rearrange the whole thing to get an outcome. So you can understand sometimes student might be very, very fuzzy about what is happening and how should we solve this. And obviously the WhatsApp group is running at every minute because they are completing their homework, and those who have completed, they are uploading their screenshot onto the WhatsApp group also. Next, please. So you can see the screenshots of the WhatsApp group. So here is a swastika is saying about something I don't know. Generally, Sheetal phone kept ringing till 11:30 p.m. Sometime in night. Now this has a specific context because the student come from a slum areas, so their parents were coming home at 10 or 10:30 night, 11 p.m. They were getting access to the mobile, and they were eagerly waiting to do the stuff onto the mobile and show it to the class. And when they didn't get it, they get panicked, and then they are saying that, hey, I don't know how to do this. So, but important thing is that it provided them some, if you can, I'm not able to do this, she is trying to tell here, and they are discussing now under the group that what should be done. Obviously, there will be 2 and 3 mischiefs who will be directly taking screenshots of the answer and uploading into the group. So we had to be pretty vigilant for first 2-3 days of activities. Next, please. This is, don't get into that jargon. Just one thing is that here we haven't completed the learning loop. Here we are able to complete the learning loop. Why? Because once they upload their screenshot, they were discussing, and last time we remember, after the discussion, they come into the classroom. Once they come into the classroom, teacher again revise those same CS concept, and also he or she discussed the most common doubts of the student while they were doing those activities. So what we're trying to do here is that we are increasing the time of the student to interact through this process and also go through that concept again and again, go through the example again and again, go through those activities. That is what the only intent is. Maybe next. Yeah, that's only one thing is that we took baseline, we took end line, and we also take a project showcase. This is common with all of those. Just one thing is that using CodeMitra, we were able to do the blended, we were able to do some sort of a blended learning experience also, because we gave classroom education and we were able to do some sort of contextualized videos. We were able to give them, and we were able to give them the tasks also. Next, please. Yeah, I'm coming to the maybe the concluding part.
इससे हम वाटर को वेस्ट होने से बचा सकते हैं और स्टोर करके इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं.
So this is the showcase videos. Next, please. That these students were able to do something, saving the ocean. So they created some activity to pick up the garbage from the ocean. This is a very nice day because today is a World Ocean Day, by the way. Next, please. Yeah. Next. We will discuss about this later. Yeah, very important. We were able to complete so here, obviously we used to give homework to the students, which were mostly paper pen based because we did not have any device how to engage with the CS homeworks with the paper pen. It was a bit critical if you want to convert it into a programming ability of the student. You can see only 40% of them were able to do this, but with the CodeMitra, more than 75, more than 3/4 of them were able to engage with the app completely. So these are the students who completed all the 9 activities. 10% roughly did minimum 6 activities, and less than 10% were not able to engage with the app that much. Next, please. These are some jargons. Maybe we'll go through it later into our tea time. But this is what the result look like.Xt, please. Yeah. This is what we got as a result. Is that if you have algorithmic clarity, when you had your control group, only classroom group, then the difference between the inline and the baseline and the inline, it was around 31%. But when they interacted using the CodeMitra application, the difference has been shoot up to 108. So it's a 3 times increase. So in terms of algorithmic clarity, it's 3 times. Constructor programming, it might be 1.5. In terms of programmability, it might be 6 times also. Next. And we are coming to the last part. Obviously, main important conclusion is that we were able to increase our submission rate, which is a common problem in terms of computer science homeworks. And second thing is that we were able to make it fun and interactive. because there was ease and accessibility in the application and the task and the procedure that we have designed. A way forward here might be, last slide, last slide. A way forward here might be, how does it play on screen? I did it with the 80 student. How does it happen with the 8 lakh students? Where will there be any another procedures or will there be another processes that I have to establish? Obviously, there are inconsistencies with the data. I have 2 filled Excel sheet. If anybody wants to access it, they can access it. You can find inconsistency in the data here and there because there are more than 25 questions of more than 40, 80 students. So it's a little bit of tiring for me also to actually go through each and those results. So you might find it that also. Third thing is that how the CodeMitra is itself as an attempt to make computer science education inclusive, equitable, and accessible for everyone. But how does it play out with the physically challenged students? That is also very much questions that we will ponder upon. Thank you very much. If you get some time, you have a QR code to scan through the CodeMitra. You can download the app and go through the activities. Thank you very much.
Shubha. And now we break for a tea, 15 minutes, and we'll quickly come back after 15 minutes. And all these questions which you have, you can discuss in the tea time.
That's what my father said. Sooner we get yeah. That's true. We want to have this solution. It's a global program. It's a global program. It's a global program to be it's just step outside.
So welcome back. And now continuing with the sessions on CT and coding. Next we have Anjali Devi Tupe and Vrishali Bhojapure from School of Scholars, Akola. The topic is Chef and Python.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Anjali Devi Tupe with my co-author Vrishali Bhojapure. We are from. Am I audible? My co-author Vrishali Bhojapure. We are from School of Scholars, Akola. It's our pleasure to present our paper in this conference on the topic Shape and Python. It is a dramatization in Python. Next slide, please. Why drama? Every student has his own area of interest. Right? Some may have interest in learning science. Some may show their interest in learning maths. Some are in social science, or some may love science in technology. Or there are many who are shown keen interest in learning arts, music, sports, etc. So engaging a variety of learners is really a challenge. Last year, CPSC introduced a skill subject, that is artificial intelligence, for class 9 and 10. Our school adopted artificial intelligence as a compulsory subject for class 9. In AI, 50% syllabus is a Python, and in class 9, many students find difficulty in understanding Python programming. And the reason behind this is for ICT, they got weekly 2 periods and including practicals also. Due to the less number of periods and the practicals, and they also get ICT in 2:1 ratio. So due to the less number of periods, due to the less practicals, and due to the online schooling from the last more than 1 year, we are facing challenges and it's add on to our existing challenge. Our ICT curriculum integrated with the CSpathshala curriculum, which has made it easy in delivery of content easy. Chef and Python is a drama which is inspired from the CSpathshala concept. Protagonist Chef is a character we are from the CSpathshala lesson Loop. As we know, drama provides best platform to engage and involve more students in learning code. We use this variation to overcome our challenge. Next slide, please. Setup scenario for the drama. For the drama, we require these characters: Chef, who wants to learn Python programming, and he wants support from the students. Then randomly chosen group of 5 students, which will help Python to learn Python programming. Then a facilitator role was to provide congenial learning environment to provide support to the students to conduct dramas smoothly and understand the loop concept in a very well manner. And the rest of the student in the class were the participants. In some cases also as a participant when selected group fails to answer. Next slide. Then conduction of activity. We introduce Chef to the students in classroom before conducting the drama. And a group of 5 students were selected using a Wheels of Name, that is the online platform. Using this platform, you can choose students randomly from the list of students. So every student eager for their chance, and the selected group were instructed to help the Chef to solve his query, which will and failing to give the answer, the chance will be given to the rest of the students in the class. The Chef will check correctness of the code every time when he get the answer from the group of students. The same process will be repeated and care was taken to cover all students in the class. Chef will ask some sample questions to the students. As students have the basic programming knowledge, so they will answer for the beginning questions very easily. That means you can see on the screen. And then Chef asks third question to the students, and the third question requires 100-time print statement. And as the logic is same as the previous questions, so the most of the students answered it correctly, but at this time they find that something is wrong, something goes wrong, and they need something different other than this logic. And some may answer a cool hack, which can they write in a single line. Then Chef will try this in the editor like Colab or the Python IDE. Then he will ask to the fourth question to the students, and solution for the fourth question required 100 print statement. And for this time, they will not get any hack for this 100 print statement, because in this 100 print statement required 1 to 100 number that are the different number, and they are finding something other than this one, finding some other solution. And by the observation, they understand that there are some repetitive tasks, have a pattern, and takes a lots of efforts. And at this time, that cool hack that does not work, and they start thinking, is there any hack in Python which will perform repetitive tasks on its own by just writing a few instructions? Next slide.
Yes, next, introduction to loops. Then the facilitator softly put forward the concept of loops. Python has the ability to repeat the instructions using looping command. And loop allows us to do something again and again. So Python has two types of looping statement. One is while and other is for. So in while loop, they execute the block of statements repeatedly until the given condition. Then discuss the syntax and structure of the while loop with the students. And in for loop block, the code is repeated, but for a fixed number of time. Then discuss the syntax and structure for the loop again with the students. Then next slide, variations. So something that is slightly different from the usual form or arranging gives the better things to us. CBSE has introduced the art integration pedagogy for the mainstream subject. It leads to the better understanding and constructions of knowledge. We introduced the integration in ICT through a drama in teaching Python loop concept. Use a wheel of names. Randomly choose the group of 5 students at the same time. It will give the save the time and eager of their chance. As per the drama rules, students who are not participated in the selected team still got the chance to participate in drama. Means what here all students will be engaged at a time in this activity. Then still challenges. Something new is always difficult, but requires a lot of efforts to easy to make it. So we also face some challenges. Some students in a class are not familiar with the variations of the print statement. Some students are not aware about the concept of data types, which is in Python like string. And some are ignored about the operators, replications operators, and then how they can use they didn't know. And one more major challenge is that unable to give the enough practical periods due to the insufficient number of periods. And then impact. Next slide. So it is observed that the use of drama method with the CSpathshala PPT found to be very interactive and engaging. And in this way, we have to introduce the concept of looping command. It is very easy to understand to us. And this will help the students to give the idea about the working of loops, its syntax and actual implementation in the programming. The impact of this are really surprising for us. So out of 46 students, 34 students are able to write down the code, debug it and execute it their own self. But the remaining rest of 8 students having get some problem and variety of errors they can find out. Those are syntax error, declaration error, mismatch sequence, then wrong conditions we will given, missing the declaration of the counter variables, incrementation and decrementation in the while loop, and missing the colon at the end of the statement. So etc. Some errors will be found out, but unable to debug it their own self, they need here the help of teacher. Remaining 4 students are not well versed with the loop syntax, that is a print and initialization, but able to complete the code with the help of peers. At last, conclusion. Next slide. So at last we conclude that using the art integrated pedagogy for teaching CT is found to be more efficient than the regular method. Students are able to write the code and debug it, execute it their own self. And then last one, understanding the loop concept in a class 8 helps them in 9th standard for learning the AI. Drama and coding will improve their writing skill in the Python. So all these are the conclusions regarding this. And one more thing I want to tell to you, whatever the today's presentations will happen, so then ideas which are coming from the today's presentation, we will take it forward and it is very useful to us. This is from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anjali and Vishali. Next, under the CT in context of online classes, we have Shweta Mishra from School of Scholars, Vanagambi. And the topic is Variation in Online School for the topic 02 and CR 01.
So a beautiful evening to all the dignitaries, teachers, and my dear friends. I, Mrs. Shweta Mishra, representing School of Scholars, Maranatha, Nagpur. So today I'm going to talk all about is variation in online school. Sorry, which I did for grade 1. Kindergarten. Kindergarten is a credit for a child to explore the world out. But due to this unprecedented pandemic, opens the new channel for the online education. It was very new challenge for these kids to for these kids to find their tender hands on the keyboards and find the skill on the screen. So, as the small children always find their knowledge, their education from their surrounding. So, this is the small hindering for them that this time they are just finding the school on the screen. So now it's my process for them to make the concept of counting lasting for the students. It was now all about the Jack's farm. This Jack's farm, the concept is related to the listing and counting, for which I introduced them with the rhyme Old MacDonald. The motto behind this is the only to grab their attentions, and also it worked as a very good energizer for them. As they are sitting online, it's really very difficult for such a small children to concentrate for a long time. As such, it was online. I make the student count usually through the PPT, counting different animals from the Jack's farm. When a question was brought to them and the feedback I got from the chat box, I found only 30% of my class were able to answer the questions. Rest of the 70% was totally ignorant about the concept. Now, what about those 70%? Here comes my variation in online school. So my first variation for those 70% of my students, in the next day, I told the student to just fetch some veggies from the kitchen like potatoes, onions, and tomatoes, which were easily available at their homes. Believe me, getting up, running into the kitchen, take a bowl, collecting the vegetables, and come back again in front of the screen was a great activity for them, and they were so eager to know what will be the next. Then, as per the direction given by the teacher, students performed the activity. Here, this time, I have used whiteboard i5 for my feedback. It was really very happy to know that this recent variation had a drastic change in the clearance of the concept to the students. Through whiteboard FI, I come to know 45% of my students are able to understand the concept and solving all the questions given to them very correctly. Now, out of 70%, I am done with my 45%. Now, what about those 25%? Now, my focus is all about those 45% students. For them, I gave, for those 45%, I had given them this worksheet as it was online. I'm not able to give them a printed worksheet, but yes, I told them to just solve these worksheets in their notebook. I found that 20% of my students are the scribble learners. So 20% of the students are able to understand when they had tried, they have drawn and count the things while solving these worksheets. Now, left with the 25%, sorry, only 5%. And I think that 5% needs the extra attention from my side. So for these 5% students, I have called them in my small group activity. What is this small group activity? This small group activity class we had conducted, our school has planned this small group activity class for the handful of students. When the whole school was get over, we call these few students in online and we talk to them and clear their concept one-to-one. So these 5% of students, I had called them in the small group activity classroom, and I had planned different games for them just to break down the monitoring of like counting, listing, and all these things. I had planned various games for them like word ball, spin the wheel, live worksheets, that's interactive worksheets. By solving this live worksheets, there were many worksheets present over there where children can drag and drop and complete the countings and all those things. So those 5% of my class were like a stress learner, one of the type of stress learner. So here, by this lesson, I was able to understand the type of learners I have in my class. That 30% of my students were visualistic learner. 45% of my class are kinesthetic learner as they were doing touching, as they are performing the activity by touch and count. 20% of my class was scribble learner and rest of the 5% are the stress learner. So this model helps me a lot to jot down, to record each type of learner present in my class. I had also recorded this in my anecdotes, which not only helps me, but the next teacher also in the next class will, when she will plan the activity, she can be able to know that what type of learners I have in my class and can plan the activities accordingly. So here, I just wanted to thank all the my mentors, the members of CS, for giving me this chance to stand in front of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shweta. And for the next session, I would like to call upon Palladi.
Thank you. So we have the last set of presentations on day 2, the last session. Probably they've kept the best for the last. That is CT in languages. So I'd like to invite Sudapa Singh Gupta from Dr. Kalmari Shamra High School, Ganesh Nagar. And her topic is an attempt to unmask the main character in a fictional text with multiple characters. Sudapa.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. So the title of my paper is An Attempt to Unmask the Main Character in a Fictional Text. So before starting my presentation, I'm going to give a little information about my target class. So my target class was grade 6, and it was a class of 40 students. And the text that we focused on was Mowgli in Trouble, which was the first chapter in the New Gems Reader by Ratna Sagar, which we follow as a textbook for Standard 6. Now, why this text? Why this chapter? Because Mowgli in Trouble is an extract from the Jungle Book, which is a very famous text by Rudyard Kipling. I mean, it's known to everyone. So that's why we have taken this text as the main focus. Now, to begin with, coming to my title, that an attempt to unmask the main character in a fictional text. May I go to the next slide? So you can see that why is it so important to identify the main character? So firstly, the main character leads a story. It is the main character who is involved in the problem. The problem revolves around the main character, and it is the main character's transformation that
The slide is not matching with the problem.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, so it is the main character's transformation which actually leads to the flowing of the story. So now, generally while reading a text, we follow 3 stages: pre-reading, while reading, and post-reading. May I go to the next slide, please? So we, in the as a pre-reading strategy, we follow the prediction table where children jot down, list the characters, setting, actions related to the text, just with the help of the title and the illustrations which are there in the text. They don't really start reading the text. Then we go through the text, we read the text, and then we go to the next slide. As a post-reading measure, we take up these 2 graphic organizers. First one is the character profile. Children draw the character sketch of the characters present in the text, and they also do something called a beginning, middle, and ending worksheet, which helps them to systematically jot down the characters, the events which are taking place in the story. But to be very frank, after completing these 2 graphic organizers, may I go to the next slide, please? Yes, these are some of the samples that children have done. Next slide, please. Yeah. So, after completing these 3 graphic organizers, they weren't able to identify the main character. And some of them, they came up with supporting characters as main characters. One example I have also given that Balu is the main character because he was present in the story from the very beginning. So it was then that there was a need of variation, and I wanted to design something which could actually help the children not only to identify the main character, but in a very algorithmic thinking, incorporating algorithmic steps, they could identify the main character in a rational way. That was my main focus. So, yes. So, next slide, please. Yes. So this is the graphic organizer that I designed. I shall request Tejaswini, my colleague, to distribute few sheets because if it's not visible. Yes. So in this graphic organizer, if you see, it's very systematically, we have actually incorporated the process of decomposition first. So the entire process of reading the text has been systematically, we have incorporated the process of decomposition where we first take up the pre-reading activity. That is, as I said, they list the characters and the setting which are present in the text with the help of the title and the illustrations which are there in the text. Next, they go to the while reading section. So while reading the text, so this is basically in the while reading section, they shortlist the characters which they actually come across, thereby cancelling the characters which were there, which they thought would be there in the text, but it wasn't there because it's an extract that is taken out. So here we incorporate algorithmic steps as well, where they step by step they move forward. So after reading the text, they take up the post-reading section where we help them to narrow down. Narrowing down is very important. So we help them to narrow down where they name so the first block, if you see, they have named the character around which the story revolves. Now, henceforth, whichever question they will be answering with respect to this character that they name. The next block is interaction with the other characters. So interaction of this character with the other characters. So Mowgli interacts with his friends. Being a human, the way he interacts with his friends, which are mostly carnivores. Then we come to the next one, that is dealing with the problem. How does the characters of, so the story goes like this, that the character Mowgli is kidnapped by the bandalo or monkeys, and how he deals with the problem. So what he does, he calls for his friends and he informs his friends that I have been kidnapped, so help me. So and that is how, with the help of his friends, he somehow his friends and Mowgli, they somehow come out of the problem and they come out of the trap of the bandalo. That is the entire story. Now, when they go to the fifth block, that is the transformation. You can also say a realization on the part of the character, either a transformation or a realization. Why I have put this word transformation, I'll come to you a little later, but before this, realization. So Mowgli realizes the bond of friendship that he shares with his friends who are not one of his type. They are not humans, but they share a very good relationship, and to such an extent that Mowgli, at the end, he promises his life to one of his friends, Ka, which is a snake, a rock python. Now, the main twist comes here, that there is a checklist that is here. What children are supposed to do, they are supposed to answer the questions which are in the checklist. If they get a answer which is negative, which is in the negative, they can repeat the entire process again till the time they get all the answers in the positive. Once they get, for any character, all the answers in the positive, it is then that they can conclude that this is my main character. And we, since being English teachers, we add this fun element into the graphic organizer, that is my thoughts. If Mowgli wouldn't have been the main character, who would have been the main character and why do you think so? So this is the whole graphic organizer that I designed. Ma'am, may I do the next slide? Yeah. So this is what just now I said. This is the moving flow of the graphic organizer. Ma'am, next slide. Yeah. So when we come to the impact is, children, it's not that they got the correct answer at the first go. Some of them, they had to repeat the steps. But finally, they understood the steps. Not only that, my learning outcome was to identify the main character and to reconfirm their conclusion with the help of the checklist. Another thing which happened, which wasn't my learning outcome, but it did happen, that they could differentiate between the main characters and the supporting characters. In a text, a supporting character also undergoes a transformation, but it is not so important, or it does not contribute so much as it does for a main character. As a conclusion, I would say that this particular graphic organizer can be used from grades 1 to 10, irrespective of language. It can be applied to any language. Not only that, it can be applied to movies, it can be applied to plays as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sutapa. Next, we have Sheetal Marwade from School of Scholars, Atre Layout, Nagpur. And her topic is Computational Thinking and Teaching of Sanskrit Grammar.
Is this audible? Namo Namaha, Shubha Sandhyakala. Sorry. नमो नमः शुभ संध्याकालम या देवी सर्वभूतेषु बुद्धिरूपेण संस्थिता नमस्तस्यै 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 नमो नमः good evening to one and all present over here. I am Sheetal Marwade from SOS Athena Nagpur and today I am presenting Sanskrit grammar and teaching of computational thinking Sanskrit grammar. तो यहाँ पर ये जो टॉपिक आज प्रेजेंट करने जा रही हूँ इसमें सबसे पहले एक बात कहना चाहूंगी कि इस CTiS में सभी विषयों का प्रयोग है एक्चुअली मैथमेटिक्स साइंस कंप्यूटर साइंस म्यूजिक आर्ट सभी तो मुझे लगता है कि शायद भाषा का प्रयोग यहाँ पर अभी जस्ट शुरू हुआ है इंग्लिश के लिए हमने जो कैरेक्टर्स एक्सप्लेन किए वही से भाषा का प्रयोग शुरू हुआ है तो संस्कृत भाषा का प्रयोग यहाँ पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है अभी तक किसी ने किया नहीं होगा जिसे करने का एक प्रयास मैंने किया हुआ है छोटा सा प्रयास आई होप सबके लिए आसान होगा एक्चुअली माय प्रेजेंटेशन इज बाइलिंगुअल काइंडली एक्सेप्ट यहाँ जो संस्कृत ग्रामर जो स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ाया जाता है एक्चुअली एनसीईआरटी सीबीएसई के अकॉर्डिंग स्टैंडर्ड 6 से लेके 10 तक स्टूडेंट्स फर्स्ट टाइम 6 से लेके संस्कृत भाषा को पढ़ते हैं तो वहाँ संस्कृत में पढ़ाते समय सबसे पहले वर्णों का प्रयोग जो वर्ण और स्वर और व्यंजन उसमें जो आते हैं सबसे पहले उसे ही बहुत अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन किया जाता है चैलेंजेस दिए हुए कुछ की संस्कृत ये बोली भाषा नहीं है सबसे पहले तो बहुत पहले एक जमाना था जब संस्कृत बोली भाषा थी लेकिन अभी नहीं है तो उसके लिए हमें बोली भाषा हो इसके लिए थोड़ा सा प्रयास में हम लोग चल रहे हैं उसीलिए छोटी सी एक शुरुआत की हुई है लेकिन इसमें जो वर्णमाला का प्रयोग मैंने आपको बताया तो वर्णों का प्रयोग ऐसा नहीं है कि बाकी भाषा में इन वर्णों को जानते नहीं हिंदी भाषा में मराठी भाषा में सभी इंग्लिश में भी अल्फाबेट्स को अ आ ई या फिर क ख ग ये जो होते हैं तो स्वर और व्यंजन इनको सभी बहुत अच्छी तरीके से स्टूडेंट जानते हैं लेकिन इसका एक्चुअल प्रयोग करना और उसे स्वर और व्यंजनों को एक साथ मैच करके इन वर्णों को एक्सप्लेन करना वो थोड़ा सा शास्त्र शुद्ध भाषा को समझने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है तो इन वर्णों को जब एक साथ ऐसे पढ़ाया जाए तो थोड़ा सा मुश्किल होता है और संस्कृत को समझने के लिए इसे थोड़ा सा चार्ट के माध्यम से अगर पढ़ाए तो ये थोड़ा सा बहुत अच्छे से समझ में आ जाए क्योंकि इसमें ह्रस्व स्वर दीर्घ स्वर व्यंजन व्यंजनों में वर्गीय व्यंजन क्या होते हैं अवर्गीय व्यंजन क्या है उसमें फिर अंतस्थ उष्माण ये सब बताया जाता है एक्चुअली इसके उच्चारण स्थान बहुत मायने रखते हैं उच्चारण स्थान नेक्स्ट स्लाइड पर है उच्चारण स्थान में देखिए इसमें कंठ ओष्ठ इन सभी वर्णों का प्रयोग है तो कंठ ओष्ठ एक्चुअली क्या है जब स्टूडेंट्स को क्लासरूम में इन सभी वर्णों के बारे में जब बताया जाता है तो ये उच्चारण स्थान स्टूडेंट्स को जब टीचर्स के थ्रू पता चलता है स्टूडेंट्स को इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं खुद बोलकर बताते हैं उसके लिए पीयर असेसमेंट करके ग्रुप एक्टिविटी अगर करो तो सब लोग ना एक दूसरे को बोल के बताते हैं देखो सही में आ रहा है क्या कंठस्थ यानी कि क्या क ख ग घ अंग सही में उच्चारण स्थान कहाँ से हो रहा है गले से वहां पे हमारी बॉडी का जो दंतोष्ठ का प्रकार है या फिर एक पर्टिकुलर अंग कौन सा वहां पे रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है वो बताया जाता है और उसके अकॉर्डिंग उसका प्रकार बहुत अच्छे से उनको समझ में आता है देन इन उच्चारण स्थान को एक्सप्लेन करने के बाद जब ये स्वरों को व्यंजनों को एक साथ जोड़कर एक मीनिंगफुल शब्द को पढ़ना सीखते हैं इवन लिखते हैं तब इन लोगों को संस्कृत में स्पष्ट उच्चारण के साथ शब्दों को पढ़ना ये बहुत अच्छे से समझ में आता है इसमें देखिए आप लोगों को दिख रहा होगा ये मैथमेटिक्स जो मैथमेटिक्स ऐसा सब्जेक्ट है जिसमें बहुत सारे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इनके मैथ्स के साथ कोरिलेटेड है एक्चुअली यहाँ देखिए कि आप लोगों को दिख रहा होगा कि वर्णों को स्वरों के साथ मैच करने के बाद एक पर्टिकुलर वर्ड जब पता चलता है तो वो वर्ड यहाँ पर पढ़ने के बाद उनको समझ में आता है कि एक्चुअली क्या शब्दों को हम पढ़ रहे हैं और कौन सा है तो इसमें उसके बाद जब छोटे छोटे शब्दों को पढ़ना स्टूडेंट समझ लेता है पढ़ के बताता है उसके बाद इन छोटे छोटे शब्दों का प्रयोग करके एक मीनिंगफुल सेंटेंस का प्रयोग वो करता है अब देखिए यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट जैसे शब्दों को जोड़ने के लिए स्वर और व्यंजनों को एक साथ एकत्रित करता है उसके बाद जब वो उन्हीं शब्दों का डिसॉल्व करता है इसी को डिकम्पोजिशन कंपोजिशन इनके इस विषय के अंतर्गत इस विषय को वो पढ़ता है अब उसके बाद आता है कि नेक्स्ट स्टेप इसकी जो आती है उसमें शब्दों को पढ़ने के बाद एक मीनिंगफुल सेंटेंस तैयार करना। तो मीनिंगफुल सेंटेंस तैयार करने के लिए बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस को फेस करना है। केवल सेंटेंस लिखना, ये लिख तो कोई भी लेता है, लेकिन उसे समझ के लिखना, पढ़ के लिखना, ये एक्चुअली इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। तो वो पढ़ते समय और लिखते समय इनका एक साथ रिलेशन कैसे जोड़ना, ये इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। तो उस रिलेशन को जोड़ने के लिए विभक्तियों का प्रयोग एक्चुअली थ्रोट इन्फेक्शन है थोड़ा सा, तो इसमें विभक्तियों का जो प्रयोग होता है विभक्तियों के प्रयोग के साथ साथ कुछ संधियों के नियम आते हैं, लेकिन ये संधियां जैसे बाकी भाषाओं में भी पढ़ाई जाती है। इन संधियों में व्यंजन संधि, विसर्ग संधि, स्वर संधि, इन संधियों के अलग अलग विषय होते हैं। संधियों के नियम भी अलग अलग है, लेकिन हर एक संधि को बताना तो बहुत मुश्किल है। लेकिन एक संधि को थोड़ा सा एक टॉपिक एक्सप्लेन करना चाहूंगी। फॉर एग्जाम्पल विसर्ग संधि आपके सामने दिख रहा है। तो विसर्ग संधि का ये जो उदाहरण है, जब स्टूडेंट्स को ये बताया जाता है कि इसमें आपको विसर्ग संधि के स्थान पर विसर्गस्य रत्वम यानी विसर्ग के स्थान पर र का प्रयोग, अब ये जोड़कर अगर छात्र वहां पर विसर्ग संधि का प्रयोग करता है, डिसॉल्व करना, एक साथ जोड़कर लिखना, जब उनको बताया जाता है कि विसर्ग संधि के साथ इसका प्रयोग इन स्टेप्स में किया जाए, जब पूछा जाता है क्लास में कि ये पढ़ने के बाद आपको कुछ ऐसा याद आ रहा है क्या, तो स्टूडेंट तुरंत बोलते हैं कि हाँ, मैथ्स के इक्वेशन ऐसे ही सॉल्व करते मैम हम लोग। तो मैथ्स की इक्वेशन अगर सॉल्व करते हैं तो बात सही है आपकी, लेकिन इसके बाद फिर स्टूडेंट्स का एक क्वेश्चन आता है और कि मैम ऐसा क्यों, मैथ्स जैसे विसर्ग के स्थान पर र का ही प्रयोग क्यों, ऐसा क्यों। तो उसके लिए ना चाहे जितना मैं एक्सप्लेनेशन दूं, व्याकरणकर्ता पाणिनि के द्वारा लिखित अष्टाध्यायी में सारे नियम लिखित है, वो उनको चाहे कितना भी बताओ लेकिन मानेंगे नहीं। जब उनको बताया जाता है कि बेटा मैथ्स में आप लोगों को साइन कॉस टैन इसकी जो वैल्यू है वो आपने लिखी है क्या या फिर आपने इम्प्लीमेंट की है क्या, ये जब बताया जाता है तो बोलते नहीं ये तो ऑलरेडी है। अबे स्वाति मैडम आपको पढ़ाते हैं तो क्या ऐसे ही पढ़ाते हैं क्या वो, कि अपने मन से डालिए उन्होंने और अपनी सुविधा के अनुसार उसको चेंज किया जाता है क्या, तो बोलते नहीं। तो ये एग्जैक्टली वैसा ही है। और उसी तरीके से जब एक एग्जाम्पल बता दिया जाए तो फिर वो दूसरे भी उदाहरणों को सॉल्व करते हैं। जैसे कि इसमें भी थोड़ा सा एक वेरिएशन आता है, जब संधि विच्छेद करो तो उसमें आगे जो उत्तर पद होता है, उत्तर पद का पूर्व वर्ण यदि स्वर रहे या व्यंजन रहे, स्वर रहे तो समझ में आए, लेकिन स्वरों को क्योंकि वर्णों को व्यंजनों में मिक्स करना वो जानता है, लेकिन यदि अगर उत्तर पद का पूर्व वर्ण व्यंजन हो तो वो र का प्रयोग करेंगे कहाँ, ये एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। कुछ छात्र बताते हैं कुछ नहीं, तो उसमें बताया वो जो एक्सप्लेनेशन में दिया हुआ है उसी के अकॉर्डिंग स्टूडेंट्स उदाहरणों को सॉल्व करते हैं। तो ये टॉपिक के अनुसार एक्चुअली बड़े शब्दों का उच्चारण, बड़े शब्दों का प्रयोग बहुत आसानी से समझे, इसलिए ये संधि को पढ़ाना जरूरी है, क्योंकि बड़े बड़े शब्दों को टुकड़ों में पढ़ना ये एक बहुत बड़ा टास्क है। और इन टुकड़ों में पढ़ने के बाद जब आत्मविश्वास एक आता है कि नहीं संस्कृत लैंग्वेज को भी हम लोग पढ़ सकते हैं, उसके बाद नेक्स्ट स्टेप आती है कि वाक्यों को जोड़ना और वाक्यों को लिखना। तो उसमें जब वाक्यों को जोड़कर लिखा जाता है तो एक पर्टिकुलर मीनिंग उसमें आना चाहिए। तो वो मीनिंग समझने के लिए फिर से आते हैं मैथमेटिक्स की तरफ। तो उसमें आता है कि शब्दों को लिखना, शब्दों को कैसे लिखा जाता है। आकारांत पुल्लिंग शब्द है, आकारांत स्त्रीलिंग है, इकारांत है, उकारांत है, रुकारांत है, इवन व्यंजनांत कुछ शब्द है। तो ऐसे शब्दों को तैयार करते समय फिर से विभक्तियों के अकॉर्डिंग दैट मींस नॉमिनेटिव, केस, एक्यूजेटिव, इंस्ट्रूमेंटल, डेटिव, एब्लेटिव, जेनेटिव एक्सेट्रा। इन विभक्तियों के अनुसार जब टेबल्स को बताया जाता है तो वो टेबल्स वहां पर इम्प्लीमेंट होते हैं, लेकिन फिर से वही प्रॉब्लम आती है कि मैम कितने सारे टेबल्स को लर्न करेंगे, बाप रे जान लोगे क्या बच्चे के। तब ये आता है एक्चुअली तो उसमें फिर से जब ये स्टूडेंट जिसकी तरफ आता है कि नहीं हम लोग मैथ्स के टेबल करते हैं लर्न क्लास में 2 1 2 2 2 4, देन अगर मैथ्स के टेबल्स लर्न करते हो ना तो संस्कृत के ये टेबल लर्न करो, 1 टाइम इन्वेस्टमेंट है, 10 तक पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं बेटा, बहुत अच्छा है। सबसे पहले क्यों लिया है संस्कृत, स्कोरिंग करने के लिए, देन लर्न, ये बहुत जरूरी है। इसके लिए ये टेबल्स को लर्न करने के बाद फिर उनको बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग, बहुत मजा आता है कि एक टेबल हम लोगों ने लर्न किया, वाओ दैट्स ग्रेट, इसके जैसा हम लोग बाकी दूसरे टेबल्स भी आ रहे हैं, हम लोगों को सॉल्व कर रहे हैं, इतने उत्सुकता के साथ बताते हैं, वही मेरा जो मेन उद्देश्य है सफल होता है। बहुत अच्छा लगता है मुझे कि नहीं, जो मैं बताना चाहती थी क्लास में वो समझ में आया। लेकिन एग्जैक्टली जब कारक चिन्हों का प्रयोग किया जाता है तो कारक चिन्हों के प्रयोग के अनुसार टॉपिक को एक्सप्लेन करना ये जरूरी है। तो उसमें टॉपिक को जब एक्सप्लेन किया जाता है, छोटे छोटे वाक्यों को जब स्टूडेंट्स को बताया जाता है कि कारक के जो चिन्ह है, जैसे कर्ता ने कर्म को करण से के द्वारा संप्रदान के लिए को अपादान से अलग होना। मैम ये हिंदी में भी पढ़े हमने, हाँ, लेकिन हिंदी में तुमने सिंपल सेंटेंस किया है, संस्कृत में क्या कैसे विभक्तियों का प्रयोग करोगे, कैसे सॉल्व करोगे उसे, तब समझ में आता है। और ये सिर्फ इसीलिए नहीं कि संस्कृत में छात्र वाक्यों को पढ़ने के बाद उसका हिंदी अनुवाद, इंग्लिश अनुवाद ही आना चाहिए। उसके बाद फिर एक कि जैसे अनुवाद किया हुआ दैनंदिन जीवन के उदाहरण, उन उदाहरणों को संस्कृत में एक्सप्लेन करना, या फिर संस्कृत में 5 सेंटेंसेस को अपने मन से लिखे, ये मेन उद्देश्य है। तब जब उन लोगों को संस्कृत में ये लिखना होता है, तब वो वहां पर कारक के चिन्हों का प्रयोग करते हैं। वहां पर विभक्तियों में भी थोड़ी सी गड़बड़ होती है कि करण से के द्वारा अपादान से अलग होना से ये जो कारक का चिन्ह है 2 बार आया है। तो हम लोग तो हम लोग ये तैयार कैसे करें, फिर उनको ये बताया जाता है कि बेटा करण यानी कि तृतीय विभक्ति, तृतीय विभक्ति में से यानी कि से के द्वारा जो क्रिया की जाएगी वो किससे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल हस्ते न खादती, हस्ते न लिखती, हाथ से लिखते हैं, हाथ के द्वारा लिखते हैं, वहां पर करण यानी कि तृतीय विभक्ति। लेकिन अपादान से अलग होना, अलग होने के लिए भी जो से है तो उसमें कैसे करोगे, फॉर एग्जाम्पल बालकः अश्वात् पतति, बालकः गृहात् बहिः गच्छति, तो अश्वात्, गृहात्, ये जैसे उदाहरण है, ये शब्द रूप के तरह उनको आते हैं, जो शब्द रूप के अकॉर्डिंग उन लोगों को पढ़ना और उसके अनुसार वो सॉल्व करना, ये आता है उन लोगों को इस तरीके से। और इसी के अकॉर्डिंग संस्कृत ट्रांसलेशन का एक इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट वो वहां पर सॉल्व करते हैं। और यही मेरा मेन उद्देश्य था कि संस्कृत भाषा को एक लेवल तक पहुंचाना, संस्कृत ग्रामर को एक मैथमेटिक्स के साथ आगे बढ़ाना। ये मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छी तरीके से सफल करने की कोशिश की है। और थैंक यू सो मच ऑल CTiS मेंबर। मुझे लगता है आगे आने वाले दिनों में संस्कृत के ऐसे बहुत सारे पेपर्स यहाँ पे आए जो मैंने छोटी सी कोशिश की। थैंक यू सो मच।
Next we have Mr. Ajay Zadhav from Dr. Kalmani Shamrao School, Ganesh Nagar, Pune. His topic is computational thinking in language education.
Thank you. सबसे पहले मैम, अभी जो आपने यहाँ संस्कृत का जो प्रदर्शन किया है उससे मैथ साइंस वाले काफी डर गए होंगे कि अरे ये अपना मैथ साइंस अच्छा है, ये शुरुआत में ऐसा। लेकिन एक्चुअली जो लैंग्वेज पार्ट है, मराठी, हिंदी, संस्कृत, इसे साइंटिफिक बेस है, उसे मैथमेटिकल भी बेस है। तो सबसे पहले माय इंट्रोडक्शन, मेरा नाम अजय जाधव, डॉक्टर कलमारी शामराव हाई स्कूल गणेश नगर से मैं हूँ। हमारे स्कूल में लगभग 1500 के आसपास कुल छात्र हैं और हर कक्षा में 6 डिवीजन। हम कुल मिलाकर 65 के आसपास कुल शिक्षक हैं, जिसमें 6 कंप्यूटर टीचर एंड 4 ATL टीचर्स। ऐसा हमारा सारा स्टाफ 2016-17 से कंप्यूटर सब्जेक्ट में हमने कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग शुरू किया CSpathshala के माध्यम से, और आज की स्थिति में कुल 8 टीचर इससे जुड़े हुए हैं। अब आता याची व्याप्ती वाढती है, हम मैथ्स, साइंस, लैंग्वेजेस, इसमें हम इसका उपयोग कर रहे हैं। तो जहां तक मेरे टॉपिक का विषय है कि टीचिंग द कंसेप्ट ऑफ नाउन टू ग्रेड 5 इन द थर्ड लैंग्वेज मराठी यूजिंग एक्टिविटी एंड स्ट्रेटेजीज। तो तरह तरह की एक्टिविटी स्ट्रेटेजीज हम स्कूल में करते हैं, लेकिन ये कंप्यूटेशनल थिंकिंग या एक विशिष्ट संरचना के माध्यम से हम इसे कैसे पढ़ा सकते हैं, इसका मैंने यहाँ पर उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। तो ये करने से पहले मैं बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन का एक कोट आपके सामने पेश करना चाहता हूँ। टेल मी एंड आई फॉरगॉट, टीच मी एंड आई रिमेम्बर, इन्वॉल्व मी एंड आई लर्न। अब ये पढ़ने के बाद मेरे मन में सवाल आया कि बेंजामिन फ्रैंकलिन ये मुझे लगता है कि अमेरिकन रिवॉल्यूशन का कुछ इनसे संबंधित है, मतलब 18th सेंचुरी। अब ये 18th सेंचुरी में इस बंदे ने ये बात कही, लेकिन मेरे टीचर ने मुझे ये नहीं सिखाया। आपके टीचर ने आपको कितना सिखाया ये पता नहीं, बट एज ए टीचर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये बात होनी चाहिए। यहाँ पर आपकी जो सीटी वगैरह ये जो सब चल रहा है ना, ये बहुत ही अच्छा प्रयास है, जिसके माध्यम से सभी बच्चों को ये सिखाया जा रहा है, पढ़ाया जा रहा है कि विचार कैसे करने हैं। अगर कोई प्रॉब्लम तुम्हारे सामने आती है तो उसे एक विशिष्ट संरचना के माध्यम से कैसे आप सॉल्व कर सकते हो। तो भाषा विषय में जब व्याकरण का नाम आता है तो बहुत सारे बच्चे डर जाते हैं। एक तो सिखाने का तरीका ही ऐसे होता है कि डेफिनेशन, एग्जाम्पल्स, एक्सप्लेनेशन, या एक्सप्लेनेशन या एग्जाम्पल, डेफिनेशन, एक्सप्लेनेशन। तो इनमें से जिनकी ग्रास्पिंग पावर ज्यादा होती है वो बच्चे जल्दी सीख जाते हैं, लेकिन जिनकी ग्रास्पिंग पावर बहुत कम है, और ऐसे कई सारे बच्चे हर क्लास में होते ही है, मेरे क्लास में तो ज्यादा ही रहते हैं। तो इन बच्चों के बारे में क्या करें? तो मुझे बहुत दिक्कत आती थी कि समझना है तो सबको समझाना चाहिए ना। अगर किसी एक बच्चे को भी प्रॉब्लम आती है और उससे कम अंक आते हैं तो एज ए टीचर मुझे बुरा लगता है कि मैं उस तक पहुंच नहीं पाया, ऐसी क्या बात है। तो कुछ स्ट्रैटेजीज मैंने इम्प्लीमेंट किए थे। इसमें से मराठीमध्ये मी एक नाम नावाची संकल्पना घेतली, खूप सोपी है। तो ये जो मैंने पढ़ाया है ना, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो कंसेप्ट ऑफ नाउन एंड ग्रामर। तो जब मैं नाम पढ़ा रहा था, मराठी मध्ये शिकवत होता मैं, तो यहाँ पर मैंने नोन टू अननोन इसका आधार लिया। मतलब बच्चे जो जानते हैं वो उनको बताते 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 एक कंसेप्ट या एक ऐसी बात बता दी जाए कि जो नियम है, जो कानून है, तब बच्चों को पता चलता है अरे हाँ ये तो हमें पता था, तो यही हमें सीखना था। तो ये मैंने उनके सामने रखा था, और इसको देखते हुए छोटा सा एक सिंपल सा प्लान मैंने उनके सामने रखा। मैंने 5th F का एक क्लास, उसके लिए जिस क्लास को मैं पढ़ाता था 5th F का था, उसमें 43 बच्चे थे कुल मिलाकर। अब हमारी जो बिल्डिंग दिख रही है, हमारी जो बिल्डिंग कॉलेज, हमारे स्कूल की जो बिल्डिंग है, उसको बच्चों को आने जाने के लिए 3 रास्ते हैं, 3 स्टेयरकेस है। तो इन 43 बच्चों को मैंने 4 अलग अलग कोटों में उनका विभाजन कर दिया, डिवाइडेशन, और ये चारों को मैंने अलग अलग मार्ग से भेज दिया। 3 तो थे, चौथे को सीधा लिफ्ट से मैंने नीचे भेज दिया। अब इन बच्चों ने क्या किया, तो उनको जो जो चीजें दिखती है उन्होंने उनके नाम लिखे। तो ये डाटा कलेक्शन हो गया। अब ये डाटा कलेक्शन होने के बाद ये प्लानिंग एक्टिविटी, ऑब्जर्वेशन, वॉक अराउंड द स्कूल। अब ये बच्चे घूमते फिरते हुए ये सब काम कर रहे थे। इनको हम कुछ पढ़ने जा रहे हैं, हम कुछ सीखने जा रहे हैं, इसका बिल्कुल इल्म नहीं था, पता भी नहीं था हम क्या सीखने जा रहे हैं। लेकिन उनको क्लास के बाहर आ गए, यही उनके लिए सबसे बहुत बड़ी बात थी। अगर शहरों में अगर आप देखोगे, आप जिला परिषद के बहुत सारे टीचर्स हैं यहाँ पर, आपके पास सराउंडिंग बहुत ज्यादा है, वास्ट है, हमें वो दिक्कत बहुत आती है। तो इसलिए क्लास के बाहर जब वो आते हैं तो वो बहुत खुश हो जाते हैं। हाथ में पेन पेपर ये लेकर वो निकल पड़े। जो जो चीजें उन्होंने देखी वो लिखना शुरू किया। अब इन चारों गुटों ने जो जो नाम जो जो डाटा कलेक्ट किया, ये जो पीछे एक स्लाइड, तो इसको एक 10 से 12 मिनट हमने दिए थे। इस 10 से 12 मिनट में उन्होंने जो डाटा कलेक्ट किया था, क्लास में आने के बाद हमने उसे अलग अलग कैटेगरीज में डालना शुरू किया। तो यहाँ पर अगर आप देखोगे कि प्लानिंग ऑफ एक्टिविटी, ऑब्जर्वेशन, कैटेगराइजेशन, डिस्कशन एंड लास्ट डेफिनेशन। तो लास्ट में हमने जो इसका जो सार बोलते हैं और एब्स्ट्रैक्ट, वो हमने निकालने का प्रयास किया। तो यहाँ पर कैटेगराइजेशन करते हुए कुछ चित्र हमें दिखेंगे। मैम नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। तो यहाँ पर ये बच्चे जो है ये घूम रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं, अलग अलग नाम लिख रहे हैं, डिस्कशन में उन्होंने हिस्सा लिया है। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। अब यहाँ पर कई सारी मजेदार कहानियां आपको मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन 10 मिनट में ये सारी कहानियां कंप्लीट नहीं होंगी। तो उसमें एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात ऐसी हुई कि हमारे यहाँ से सिंहगढ़ थोड़ा थोड़ा दिखता है। तो सिंहगढ़ दिखता है तो एक बच्चे ने लिखा सिंहगढ़। तो मैंने ऐसे ही पूछा कि सिंहगढ़ किससे संबंधित है। तो एक बच्चे ने बताया कि तानाजी मालुसरे। चलो बहुत बढ़िया। तो तानाजी मालुसरे कौन था? अजय देवगन। तो मैंने कहा चलो ठीक है, ये भी मतलब इसमें मेरा सवाल गलत था। जैसे कि कल ये जो डिजाइन बना रहे थे कि किसी ने कहा कि स्टिक इस्तेमाल करने, लेकिन कौन सी स्टिक? तो तरह तरह की स्टिक्स बच्चों ने इस्तेमाल की। तो ये मुझे समझ में आया कि मैंने अलग तरह से पूछना था। मुझे जो चाहिए वो उत्तर लाने के लिए मुझे अच्छी तरह से सवाल पूछना था। तो मैंने चलो इसी बात का मौका उठाया। तो मैंने उसे पूछा, अरे अजय देवगन और अजय यादव एक ही है ना? नहीं, अजय देवगन अलग है, अजय यादव। तो ये कैटेगराइजेशन हमने ऐसा किया। तो ये 10 मिनट तो ये अलग अलग नाम, इनको कैटेगराइज करने के बाद हमने सामान्य नाम, विशेष नाम और भाववाचक नाम, इन तीनों नामों में हमने इसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया। और ये सब सारा होने के बाद, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। ये सारा होने के बाद मैंने बच्चों को बताया, देखो इसको नाम कहते हैं, डेफिनेशन बनानी। ये जो सारे हैं ना, ये सारे नाम हैं। तो बच्चों ने कई सारे प्रयास किए और ये प्रयास करते करते वो अंत में आ गए कि नाम किसे कहते हैं, नाम किसे कहते हैं। तो उन्होंने बताया हमारे आसपास जो व्यक्ति है, वस्तु है, स्थान है या हमारी भाव भावना है, उनको हम जिस नाम से पुकारते हैं उसे नाम कहते हैं। तो ये नाम आने के बाद अब इसमें भाववाचक संज्ञा जो है, ये भाववाचक नाम के बारे में मुझे बहुत प्रयास करनी पड़े। अब इसमें लिमिटेशंस कई सारे थी। जैसे कि पहले मैंने बताया कि जगह की कमी ये थी, अकेला ही 4 रूट में हैंडल कर रहा था, ये एक समस्या थी। लेकिन इसके इम्पैक्ट बहुत बढ़िया थी। ये मैप आप देख रहे हो कि यहाँ पर डाटा कलेक्शन, डाटा एनालिसिस, क्लासिफिकेशन टुवर्ड्स एब्स्ट्रैक्ट और एब्स्ट्रैक्शन, मतलब नाम का डेफिनेशन यहाँ पर हमने निश्चित कर दिया। अब इसका जो परिणाम है, ये परिणाम बहुत अच्छा हुआ। बच्चों को मैंने कुछ सिखाया नहीं, बच्चों ने जो देखा उनको मैंने सिर्फ गाइड किया, इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए, प्रॉपर इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए। और वो प्रॉपर इंस्ट्रक्शन और इन सारी बातों से बच्चों को अच्छी तरह से समझ में आया। यस, थैंक यू। और फिर उसके बाद ये जो इम्पैक्ट था, ये इम्पैक्ट बहुत अच्छा था कि देखो बच्चों ने क्या किया, लर्निंग बाय डूइंग। उन्होंने खुद किया, डाटा कलेक्शन खुद किया, चर्चा में हिस्सा उन्होंने लिया, उन्होंने ही जवाब दे दिए। मैं सिर्फ जो नहीं चाहिए वो मैं बाजू में करता गया। उसके बाद एल्गोरिदम, मैंने जो सेट ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन दिए थे, एल्गोरिदम जो यूज किया था वो उन्होंने सही ढंग से उसका पालन किया। कोलैबोरेटिव लर्निंग हुआ, इसमें बच्चे एक ग्रुप में किस तरह से पढ़ा जाता है, सीखा जाता है, वो उन्होंने सीखा। सेल्फ लर्निंग हुआ। और ये सारी बातें करते करते मुझे समझ में, यहाँ पर हम देख सकते हैं कि केवल नाउन ही नहीं, हम विशेषण इस प्रकार से सीख सकते हैं, सर्वनाम भी सीख सकते हैं, कई तरह की व्याकरणिक संकल्पनाएं, इसका हम यहाँ पर अच्छी तरह से लर्निंग हो सकता है। ठीक, थैंक यू।
Let's welcome our last presenter on day 2 of the conference, Amuda C. Muniraj from BGS Central School, and his topic is dialogue writing.
Jai Shri Gurudev. Hey everyone. Have you reached at any point where you would have found it difficult to converse with the students or get the expected dialogues from them? The conversation would be held up and so on, in the form of writing or in the form of conversation. In fact, I have faced it many a times, and this conversation is an important part in the grammar, that is dialogue writing. It would be a hard nut to crack for the students, and the class would be uninteresting, and students would not write the expected dialogues. Eventually, they won't get marks in the board examination. Hey everyone, once again, I am Amuda C. Muniraj, Principal of BGS Central School, Karyahalli, Bhadravati. We have around 1600 students from pre-nursery to 10th grade, 50 teachers, and we have started implementing computational thinking this academic year. So when I started my journey in IMF, as I volunteered myself, and when I was taught this computational thinking, the sudden thought that came to my mind of how I could integrate the strategy of this computational thinking was dialogue writing. So, the challenges what I faced in dialogue writing is obviously they could not understand the concept. The student big talks, misconnection, similar tones or no tones, missing punctuation marks. Finally, if a story was given in a paragraph and it was told to convert in dialogue form, students would find it very difficult. So here I thought of integrating the strategy of computational thinking to make the students understand. So collecting the data, first to know what the dialogues, what all, analyze the data, what is exactly the computational thinking, decompose the story in the form of events and characters, give a pattern for them to recognize, collaborate their ideas finally and come up with good dialogue writing. So with all the strategies kept in my mind, I started it to implement in the classroom. I explained to them about dialogue writing, where they all went bonkers. Again, dialogue writing in the class, chaos was there. Then I connected this dialogue writing with computational thinking, introducing them to computational thinking, the various strategies we could involve to make the dialogue writing possible. So here I introduce them what the dialogue is, the computation, my plans using the decomposition and pattern recognition techniques. Finally, we had a healthy discussion in the classroom, and the story for which the dialogues has to be written in was circulated in the classroom. Children discussed this dialogue writing, how it could be done. Then finally, I gave them the clue of abstraction, that is what they should skip while writing a dialogue, what they should include while writing the dialogues, do's and don'ts, that is the abstraction strategy. The next level, decomposition. Here the actual dialogue writing learning took place. That is, the story was told to the students to break up into events, into characters, and they studied the whole story once again, and they came up with broken up pieces of the events and characters. Then I gave them a simple dialogue between a teacher and a student that actually happens in the class as a pattern. Now they recognized the pattern and they began to identify the characters and the story in the form of dialogues. And then they began to give me the answers. They began to actually write the answers. They discussed in pairs and they came up with very beautiful dialogues. There the impact took place. The dialogue writing, which was very difficult for the students to decipher, now became very easy for them. So the tables turned. The difficult one became the easiest one. Children were now able to write the dialogues. In fact, they gave the dialogues that I have put it up here, and the impact was now the children could frame dialogues. They could convert the stories into dialogues. In fact, they asked me to give some more stories where they could convert it into dialogues. I was taken aback when the classroom was so lethargic all these days. All of a sudden it was so lively, introducing the strategies of computational thinking. Then they even wrote the stories in the form of comic bubbles, conversation in bubbles, and the classroom was very interesting, and it is even now. Students ask me every day, what strategy are you going to use today? In fact, I introduced the birthday activity also in my social science class, where I told the children to ask questions where my answer would be yes or no, and I will be keeping some events or personalities in my mind. So definitely this TCS CSR STEM education program helped me in making my class very interactive and interesting. In fact, I took some classes to the teachers also. They are also implementing. I would like to thank the TCS CSR Ignite My Future STEM education program for training us in this strategies and computational thinking. My special thanks to IMF trainees Kripa ma'am and Ankita ma'am, and I would not fail to thank my mentor Sonia madam, without whom my confidence level would not have been so much. Thank you TCS. And I would like to thank my management, our Swamijis, for giving me such an opportunity. Thank you one and all.
Now, I'd like to invite all the presenters from the afternoon and the evening session to please come on stage to receive your set of certificates.
So are you going to give it? I'll announce next. Okay. Ishan, Ritesh, Jayant, Shubham,
Anjali Devi, Vishali, Shweta, Sutapa Sengupta, Shikan, Ajay, sorry,
Good evening, everyone. I hope everyone is awake, right? That's good. I think that this is the moment that we should all should be awake. Because kind of announce a kind of result for the that's good. The result for the TAT. Maybe kind of a TAT Grand Challenge, which was in this particular year, 2022, right? So this was actually kind of it's a novel attempt, and it's a very great attempt. Kind of it creates awareness. So for us to kind of that we should also have need for inclusion. The inclusion is always needed in the. It's not only kind of only teaching about computer concepts or everything. The inclusion is needed in all those concepts. That has to be part of our academic and that has to be part of our practitioners community itself. And as a part of this particular challenge, overall kind of there are almost 30 entries. And it was kind of really, we were surprised, we were happy, and kind of actually we were overall, I'll call it. It was a very tough time for all of us, kind of major community members to kind of to finalize all those things. To our surprise, we got entries. It's not only from from Maharashtra, we got from all over different states of India, and a few entries from abroad also. So country. So that was, I'll call that is one of our that motivated us. Out of the 30 kind of almost we were able to finalize 13, and the point is there were 12 judges, and as usual, as this kind of it's a kind of a novel challenge, right? The judges were also double blinded. Okay,
Double blind reviews. They didn't know
so
whom
they don't know kind of whom they're reviewing and everything. So they double blinded and then they reviewed all the games and then they gave the scores for those games. So based upon that, only this particular kind of selected. And out of the 30, kind of we were able to select out of 13. Out of the kind of one was not able to come to the final thing, but out of 12, again, we thought of selecting 12, but we went till 13. And to our surprise, also we got 2 entries from a single participant also. So that is also kind of it's happy for us. Out of the kind of this 12 kind of yesterday, there were 3 demos, and it was really happy. And it felt kind of very difficult for us also to pull out the participants out of the particular demo. It was very interactive and everything. And even kind of we had volunteers has recorded the particular games. It's kind of a very kind of hats off to all the volunteers who are kind of the backbone for the particular program. Thanks for the volunteers. And again, apart from the 3 games, kind of all the other 9 games who were out of who were able to make it occupied in the online, it was kind of very hats off to them. And actually, the particular voting lines were kind of on till yesterday 6:15 p.m. And kind of everyone has voted for all the particular things, all the final entries. The finalists kind of all the top 4 we just selected kind of it is based upon the votes which are given by all the online participants and also the judges. Okay, and the awards for the particular challenge is actually being sponsored by Microsoft Research Center India. and all the four winners will be getting a cash reward of 10,000 each.
All the tax challenge entries who are here in person, can we have all of you on stage, please?
Come on.
Lovely Joshi. Aditi, thank you. So, a round of applause. And we have a mother of a duo.
Yeah.
Yes, Aki, we are waiting.
Yeah. Okay.
Now
As
start
usual.
waiting.
Yeah. That's
No,
so
yeah.
we all are waiting for those top entries, right? Should I announce it? Let's give another final words or anything. Any guesses? Okay. Let me not make you wait for a lot more. Okay, there is no order. We have not placed first, second, or something. So all were very good, and just the top four, just we are going to get awards. Sorting algorithm and the kind of logical reasoning. That's why with the help of the punching cards. Next one is smallest people. Next by Shavana came. That's from Department of CSC, IIT Palakkad. The third one, market. That is by Devi Datta. That's why they just goes Rajeshwari Ponduraman. They are from Vision Empo Innovation Center. The fourth one, it's Shootout. Shootout. Abhirami Russian, and they are from Institute of Art, Design and Technology, Bangalore. Congrats, everyone.
Thank you, Ati. And the final, we have the vote of thanks from Mitra. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, all. We are at the end of this 2 days conference on computational thinking in schools, and I am sure you have enjoyed this 2 days stay here in beautiful campus of Faisal. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be touched or seen. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to propose vote of thanks on this occasion. On behalf of organizing team, I, Gitanjali Pai, like to thank all honorable delegates who graced the occasion, this conference, with their presence, all invited speakers who shared their insightful experiences. We are also thankful for all the participants who have done their who have presented their creative learning, teaching, learning things here for 2 days, and even presented given some presentations. CTiS team is thankful to our reviewers for their valuable time and insightful critical reviews. For this conference, we have platinum sponsors, Google, ICTs, Persistent, TCS Research. Gold sponsors are Huawei and IBM, and silver sponsors are Cisco, Facebook. They have played a vital role in organizing this particular conference. Without their support, it was not possible. CTiS is a result of great teamwork, and we are also thankful to our partners, ACM India, CSpathshala, PICT ACM Student Chapter, Kaveri Groups of Institutes, ISA Pune, Sunrise Infotech, Vision Empower, and Microsoft Research. I would like to thank all the members of Program Committee, Organizing Committee, Publicity Committee, and Steering Committee for constant help, guidance, and radiating the source of energy for us. Thanks to all the audience who joined online. I think this is the gift from the pandemic, or the good part from the pandemic. Everyone is prepared for the blended learning. So that made this particular conference possible in blended mode. So again, special thanks and congratulations to ACM India and CSpathshala for successful completion of this 4th iteration of CTiS. We all should appreciate the efforts of Sonia madam, and she is well supported by Vipul, Arun, and Shekhar. So I'm seeing this team working hard. I think from 6 to 7 years I'm associated with this CSpathshala, and as I started this conference. So it is efforts of day and night. So definitely they deserve this round of applause. And we should always encourage this in our classes as well, because it has some scientific reason. We have all good points on our hand. I think it is very good for our health. So clapping should happen at least once in our. So that is what I feel. So stay tuned with us for the 5th iteration of the CTiS and fun-loaded teaching learning process. So I'm sure Sonia will keep us connected for this innovative teaching, learning, and computational thinking in the schools. So thank you all, and take good care of yourself. Thanks.
Thank you, Gitanjali. But all of this would not have been possible without you know who. So can we have all the PICT volunteers who really stood by us? All on stage, please. PICT volunteers.
They all are responsible for this. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Really a round of applause for our volunteers. Come on.
Thank you very much.
And now,
thanks for opportunity.
And now we have our volunteers from Kalmadi School, and can we have Pallavi too? Everybody from Kalmadi present.
So many of them.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks all. So now we are at the end of this 2 days conference. Stay tuned with Sonia and all of us. Participant certificates are kept at reception, so it can be collected from there. So thank you very much. Sonia, do we have the